Yeah!
Yo, Rick, we can't hear you.
Why does it do that to me? Welcome to the weekly live stream. I don't know why that thing was. I clicked unmute. It didn't unmute. Welcome to the weekly show, RFK Tech Live Stream USA, where we're going to shock everybody with some new technology coming to the wireless 5G industry. Maybe it'll make some real 5G, maybe. I don't know. But we got Zero Cool here tonight. Hello there, buddy.
Happy holidays, all you magenta skunk gate mama.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Yep. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Got a first super chat tonight. $2.71 from MS. Thank you. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy Hanukkah and all that good stuff. Yes. SMT will be joining us shortly. So he's almost home. As soon as he gets home in the studio, he'll be popping in here tonight. Want to say happy anniversary to Carlos. He's out having dinner with his wife. Congratulations, buddy, and enjoy your dinner. And we're going to miss you on the stream tonight. He may be popping in later towards the end. You know how our streams roll here. We're probably going to be on here for 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. But, we always rolling it like crazy. Let me turn the scanner down a little bit. Yeah, I'm loving my new scanner, the Uniden HP 436, I think is what it's called. Yeah. Yeah. 436p. Yeah, it's a pretty nice scanner. Very nice. Working really good. Let's see who we got here tonight. So we got... Oh, yes. And today is the Christmas live stream edition. And we will be giving away $50 tonight. We're going to spin that wheel. And guess what? If your number lands, you're going to get $50. That's right. Nothing like getting $50 for Christmas. So, and I want to thank everybody for donating to the channel, watching my channel. I've already made almost 350, almost $400 so far. We're going to give it back to one lucky user tonight. We're going to give $50 away. So, and down in the ticker down at the bottom, you can see everybody. So, of course, that number's higher now. It's higher than $289. So yeah, thank you everybody that's donated. Thank you for being a subscriber, and I appreciate that. And if you can't make a donation because of financial reasons, you can always just watch all my stuff. I have years worth of live streams that you can watch. Most of them are 2, 3, 4 hours long. So if you just watch one live stream a week in the past, the watch time and liking it and sharing it with everybody is going to actually make me some money. So that's what helps get the numbers up. So, and gets everything populated and everything. And that's how you can support the channel as well. Let's see. We got MS here tonight. And thank you for that super chat. Morganta is here. Yep. We had to wait for SMT. We didn't want to leave him. We didn't want to start too soon there. Let's see. Austin's here. Yes, he won $50 the previous live stream. Yeah, I haven't forgot about you, Austin. You said you're going to put in a savings account piggy bank, so I haven't sent it. So I have to get with you. Tomorrow's not tomorrow, but Friday's payday. So I'll get it to you. I don't know if you got Zelle or not, but if you got Zelle in your bank account, we'll get to you really fast that way, you know. But I don't do Cash App. Cash App is dangerous. You never want to have that on your phone, or you don't want to deal with that. Cash App is dangerous. And let's see. I had a wisdom tooth plucked out. Oh, no. And then, of course, I said, did it take your wisdom away? And he said, yeah. Just kidding. That's right. Just take some smart pills. At least I will not be chewing the interior of my cheek to hell. Oh, yeah, that could be aggravating as can be. So, yep. The reindeers in the background look high due to the gigantic pupils. I think they're just amazed that they clipped the cell phone tower when they was trying to fly through the air. So, yeah, that's a pretty good little picture thingy there. So, that's what happens when the reindeer go down south. When they hang out in the Maine with me all summer, they get that time trials ready for Santa Sleigh to do organic reindeer chow. Nice. All right. Yep. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe so we get some people. We got 17 in here tonight, so that's pretty good. This might be a good time if you have any itinerary for this evening to post it so that anyone can email it to their friends who are interested.
Absolutely.
Okay. And itinerary for... You didn't specify what kind of itinerary. So we don't know what you mean by that. That way we're not quite so depending on YouTube. Oh, well, if you haven't, let's see. I got a thing here for my. Oh no, there's no. Oh, where'd all the banners go? Some of the past banners I had up on here is not here no more. Oh, I had one for my Twitter, but yeah, go to Twitter. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the Twitter. Who's whistling? Fire dispatch is whistling in the radio. What the heck? That's crazy. All right, here, let me find my Twitter. Twitter, little star. How I wonder who you are. Let's see. Oh, Austin's going to be joining us around 9, he said. Oh, SMT needs the link. Oh. I already sent him the link here. Let me send it again here. Probably why he's not. Why won't it let me paste it? Oh, there we go. There you go. SMT has the link now. Okay. I just checked my Twitter message. All right. So let's see. I'm going to post in the chat here my Twitter link. Okay. Didn't work. Let me try it again. Copy. Why doesn't stuff like to work very well tonight? Okay, let's try. Okay, I think it's going to work this time. There we go. All right. So there's my Twitter. Now, what I do, anytime I'm going to go live, every time I go live, usually like I usually set up this live stream 24 hours before, at a minimum, 24 hours before I go live, sometimes 2 or 3 days. And then I'll post it in Discord, because I have Discord for my YouTube channel, and I post it in Twitter, and I even post it in SMT's Discord. So if you're not a member on there, on the Discord, you can actually go there and see it. And also Carlos's Discord channel, I actually post it there as well. And I post it in Twitter, and I usually pin it so it's at the very top of the page. So never miss one live stream if you got Twitter. If you got Twitter, you'll always know when I'm going live, and that way you don't miss nothing. So there you go. Yeah, because the YouTube notifications have been garbage. You know, sometimes Carlos goes live, and I don't even know he's live. So, I mean, it's crazy. You have to keep constantly checking YouTube to see if anybody's live. Got the coffee going on tonight. I actually made 3 cups tonight. So, just in case this goes to a 4-hour live stream, I got plenty of coffee to go. There we go. Shared to Twitter and Facebook. There you go. Liked as well. Thank you so much. Yep, we are live and direct. Live and direct. Have coffee on me.
That sounds like a good idea. I think I'm going to make a pot too.
Oh, you're going to make a pot too? Yeah, well, you're probably freezing these nuts off there.
I am. That's why I'm going to make a pot of coffee.
Yeah, man. This Arctic front that's coming is crazy. This low pressure system is supposed to drop so low that it's equal in barometric pressure as a Cat 2 hurricane. Now, of course, you're not going to have a hurricane like speeds and all that stuff, because anytime you got a low pressure over land, it's not tropical. So, but still, the pressure is going to be something like 960 millibars or something like that. That's equal to a Cat 2 hurricane. So, I mean, it's still going to be a blizzard. Canada's going to have a blizzard. And parts of Michigan, Wisconsin, and up there, they're going to have blizzard conditions. It's going to be 35-mile-an-hour winds, whiteout conditions, a couple feet of snow up there, and the temperatures, it's going to be a flash freeze. It's going to rain in some of them states, and then the temperature's going to drop 10 degrees in 1 hour. That's crazy. Can you imagine going from freezing to like 25 degrees in 1 hour? That's nuts, man. So I hope everybody's prepared for power outages, got some food stocked up. And there's a channel that talks about the weather. You know, I'm a storm chaser as well, and I'm really crazy in the weather, and I got all kinds of, I'm going to show you here in a second what's going to happen. But there's a channel called Ryan Hall, y'all. He does an excellent job. He lives in Eastern Kentucky. And he's amazing. He does a really, really good job explaining. He takes computer models and explains everything what's going on and stuff. And he was actually live when the tornadoes last week hit New Orleans. So it was crazy. And I was on there too. And I was one of the first ones that posted in his live chat that said, the tornadoes touched down, because I'm picking up debris signature on the radar, which I have a special radar link that has the same information as the National Weather Service has. I can see what they see. Well, they can see a little bit more than me, but the basic stuff I can see for tornadoes on the ground. It's crazy. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to his channel. He does a really excellent job there. Does really good. Yep, and make sure you subscribe. We're going to give away $50. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. TJ's here. Yeah, it's that time. Baby Yoda, our #1 moderator. And I want to thank Baby Yoda for the years of moderation on the channel and always ready to drop the hammer on the trolls. So we may have some new trolls tonight that's not related to the other troll, or ex-troll, I should say. So yeah, I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to Alex. Thank you for what you did, and that's really big of you what you did, and we appreciate that. And I know there's other people that's still trolling out there, so they may pop in here. So, but Baby Yoda's going to drop the hammer on if they come in here. So Gene's here. Hello there. And there's posted a link for a great live stream. Well, don't go watch that live stream until this one's over. Sounds good now. A pretty sideboard would be electrocute. Oh, okay. Yeah. 10-hour live stream. I don't know about that. I don't know if we can do a 10-hour live stream. I don't know. I think I'd get kind of hungry after 10. Hell, after 3 hours of the live stream, I'm already hungry. Man, Levindy's here. How you doing there? The Daddy Mac Levindy's here. Yay! Mike's here. Don't forget to hop out of the live stream and hit that like button. Yep. Carlos says, check your coffee. Okay, let me see. Check my coffee. Oh, shoot. It's not even logged in right now. Why isn't it logged in? Let's see. Let's see if I can log it back in. Let me see. Choose my account. Where's my... Oh, there's my account. Let's see. Let's see if it logs me in. I logged in with my Gmail. Should go in there. $10. Oh, looky there. Okay, we got a $10 donation from Carlos. Thank you so much, Carlos, for the $10 in coffee. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate that. And we got Paul Mitchell here. Any word about the Verizon 3G shutdown? Is it happening December 31st? I think it is. But it's not even really a big story or big news or not, because, I mean, 3G is a sliver, a little tiny sliver of spectrum. So once they shut it down and they make it LTE or they make it 5G, which I don't think they can make it 5G. It's usually on the LTE stuff that they replaced it to. It's not really going to make a difference. The only way 3G is going to make a difference is if you're in a rural area where 4G is not quite strong enough, then 3G is still there. But pretty much every tower has 3G and 4G on it. So if you lose the 3G, the 4G is going to take its place. So I am pretty sure 100% of Verizon's towers on at least LTE, at least band 13 LTE on it. So
I'll tell you one thing. I feel sorry for the folks out like in Montana. Their T-Mobile service are going to be completely screwed because they only have 3G towers out there.
Oh, well, that's a skunk-a-doodle-doo right there.
They already shut down the 3G, so I don't know how they're going to survive out there. They're going to get Verizon.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, but according to T-Mobile, no signal travels farther or faster, and they're the most reliable network, and they have 99% of the population covered.
That is a big fat lie. That's a crock of shit. I can prove it.
Yeah, in reality, T-Mobile covers 62% of America. 62% of the population. And only 47% of America is populated. So for them to say they got 99% of the population covered when they really only cover 60, that's like a big fat lie. You know, as we've seen on the maps, I've showed you guys several times their coverage maps and stuff. So if you're in a rural area or kind of like a medium-sized city, yeah, you're probably going to be covered, but it's not going to be dense in some areas. So that's what their biggest problem is where they are. There's just too many gaps. And what's the most important thing with a cell site there, Caleb? What's the most important thing?
Well, I've always taught the two most important things, in my engineering expertise is always, the two C's, coverage and capacity.
What about density and overlap? So you can have handoffs.
That just goes along with coverage.
Yeah, well, true, yeah. So there you go. $5 PayPal donation.
I take that back. It's the three C's: yep. Coverage, capacity, and customer service. There you go.
Oh, customer service. Oh, wow. What about not getting hacked?
That goes under customer service, in my opinion.
Oh. Friends don't let friends get hacked by T-Mobile.
That's right.
Oh, guys.
I want to say a quick thing about that. T-Mobile has actually introduced some SIM card protections against that, so we'll see how effective.
Well, finally, yeah, but that don't stop your social security number going on the dark web, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Keep guard your social security number.
Yeah. Make sure you're signed up for some kind of credit reporting agency that where you can guard and watch your stuff like a hawk, Well, I already, because I got the Experian app on my phone, and I got all my emails and all my emails, my date of birth, and my social security number is on the dark web because of T-Mobile from the data breach. And that's when I had Metro piece of shit. S. When I first moved to the Keys 4 years ago, that's what I went and got Metro when I first got down here, because I had AT&T, but I was having a lot of problems with it. But come to find out, it was my Note 4 was the problem. The transmitter was going out on the phone, so the phone was dead. So that's why I was having the problem. It wasn't even related to coverage. So that's the thing. If you're having a problem with coverage or performance or anything like that, sometimes it's the phone. Sometimes it's not the actual network. So some people say, oh, Verizon sucks. Come to find out, they have a 5-year-old phone and it has band 13 only in it and don't have any carrier aggregation. And then they're wondering why they can't do nothing on their phone. Sometimes you got to get a newer phone. And just because you get a new phone don't mean it's going to have the latest technology. As we talked about several times on the channel here, you could get a brand spanking new phone from T-Mobile, but it's got 5-year-old modem in it. So there you go. So the best thing you can do as a consumer is to buy a flagship phone that's last year's model or the year before. So like right now, it's a perfect time right now to get an S21 Ultra. If you go and get you a S21 Ultra that's been refurbished, you got to be careful on Amazon, because there's a lot of places that sell you an international version. You got to make sure it's a USA version S21 Ultra, and it's got some kind of warranty on it, and it's refurbished, and it's from a reputable place. If you can pick one of those up, it's going to work pretty good. And now with the 23 coming out, you're going to be able to pick up the 22 Ultra, which is a fantastic phone. This phone is amazing, and you're going to be able to get it really, really cheap. So sometimes it's better to get a couple-year-old flagship versus a brand new budget phone, because the budget phones always have the cheapest everything in it. It's crazy. Thank you, Mike, for the $5 PayPal donation. Thank you so much. Of course, I'll get it someday. I still haven't got the $5 from the last person that gave me PayPal, because for some reason PayPal decided to freeze my account. They said I've been inactive too long, so they're going to freeze my account. It's like, and I tried to unfreeze it, and it keeps saying error, error, error. So I'll get it someday, but it'll be there for a rainy day. All right. Yeah, there's the Twitter there. So make sure you're subscribed to my Twitter. Follow me. I always post when I'm going live, and I post all kinds of stuff, speed tests and different articles, and I'll have polls on there. I do all kinds of stuff. So let's see. Have a coffee on me. Thank you for the $5 for the coffee there, Mike. And Margranta's in Illinois. Well, you're in for a merry white Christmas and flash freeze. Yep. If Texas has a blizzard, the power will go out. Texas politicians will run away to Mexico. Oh, yeah, they probably do that. It's going to get cold in Texas. Northern Panhandle, Texas is going to be below zero, I think. Something like that. Well, I'm going to show you here in just a second. Remember to enable subscriber-only chat so that non-members are not able. Yep, it's already on right now. You got to be a subscriber for an hour. So if you haven't subscribed, you better hurry up and subscribe right now if you want a chance to win. Because if you can post in chat here, you can pick a number to win the $50. But if you're not a subscriber, you can't even chat in here. So I think it's set to an hour. So we've been live for 32 minutes. So if you subscribe to me at the start of this live stream, in about 30 minutes or so, you can start chatting. So now the giveaway is going to be towards the end. Now, I'm not going to make you guys wait here for 3 hours, of course. So we're going to get through our little presentation and stuff, talking about some new technology coming out. And right after that, we're going to spin that wheel, and we're going to pick us a winner tonight for the Christmas live stream. What is dangerous about Cash App? Well, there's been some people that's been hacked and stuff like that. So I actually know somebody that had Cash App after installing on their phone. It was like 2 hours later, they had money coming out of their account, and they didn't send no money to him. So I don't know how it happened or what happened, but I've heard several people that I know has Cash App that had problems with it, and also like sometimes the malware be installed or something like that. So I don't know. I just don't trust some of them apps. You got to be very careful on Android. There's a lot of bad apps out there that if you install it, then it'll compromise your phone. But Google does a good job of finding it and getting rid of them. But the damage is already done. If you install it, your phone's compromised already. So California, where local politicians stand around where they do their work to assist with public safety. Yep. I'm still replacing 3G modems and weather stations. Oh, fun. Yeah. There's so many devices out there, IoT devices and commercial devices. There's ATMs out there that are connected by 3G. That's their backup community. They're connected to a landline phone line, but then they have 3G as a backup so that if they lose the phone connection or internet connection to that ATM, then it'll use cellular as a backup. And also that's what it does too. So if you unplug it from the wall, then it'll send out a message too saying, hey, somebody's ripping off the ATM, and then it'll call the police. So, and there's a lot of alarm systems too that still uses 3G. So that like if you cut the power to the house and you cut the internet cord to the house, you cut all that off, and the alarm's still going to go off because it has battery backup and it has 3G backup to the cellular network. So it can send an alert out that there's a burglary in progress. So T-Mobile's been targeting Comcast customers. Well, I don't know why anybody would leave Comcast customers and go to T-Mobile, because they're both crap in my opinion. But I mean, yeah, I know it works good for you, Mike, where you're at, but Comcast for me has been a horrible experience my whole life. Everywhere that I lived with Comcast, it's been a horrible experience. I still feel fixed wireless is not up to par with the wired network. Well, it just depends. If you're on Verizon network, yeah, it's Verizon's pretty good on it, and I'll show you. This live stream is actually being brought to you by Verizon right now. Let's see. Yeah, here. Let's do a speed test, shall we? Okay, let's see. Let's do a speed test. I'm on Verizon Home Internet right now. Let's see what we got. There we go. 19 ping. My Comcast ping was like 30. And I paid for 1.2 gigs down, and I used to get 600 down. And look at this. Now this is capped. Okay, so this is on N77, but this is capped. So you're only going to get 300 down and 20 up. So it's working exactly like it's supposed to. I mean, the video might buffer here just for a second because it's eating up all my bandwidth on a speed test. So it might buffer for a second there. You got to remember, too, I'm also running 2 security cameras. I got 2 security cameras on 1080p that's uploading on Verizon at the same time. And this live stream is uploading. And I just did a speed test. So that just shows you how good their fixed wireless is. So if you're close to tower and you can get fixed wireless, it's going to work pretty good. So let's go ahead and show you now what I was talking about. This is the computer model. This is now. Now watch. We're going to go ahead. Now watch this system come in here. You can see this low pressure develop over Texas. Look at that. It dips down and then it goes up. It goes up to Michigan. See there? And now it's 1,002 millibars. Now watch this. See all that snow? Look at there. Illinois, Indiana. Now watch this. There's Ohio gets blasted. Wisconsin's blasted. Michigan's blasted. Look, 982 millibars. That's almost a Cat 1 hurricane. And then look at that. It moves further east. Look at it. This is the GFS model. And see, the dark blue is the heaviest snow. But look at that. It's crazy. Look how that wraps around there. And then, of course, the cold air goes really far south. And then this is in the future. So that's the 28th. Look, a low pressure comes on the south there. And then there's another low pressure that's going to come up. And then there's another low pressure. And look at there. There's another southern storm coming up. Look at that. It's just like storm after storm after storm. Now watch this. We're going to go do the temperatures now. Watch the temperatures. Look at that. 20 below zero up here in Canada. Watch it spilling down. North Dakota. It's like right now it's already like 14 below up there. Now watch this. Watch this cold air as it comes diving down here. Look at that. Look at Texas. In the teens. And Louisiana and Texas. That's crazy. And look at it come down to Florida. Oh, look at that. You're going to have a frost and a hard freeze up in North Florida. But look at that. That's just crazy. And then there's another blast that comes next week. There's another, it's not quite as strong, but there's another blast that comes through. But that's what's happening. It's pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. All right. Let's get through the rest of this chat. And SMT should be joining us here shortly here in just a minute. Ricky, what do you think about the fan editions of the Samsung Flat? They're pretty good. I mean, they're kind of like hello there, Austin. Welcome to the show tonight. Yeah, they're like the fan editions is kind of like an intermediate. It's kind of like in between. They're pretty good phones. Hello there, Tim. How you doing, everybody? Google Pixel is an amazing phone, but not as expensive as Samsung. Yes, the Google Pixel 7 is an amazing phone that just came out. So Google's actually making a difference. And MS loves the Pixels. And Tim loves his 6 Pro. Android 13 made a massive difference. Look at that. Yeah, I agree. When Android 13 hit my S22, it was amazing. It did a really good upgrade. Which phone allows turning on-off bands, observing service mode, ongoing band connections other than Samsung? Well, I know you can go into the service mode on an Apple. I forget what the sequence is because I don't have Apple. I don't do that. If Carlos was here, he would be able to tell us what it was. But
I'll have an Apple phone tomorrow.
oh, that's right. You bought an old Apple phone. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I like about Samsung is you can go in there and see with me, I hacked the service mode for Verizon. So I can actually go into the Verizon service mode as well. And I can actually go into the band select mode. So I can select what 5G bands I can use. So right now I have band 77 turned off on Verizon and I got band 77 turned off on AT&T. And you're all like, what? It's like, what? You're saying, why, Ricky? Why would you turn off N77? It's the new 5G frequency. Why in the world, Ricky, would you shut it off? Well, the reason I shut it off is for one reason. It's called dual connectivity, which I know some people call it intercell. Well, that's not the official name of it. That's like a nickname. That's like the FCC calling N77 C-band. Well, if you call DC intercell, it's the same thing. So it's a slang word that people are using or another word that they're using for it. It's called dual connectivity, which means you can be at a LTE site that's a quarter of a mile away, and then there's a AT&T site 7 miles away that's on N77, and the phone picks up the N77, but it's edge cell. The N77 is actually not really doing anything. It's performing like 3G actually. So when you're edge cell with the N77, it performs like 3G. And what happens is if your close tower has LTE, like mine, has 50 megahertz of LTE, it has 15 megahertz of N5, which is the fake 5G. But when you put that together, you get 300 down and 100 up. That's what I get. I post on Twitter my speed test, and people are like, wow. And actually, yeah, that's what N77 turned off. I turned N77 on. It knocks out N5 because they don't have AT&T does not have carrier aggregation yet. Now, I heard that they're starting to slowly roll it out. When they do have carrier aggregation on NR with LTE on non-standalone, I'll turn it back on. But until then, I'm just sticking with fake 5G and LTE because it performs the best. You get the best upload, the best download. Now, with N77 and 50 megahertz of LTE on your close tower, my speed slowed down to 100 down and 10 up. Why in the hell would AT&T do that? Why would you force dual connectivity to screw up your closest tower? It's completely stupid. The only reason I could think of doing that is trying to get that 5G plus icon out there so they can say, oh, we're catching up to T-Mobile. Yeah, that's what they want to do.
This 5G you see is a bunch of fucking bullshit. Sorry. But,
this whole 5G shit is all a bunch of craziness. It's all just nothing but it's like a baby. It's like, okay, I have a baby. and I'm going to enter them into a marathon.
Yeah, and it forces your phone over to NR. Like you really can't.
Yes.
To
and then next thing you know, you go from 100% down to 75%. It eats 25% of your battery because it goes to high power so I can connect to that N77 tower 7 damn miles away.
Yeah. No.
Or in T-Mobile's case, the N71 tower that travels farther and faster than anything, speed and light than Elon. Elon.
Oh, and I've never seen the iPhone actually do standalone. So the iPhones actually will not go on T-Mobile in my area. The iPhone does not want to do T-Mobile standalone network core for data sessions.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the old T-Mobile crap. Here, check this out. Look at this. Now I want to know what your opinion is on this, Caleb. Did you read this article? T-Mobile rolls out a cloud-native 4G, 5G converged core gateway.
So as soon as they rolled that out, like I've been having trouble connecting to their 5G core with an unlocked phone. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I literally had to it's horrible because what's happening, and this is how it works. If you don't have a T-Mobile branded phone, it has trouble connecting to the actual Cisco. Core.
Wow.
I spent today trying to reboot my phone like 50 billion times, and then it finally loaded up the T-Mobile splash screen and finally connected. It was just a mess.
Yeah.
Speaking of things besides T-Mobile, Verizon in my area lit up 4 sites last week with
for N77.
Yeah, 4 of them. They took a whole tower that had only band 13, band 5, and that only thing in a town in a zip code next to me. I went through there on Thanksgiving Day. The download speed in downtown area was 5 by 1 up with a ping ferocious. It was like 200 milliseconds. It was bad, and that was on a low red line. That was with low red. Now it's doing 500 down, 85 up with a ping of 18 milliseconds.
Holy cow!
And it's shattering T-Mobile right now.
There you go. Verizon for the win.
But here's the negative side of that coin. The Verizon tower that serves my house. It's right next to T-Mobile. T-Mobile's doing 1 gig down. Verizon needs to get their butts together because it only has band 66.
It's a work in progress. Yeah. So when the Verizon gets every single tower upgraded in USA, they're not going to be beat. I mean, it's gonna be mad crazy. Even in Tim's area, has a bad Verizon area. Bad Verizon. His area is bad. So
how bad are we talking?
Oh, it's bad. He was telling us about that on one of the past live streams. So yeah, I sent you the link, Tim. I don't know if you can come on or not, but yeah, it was bad. I mean, he's got many sites that was congested, 13 only,
make sure
like that.
Make sure you send the proper link because apparently you said need a link from 2 weeks ago and he hasn't been able to join. So.
Oops.
Oh, what? I sent. Well, it's the very least.
All right, so
you keep sending me the link from 2 weeks ago. Well, I don't know why that link don't work. Yeah.
Because StreamYard will create a new link every time, so people that had the link 2 weeks ago don't join this current one to help.
That's what I copied. I'm even looking at what I sent him, and the link that I sent him is the actual live. I'm gonna send it again right now. That's the link from today, right here. That's the same.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's the same link I sent. So I just sent it again. So
where I'm at.
Let me send it again to Tim just in case he wants to come on here.
So where I'm at night, 3 a.m. in the morning, Verizon's doing 60 down, 5 up. This on the Carlos's red line. 3 p.m. The speeds. How low do you think they tank, Ricky?
Oh, I don't know. Probably pretty bad.
Take a shot and try to guess. So I'm getting 60 down by 5 up in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
I want to see how low do you think how low do you think Big Red's tanking on band 66 and band 13 site?
Well, I mean, sometimes when they were doing upgrades to tanks, I know it did on my side here. I mean,
No,
I had 10 down and like 5 up when they were working on my side.
No, this has been a problem since 2017.
Oh, that means they're not upgrading. So it's just an old site. It has probably hardly any backhaul.
How slow do you think the speed's tanked?
It's slow. I mean, I don't know. I mean, slow is slow. It's probably bad as T-Mobile.
It was worse than T-Mobile. The
Oh, worse than T-Mobile. Well,
it
I
was
mean,
worse.
when you got a site that's like 15, 20 years old, it's got the old shit in it and no backhaul. I mean, yeah, it's going to perform like bad. So
They touched they touched it during Irma. They had to repair.
Well,
the tower.
if they did, they just repaired what they already had. They didn't upgrade it. They just repaired it. If it got knocked out, they just repaired it to back to the way it was. See, in order to do an upgrade, you actually have to do a bunch of stuff. I mean, you actually rip and replace stuff, not repair stuff. Tim says virtual banks in general just aren't secure like Cash App. It only takes someone to know what they are doing and they can wipe you out. And Cash App doesn't insure your money.
Nope. Cash App sucks.
There you go. So that's why I'll never use it. So
it tanked to 2 megabits down by 0.05 up.
Mm-hmm.
At 3 p.m.
I don't know who owns Cash App. I don't know if it's owned by Facebook or who. I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's not owned by Facebook.
Mike says Verizon Wireless has the bands and density to be reliable. T-Mobile will lie to you about their reliability. Well, of course they do. It's deception and lies.
They say they say they have my area covered with N41, but they decommed a Sprint keep site.
Yeah, that's another mistake they did. If you got a Sprint tower that's between 2 T-Mobile towers, they took it down. That is the stupidest thing you can do in the wireless industry. Because what do we need? We need density.
We need proper handoffs for sure. Jesus.
Yeah. On a rooted phone network, Signal Guru is great band locking program. Some MediaTek devices allow you to band lock OnePlus N200. Yes, I'm using Verizon 5G ultra wide here, and it works tremendously. All right, Gene. It's going to be -5 here Saturday morning. Yikes. It's going to be 50s here this weekend when I work. Oh, my God. I'm going to be outside at 50. I'm about to bundle up. I'll be out there. It's going to be 20-mile-an-hour wind out of the north. Whoa. Crazy. All that air is coming right up from the Florida Panhandle. I know it's nothing. I know.
That's
but we're in the Keys. We're on an island life. It's not supposed to be cold here.
Oh God, no, it will be. Just be glad you weren't in the Keys during 1983.
Yeah. Well, the 50s are not cold enough to make the iguanas follow the tree. It has to get down to 40 degrees for at least like one night before the iguanas start falling out of the tree.
Well, they're going to on the peninsula.
Up there, yeah, because you guys are going to be in the 30s and 40s in southern Florida. Now, you guys way up north, but do you guys have iguanas up there that far north?
No, they don't go. They're that's a southern Floridan thing. Nope.
Yeah, because they don't like the cold at all. So if it dips down in the 40s very often, it'll actually kill them all, and then they won't even be able to. So yeah, they have to be in a tropical environment. Yeah,
there is a chance that it could literally drop as low as 18 at my house with a feel like temperature of 4.
Oh yeah. Well, our wind chill is supposed to be 45 here, and that's crazy for the Keys.
Ours is supposed to be 10 to 15 wind chill, but the real feel from AccuWeather, their real feel measurements, are saying 4. They're saying 4.
Wow.
So I'm leaving it between a 5 to 15 degree wind chill.
Mike says Verizon LTE is superior until Verizon 5G is nationwide with all the defects fixed. Yep. The new Cisco converged core may be more secure core. Well, their core is secure. It's their customer service system is what gets hacked. It's your personal information in the billing system is what gets hacked.
Right. Yeah, the security is more secure, but just sucks to connect to.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb and Ricky both are gonna laugh at this one. So the 11th. So I was working on some Apple ID stuff for the Apple stuff, and my T-Mobile bill. I get a text on the main phone. That's the main holder of the account, and I'm like, they say that I had a payment issue with AutoPay. I'm like, what in the world is going on? because I signed out of my Apple ID, because I'm using Apple Pay to pay my bill, because it gives them not my bank card, it gives them another card, so I can easily shut it off. It shut my whole payment system down for T-Mobile. It shut everything down.
Oh wow.
I was like, oops, that's a fail-safe that I actually like.
Yeah. Chuck says it's going to be 78 degrees on Christmas. Well, that's good for you. Good old Cali. He's going to miss the Arctic air. That's pretty good.
Oh, you must be on the coast and down in the southern foothills.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
I wish I was there right now.
Yeah, well, it's funny. Michigan will be a little bit warmer than places to your south. Because that Arctic air is going to wrap around for a little bit.
Well, we'll see. It's going to be really bad in Canada. I know that. In Wisconsin for sure.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
And then Indiana to the south and Kentucky. It's going to be really bad.
Yeah, this cold snap coming is bonkers. Bonkers.
Oh, I expect more later on in throughout this winter. I expect more because of remember that volcano that went off in the Pacific?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's what's contributing to these cold snaps.
It is. That's right. Yeah, because that injected water vapor and ash up into the mesosphere. Yep. And had an upper mesosphere cooling episode. Yes, and that's what's causing these polar vortexes.
And that episode can go on for about, I would say, 5 to 8 years. Yeah,
this is a very big global event. So, and of course, all the certain people are going to say global warming, all that kind of crap. But
blame it on Siberia.
We're not going to get too political in here. Hi, Redbeard. How you doing? Good to see you tonight. Just be glad it's cold instead of warm, which is in your area will get hit with hurricanes. Florida is screwed with warm fall weather.
No, we're not. Yeah. Not where I live, at least.
Yeah. Well, we got lucky this year for hurricane season. We only had one storm, but it just blew by us. And, of course, it hit Fort Myers. They're still recovering from that storm. So,
Ricky, this is a dumb question, maybe.
Uh-oh.
Do you have central heat in your house in the Keys?
Central heat?
Yes.
I guess I could turn the heat on, but I don't know.
No, I'm curious if your thermostat and your heat system in the house actually has central heat, because I know some houses down there in the Keys don't.
I've been here a year and I've never turned the heat on. I mean, it's a Mitsubishi air conditioner is what it is. The compressor's outside and it's got it's the kind that's up on the wall. It's got
Because it's got the switch system like mine does here in the house. I was actually working on it to see if we had the inside heating unit, like the emergency heat, for inside to turn it into an actual electric furnace, and thank God we do.
Well, yeah, for you up there. I mean, here when it's 50 degrees, it's not going to be that bad. I mean, my place here is pretty insulated, so like last winter when it got cold out. The temperature didn't even drop inside here, so it stayed the same. So I just turned the air conditioner. Like Friday, when I wake up Friday, first thing I'll do is going to turn the air conditioner off. Then it'll be 70 degrees in here, and it'll just stay there for the next couple of days, so I'll be good.
I was just curious if y'all actually do have heat down there, just in case it gets even colder.
I think a lot of people do have heat. I mean, I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, I don't have no heat in my Jeep though.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so it's going to be kind of interesting to work Thursday night and Friday. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in my Mercury 3S amplifier. I'm going to turn on my HF radio, and I'm going to talk a whole bunch of DX. I'm going to talk to Europe and all over the world with my amateur radio on shortwave, and then I'm going to put the fan on high on the amplifier so it blows all the hot air out, and it's going to heat up my Jeep. That's what I'm going to do.
There you go.
Because my heater core was starting to leak, so I bypassed it. So I have no heat.
It won't be Thursday night into Friday. That'll be a Saturday.
It's Friday
morning.
night and Saturday night.
Yeah.
Friday night and Saturday night. That's when the cold was hitting here.
I know Friday we're going from highs in the lower 60s around 6 o'clock in the morning. Mm-hmm. Temperatures are going to drop 20 degrees just like that by 3 p.m.
Yep. All right, so Caleb, tell us more about this fake standalone that they're doing here. Now, this is This is a fake standalone because they're mixing a it's called a converged core. So Caleb, explain to us what a converged core gateway is. What is it? It's not a standalone core. It's a converged. So this answers to this whole long time when they say that they have standalone, but they really don't because they're blending two cores together.
So basically, it's an option 3 converged core gateway that uses what they figured out how to do was instead of having 2 separate cores, like a separate 4G and a separate 5G core, they figured out a way to actually combine the 2 cores together. So basically, you would have it's not a standalone core, but you have a 4G LTE and 5G into one single converged core. That's why they call it a converged core. And it's, it's just, yes, it may be more secure, but gosh, I just think it's the wrong way to do it. So,
That's
about all I have to say. I mean,
So, in the definition, is it really a standalone core? A converged core is not standalone, right?
No.
So it's not SA, even though on your phone it's going to say SA.
Right. It's fake.
It's fake. Okay. I just want to confirm that because I know a lot of people are going to be posting and say, "Oh, look at this amazing standalone." So, and of course, down here at the bottom, they're talking about voice over NR. So tell us about voice over NR.
Well, no,
does T-Mobile really have voice over NR working anywhere in the United States?
They do in Utah.
They claim they do.
I'm going to give T-Mobile props for that because they actually have it good. So that's one thing they have working. That runs over their cloud core, on standalone, but it actually works way better than their LTE crap or multi crap.
Okay, yeah, we already know their LTE voice over LTE crap. Yeah, my friend I used to talk to, he had T-Mobile, and every time I talked to him on the phone, I kept asking him. He would say something. I go, "What did you just say?" And he'd repeat it. And after about the third time he had to repeat it, he gets mad. He goes, "Why do you keep telling me to repeat what I say?" It's because, well, I'm going to record you. Okay, I'm going to record you. Then I'm going to send you an email with how you sound like on the phone. So I did that. So I recorded him. I sent it to him, and I said, "Listen to yourself." And then he replied back, "Oh my God, why is it doing that?" I said, "You're on T-Mobile." He goes, "Well, how can I fix that?" I said, "Dump the skunk." And guess what he did? He dumped the skunk. He now has Verizon. And now when I talk to him on the phone, I don't have to ask him to repeat himself. I hear every single word crystal clear. It's crazy.
Well, now I know what phone number to give you if you need to get in contact with me somehow.
Yeah, so AT&T and Verizon call quality, as long as the network's actually working correctly and is pretty recently upgraded, it's going to sound pretty good. So, and I cannot wait until AT&T and Verizon comes out with their standalone core. There's a reason why they haven't released their stuff yet. Is because they're not going to release it until it's right. When it's right, they'll release it.
I heard a rumor that it's supposed to be coming in January.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. It's getting pretty close. That's right.
January 3rd, 3G is finally dying.
Yeah, finally. All right, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat here. Let's see, where was we here? PayPal is a very safe app because PayPal is funded by Synchrony Bank, which is funded because of the FDC insurance. Yeah, that's true. I do not have Sunshine. My landlord started a unit through the wall in the living room, which provides AC and a heater. Okay. I use regular fans to keep the air circulation moving. Yeah, fans are great, especially when you're using the air conditioning, because whenever you have the fans on, it actually creates wind chill, and so it feels cooler. So you don't have to have the temperature as low. So that's nice. Now, of course, when you got the heat on, you don't want the fan on because it's going to make wind chill, and then you have to turn the heat up higher. So you want no wind moving when you got your heat on, of course.
Hey, Ricky, what do you think of AT&T's partnership with ACT Space Mobile?
Oh, that's going to be amazing. Yeah, Verizon's getting in on the deal too.
Yeah, they just announced that today, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm also going to show you guys here in a second a little bit of an update too. They posted too. That's part of the agenda tonight too. Also,
Yeah.
AT&T claims they're working on a case of low speeds and low signal. Doubtful if any positive outcome though. Been 2 weeks with no change. They claim there's congestion. Only fix is upgrades. Well, that's probably true. So unfortunately for you, you just have to wait until the upgrades happen, and then you'll be better. But it requires permits and permits. Yeah. That's good old California red tape. Take months and months and months. You would think that this whole thing would be like solved. You think the FCC would lay down the law. All these people and say, "Hey, no, you can't delay progress with all this stuff." It's crazy. So, all right. So we're going to talk about the
151 gigabytes.
What?
I've used 151 gigabytes of Verizon data this month.
Oh, great.
No.
I don't even pay attention because mine's unlimited, so I don't even pay attention.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk about some new technology that's coming out. And don't forget to vote on the poll too, because we got the poll up there. Let's see what the poll question is. Poll question: do you think this new GigaMimo tech will make millimeter wave go nationwide and give 5G real status? So there's the poll question. So some of you may change your mind after I do my presentation here and show you guys some stuff. So, but that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about some new 5G hardware. As you know, what is NR? What's NR? What's it stand for? NR stands for new radio. So it's mainly new hardware. That's why you're going from 4G to 5G. You got new hardware that's making it faster, better, and more coverage. But 5G has been really slow to come out because of limitations, because of our dumbass FCC and their issues. So they have not given us new spectrum frequency that's able to be used, the new hardware, properly. Like, for instance, you got band 66. The maximum channel size you can get is 20 megahertz. A 20 megahertz channel is not big enough for 5G. Now, you can kind of like half-ass it by carrier aggregating 5 channels of 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now you got 100 megahertz of spectrum, but you're using 5 carrier aggregation to do that with. That's not very efficient. Plus, you can only do 2x2, 4x4 MIMO on it. You can't use multiple user massive MIMO on it because you need big channels to do that with. So you have more spectral efficiency. You can use the beamforming stuff, the uplink booster, so your uploads are better. And then what's these new frequencies? Are TDD instead of FDD. So TDD, it transmits and receives on the same frequency at the same time. In order to do that, you have to have this new technology hardware. And what we're going to talk about tonight is the new stuff. As you know, Ericsson has 64 by 64 multiple user massive MIMO with beamforming. Now, we haven't got a chance to see how it works because guess what? It's taking time to clear the frequencies. So Verizon has spit out 60 megahertz of it. That's not enough. You really need to have 2 100 megahertz channels to really see how good it will perform. And it's going to perform much better. 60 megahertz is on the lower end of efficiency. You got to get those 2 100 megahertz channels. Then it's going to make it come alive. Then it's going to act like real 5G. And when you go standalone with it, then you'll be able to do even better job. And that's the key, is going standalone, getting rid of all the LTE shit and go just only NR on the hardware that's made to work, the massive MIMO. Once you do that, the pings are going to come down below 10 seconds. Now, we already got some non-standalone pings hovering around 10, 15, 20 seconds, but it's going to get even better when the new stuff comes out fully deployed. And the thing is, just think about this, guys. Every single 64 by 64 MIMO panel that they're putting up right now is going to be replaced in 2 years. So in 2 years, they're going to be ripping that shit down, and they're going to be replacing it with what we're talking about tonight. This is the new technology. This is just going to blow everything wide open. Every millimeter wave node that Verizon has is going to be replaced by this other new massive MIMO. It's called GigaMimo. We're going to talk about that too. So can you imagine going from 32 by 32 on millimeter wave, or I don't even know if they have any 64 by 64. I think some of the panels may do it. I'm not sure. But I know minimum is 32 by 32. But can you imagine GigaMimo on millimeter wave? Well, we're going to show you some examples here in a second. It's going to be mad crazy. This technology is amazing. Qualcomm is actually making this. Now, I don't know if Qualcomm is going to be the one that's, I think this is going to be patented technology, I'm pretty sure. And I think they're going to then sell this to like Ericsson, Nokia, and then they'll be using this technology in their hardware. Or if Qualcomm is going to come out with their own panel, I think that's what it's going to be. I haven't really got that far to see how it's going to go, but I think Qualcomm is actually going to get into the radio and panel market. And if they do, this is a very big competition to Ericsson, which right now I think Ericsson is the best manufacturer for panels. What do you think, Zero Cool? Do you think Ericsson has the best radios and panels out right now for 5G?
They do for now. But here's the thing.
For now.
You hit the nail on the head. If Qualcomm actually gets into this, Qualcomm, I'll remind everybody, they have certain RF. Take the Qualcomm moments, for example. All the RF patents that they have, right? For example,
yep.
The RF envelope tracking, the RF front end loading.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So if you think about all that, they can apply that at the macro level, okay? So imagine this is just going to make your beamforming that much better.
Yep.
Right? So I hope to God they get on the macro, level base, the macro level side of things, because what they have here that we're going to show in this demo sheet is just absolutely amazing. So, if they can make competition, that would be
that's going to be crazy.
Oh my gosh, it'd be absolutely crazy. It would be nuts. New radio.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Nasty Nate. Sorry.
Nasty radio. Yeah. Carriers have to get permission from more than FCC, like states, California. Yeah. There's so much red tape of deploying all this stuff for sure. Hello there, Chain Fried. Qualcomm will definitely be at Ericsson. Ooh, yes. Beat Ericsson. Yes. I hope Verizon will use them in Samsung markets too. Yeah. So here's what's coming up here. Right now in San Diego, California, they have a prototype that they're actually doing right now. And you got to remember, this is a new technology. Here, I'll show you what it kind of looks like here. Well, that's not it. There. This is what it is. Okay. Now, if you guys remember, I did a live stream not too long ago talking about Release 18. Release 17 is about to hit right now. Release 17 right now. The hardware makers are actually using Release 16 stuff, but Release 17 has been approved. So pretty soon, the stuff in Release 17 is going to be coming out. But this is Release 18 tech here we're talking about, which come out in a couple years. And, of course, Qualcomm's already working on it. And I talked about this in my live stream. And just like when I told you guys about it back in that live stream, that this is some amazing, amazing stuff. Okay, so what this is, right now you have a panel up there, the Ericsson 64 by 64 panel. It basically has 64 antennas and 64 transmit antennas and 64 receive antennas on top of each other. So they're right there next to each other. So the receive antenna and the transmit antenna is in the same spot. Okay, so when you transmit power out, what happens is some of that power going out is going to bleed back into the receiver, and it's going to make it not hear as good. It's not going to receive as good. So the more power you transmit out to the phone, the less it can hear the phone back. So your phone is transmitting on like 1/10 of a watt to the tower. The tower is transmitting a couple thousand watts. Well, anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 ERP. So it's transmitting big power to the phone, and then the phone is transmitting only 1/10 back. So the more power you put out, it's going to wipe out the receive. So the tower is going to have a harder time receiving that phone because of that. So what Qualcomm come out with is a full duplex, is what this is. And basically what they're doing is they're splitting the panel in two. So here on top, they're going to have the receive. So you're going to have 64. Well, in this case here, in this demo here, 64 on, but that's not what they're going to do. They're going to do 256. It's going to be 256 by 256 Mimo is what it's going to be.
And
so it's going to be 256 on top, receiving the phone. And then you got on the bottom, 256 antennas transmitting to the phone.
Yeah.
So we're going from 64.
The antenna, not the frequency. So.
Right. Yeah. It's not doing the frequency. It's actually splitting the antenna. It's got dual antennas. Instead of one antenna with transmit and receive in it, it's going to have one dedicated receive antenna on top and one dedicated transmit antenna at the bottom. And we'll see where the words Qualcomm full duplex is. That's going to be the part where it separates it. So it's going to be like 90 dB isolation. When you isolate that, that means you can transmit this thing out 2,000 watts ERP out, huge power out, right? And then it's not going to interfere with the receive. So the receiver is going to be able to get like 15, 20 times more sensitivity on receiving weak signals. And the beamforming is going to work much, much better too. So that's this tech is going to make a difference. Beamforming is going to be amazing because you're going, instead of beamforming from the same antenna module, you're going to beamform from two. There's going to be one dedicated antenna that's going to beamform your receive from the phone to the tower. Right. And then the tower is going to beamform one transmit isolated stream straight down.
Yeah. So
and being on
about this is like the, like you mentioned earlier, Ricky, the high sensitivity. So this is what high sensitivity, you know, when you hear signals, this is going to be great for uplink because when your UE, your user equipment, meaning your phone,
right,
is going to send that, as much as the transmitter can do for your
right
antenna in your phone, for example, let's take millimeter wave for example, right?
Right.
When you have high sensitivity, your uplink on millimeter wave is going to be absolutely tremendous, and that's exactly what it's used for on TDD.
Then that's what the carriers have been fighting for all along, is the TDD spectrum, because you transmit receive at the same time, and you can't hear because the transmit and receive are on the same frequency. When you have two frequencies, the frequencies are isolated. That way, when you transmit, it doesn't mess up your receive because it's on two separate frequencies that's spaced away with filters. But now with TDD, you can have them on the same frequency, transmit, receive. So it's going to be a much better. So with the uplink booster and then this new full duplex antenna system, you're going to see like a 15 to 20 times better upload speeds.
Yeah, this is really exciting stuff. I never thought that this day would actually come. I thought we're just, we're going to be screwed on.
Yeah. And then I told you guys on the live stream like 6 months ago it was coming.
Yeah,
well, and remember you kept telling me, well, we need low band, we need the FDD, we need low band, and I kept saying, no, we don't, Caleb, because this new stuff's coming out. TDD is going to work great, and you said, no, I don't believe you, Ricky.
Mid band on FDD, not low band, mid band, but I'm glad that stuff came out because this actually solves the problem right there because you actually have, as long as you have enough spectrum, like 100 megahertz channel.
Yes,
you can actually make this work perfectly. Which I just, I'm glad this is here. This makes actually used for TDD. And I don't have to freaking pull my hair out for a FDD.
Yeah, exactly.
Splitting,
All right. So in this next slide, this kind of shows you how it works. So it's spatial beam isolation duplexer. That's what it is. SBFD. That's spatial beam full duplex. That's what it is. So as you see here, you got the blue will be the receive, and then the turquoise will be the transmit. So you got two different beams doing two different things instead of using one beam for both transmit and receive. And another thing this helps out too with the microwave as we go higher in frequency in the microwave band, like 3 gigahertz and 13 gigahertz and millimeter wave, what happens with those frequencies is you get a lot of bounciness. So you get a thing called Doppler shift. So when you transmit it out, even though it's going out, it may change frequency because of the Doppler shift. And so this will help that because now you got two complete beamforming. So even though you're transmitting on this frequency, when it comes back on a different frequency, the receive will be able to adjust it so that it captures that receive frequency. So it's not so bad anymore. And then here, frequency isolation for SBFD. So it's spatial beam full duplex. So you can set up on that frequency 20 megahertz bandwidth uplink and then 40 downlink is just one example. And then digital analog self interference mitigation. Here's the big thing.
So important. Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah, self interference mitigation. That means it's to use AI and machine learning, ML, and it's able to adjust things to eliminate the interference. So when you eliminate the interference and you can crank up the power more and you have more sensitivity on the receiving, it's a win-win. That means when you're connected to a tower, you could be indoors with 3 gigahertz, and the uplink can be like a couple hundred megabits per second, and the downlink can be a couple gigabits per second. And they're already testing this stuff out. So I'm going to show you that here.
Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. Can you go back to the
this one? Yeah.
So
okay.
The TX processing including potential nulling. So basically, when in the null zone, you have barely any service, right? Because between sectors,
right?
Between, RF radiated patterns, right? So with this interference mitigation, what this is actually going to do, say for example, do you take a typical N41 signal, has high interference, and what does the signal do? It stops working, right? So with this, you actually have, the mitigation characteristics in there, and basically with this, it's going to use your like a TDD RF near field and a TD RF far field to actually use, RF, patterns to actually mitigate the interference based on your channel frequencies, right? So this is absolutely a game changer. And I'm so happy because, dealing with the N41 frequency, had to, especially with handoff issues, you really had to deal with interference, what's around each tower when you're handing off, right? And what's directly at the sector, right? It was just such a pain in the butt to deal with N41 interference. And now this TDD, interference mitigation is just such a game changer. And this will make your handoffs a lot better. You're not going to have to deal with, a lot of noise, right, when you're going from tower to tower.
Yep. Ooh, look at all them warnings. Have you seen so many warnings in your life? Holy crap.
Are you looking at the weather again? Oh, my God.
Look at that. Wind chill warning. Wind chill watch.
I am not I'm not looking at the weather at all. I don't give two rips. I'm not doing it.
Yep.
Let's talk about
all right, so here we go.
The weather.
So this new technology, what they're calling it is advanced MIMO evolution. So that's what they're actually calling it. So it's going to bring new capabilities, efficiency, flexibility to the 5G system. So actually this is going to help really make us real 5G is what it's going to help us do. And then let's see, subband full duplex. That's how we just explained it. The real-time over-the-air prototype in San Diego now supports simultaneous downlink and uplink transmissions utilizing a single antenna divided into 2 subband panels. SBFD brings additional network capacity and lower latency communications. Okay, what is new radio? What is 5G? The standard 3GPP standard says what? Pings under 10.
Yeah, it's 10 gigabytes. Yeah.
Speeds over a gigabyte. This is going to help us get there.
Yeah.
Because the FCC is effing us over big time with frequencies. So guess what? We're going to be forced, especially if the cable companies gets their way and 3.1, like we talked about last week, gets converted to CBRS. There goes the macro. There goes the massive MIMO. Now, CBRS, band 48, N48 cannot use massive MIMO. Can't use this tech. This tech cannot be used. There's not enough wide enough channels. Right. It's 40 megahertz, and you can't use massive MIMO because you can't use a high gain antenna.
This is for millimeter wave. All this stuff we're talking about. This is,
Well, it is for 3 gigahertz. We're going to get there.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm just touching it, but wait, yeah, it's for 3 gigahertz too. That's what I'm saying. Everything on 3.4 and 3.7 that they're putting up now is getting ripped down in 2 years with this new antenna.
Nice.
Doesn't that just blow your mind? that they're spending billions of dollars to put all this shit up, and they're going to take it right down in 2 years and replace it by this new stuff.
I'm really trying to wrap around how exactly to make that the RF configuration for the 3 gigahertz signal, because if you're thinking about it, you really have to do that for the whole entire band. So yeah, I'm trying to like wrap my brain around that right now. It's kind of
I know it's mad crazy. Yeah, I'm going to show you the Qualcomm's examples here. But then the second part of this is upper mid-band expansion. So what is upper mid-band expansion? Well, mid-band is from 7 to 24 gigs. Because as you know, 24 gigahertz to like 40 gigahertz is actually millimeter wave. Okay, so that's millimeter wave. But there's a space between there, between 7 and 24. They're calling this the upper mid-band is what they're calling it. So as you know, the standards changed. It used to be called sub 6 gigahertz is mid-band, okay? Then the release 17 come out, and now it's sub 7 because guess what they did? They did N96, N102, N104, which are all C-band, that's right, C-band, 6 and 7 gigahertz. 6 gigahertz is the unlicensed new 5G unlicensed. I did a live stream on that a couple weeks ago. So that is C-band. 6 gigahertz is C-band. Okay. So now it's sub 7. It's not sub 6 anymore because 6 gigahertz is considered the very top of the mid-band. And now this is going to be the upper mid-band. And this is where GigaMimo is coming in. We're going to have GigaMimo, which can utilize an order of magnitude of more antenna elements than 5G massive MIMO, unlocking more wide area bandwidth in the upper mid-band, so between 7 and 24 gigahertz, and make it viable for cellular communications. Only if the FCC approves this for high-power macro bands and wide channels. If they do the CBRS shit up here in 13 gigahertz and 10 gigahertz and all these frequencies between 7 and 24, if they make it shared spectrum, you can't use GigaMimo. So the FCC can F this up very fast. Let's pray to everybody that the FCC doesn't screw this up.
Yeah, I was just about to make a point. So the upper mid band, 7 to 24 gigahertz. This is really going to be useful when you combine the 10, 12, and 13 gigahertz bands for wider.
That's right.
Bands, because this is extremely important. But the reason why I say this is because eventually you're going to have a single antenna. That's using the upper mid band and all that spectrum, and this really makes me happy. This is such a great move, and I am totally on board with the upper mid band because I love mid band.
Yeah, I'm sure SMT's probably he didn't join us in the live stream here, but I'm sure he's watching right now, and he's probably saliva's probably dripping out of his mouth right now, watching this, because I know he loves MIMO technology because he just did a stream not doing about it. So. And of course, I've been talking about it for years, and it's just amazing. Now, the other part of this is called sub-terahertz air lensed MIMO. It's a key vector for 6G, which is a utilization of a new spectrum bands. A lensed MIMO design can officially unlock wider bandwidths in the 100 plus gigahertz spectrum to deliver 100 gigabits per second output, suitable for demanding use cases. Of course, we're a long ways from that. This is just, they're actually experimenting with this, but we're still another 10 years, maybe 5 years. I don't know, but
I can actually tell you how that's gonna work a little bit.
Yeah, front haul, back haul.
Well, not just that. I'm talking about the actual MIMO design. So basically, it's gonna be like, think of it like a fulcrum mirror type of deal.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're gonna have like it's almost like a mirror facing another mirror type of deal. Like cross it. And kind of like make an X out of it, and that's pretty much all it's going to be.
Yep. Well, this terahertz frequency is actually going to be used on tower sites. You know how they're experimenting with that right now? You know how a tower site, when you put up a tower site, you have to run this copper cable up, the coax?
The fiber, yeah.
For the old stuff?
Oh, yeah.
The old way you had to put that up. Yeah, and then also, and the new stuff that are putting out is just a control cable, but still it's copper wire. Now the front haul is actually fiber. It's actually glass stuff, so it doesn't have any metal in it. But the control cables are still that. But still, a cheaper way to do this is to put an antenna up at the sector site up there, right? And you point the antenna down to the ground. And down at the ground, at where the building is connected with terahertz. So you have a transmitter antenna transmit receive antenna on your building that's connected to your fiber inside, and it transmits with terahertz up to the tower site, to the sector, and it can do 100 gigahertz from there, just a small, 100 to 200 feet up. So can you imagine that? Because right now, what's the limitation on the front haul fiber? Is there any limitations with that right now? If you want to increase the front haul up to the sectors, do you have to add more? You have to replace that fiber optic? You have to run a new fiber up?
You do. So basically what you would do is you would splice in, basically like a double bonded pair, right?
Okay.
Front end.
So if you want to increase the front haul, you have to actually run a second line and then splice it in.
Yeah.
Okay. So with this terahertz, they don't even have to do that. So they can actually build a brand new tower site. They don't have to even run front haul. They can do everything across this. And they could probably even do the controlling on this too. To control the radio. If they do a internet IP-based cloud control from the controller down at the tower site, right, in the building up to the actual radios, right, they could use terahertz, use the internet spectrum of terahertz with the internet with 100 gig and actually control the radio and provide the fiber with just one data stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
So think about how much quicker you can upgrade a tower and have all this unlimited amount of front haul going. So whatever you put into that tower site, it's going to beam it right up to the panels up top. So this is some amazing stuff. And
especially.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So the next spot here is mobile millimeter wave evolution. So here's the next one. The mobile millimeter wave technology evolution is pushing for more efficient deployments at higher performance systems as demonstrated by Qualcomm Technologies. Intelligent 5G millimeter wave deployment. Building on last year's demo, the machine learning, that's what we said a few minutes ago, an optimization-based approach to millimeter network planning evaluates different millimeter wave infrastructures options for most cost-optimized deployment. So basically what you're doing, it's a pre-plan. So you put it on a map, using a computer, and then you put all your transmitters out, and you click the button transmit, and it uses the reflections of the microwave hitting the buildings bouncing around. It shows you where the dead spots are, shows you where the shadows are, and it shows you how the beamforming is going to do everything.
Yeah,
and then with machine learning, it can adjust that. And then when you do this on a computer, it's telling you, okay, in order to get these gaps filled in, you have to put another node in these certain locations. And then you can click on it and put a node there, click on it, put a node there, and then hit transmit. And then you can look for more red spots. If you have any red spots, then you got to put another node. So what they do is they predetermine this and get it ready. So then when they go out there and actually do it, then they go out and they go, okay, well, we need a node at this intersection right here. And they just go there and they just build it out, and then they turn it on and it works perfectly. So it's pre-planning on the deployments.
Yeah, it's prediction modeling. We used to
yes, prediction modeling. That's it.
The difference between like what we do, what we do now and what this is this actually accounts for. Let me try to think of a way to say this. So basically, when you design a cell site with a sector on it, you say, hey, I want this frequency, this frequency, this frequency. And it projects out, okay, you're going to, at single frequencies, this is what your coverage is going to be. Versus this, to where you're taking it all types of different characteristics, like, RF conditions, you're taking in for different infrastructure, you're taking in for different, multiple RF pathways, right? So basically, you can actually play around with your beamforming. You can play around with how the RF pattern works. Right?
Very amazing.
So spitting out the frequency, right? So this is extremely important.
Absolutely. So the shift to level 1, level 2 based mobility and millimeter wave deployments improves system performance demanding use cases such as mobile virtual reality. Millimeter wave spectrum sharing. The more sophisticated spectrum sharing schemes achieve new efficiencies, increase service quality, and deliver significantly higher network capacity for all using. So,
definitely.
So here's the other part, the AI part, the AI-enabled 5G air interface design. AI will play an essential role in solving difficult wireless challenges for 5G Advanced and beyond. 2 over-the-air demonstrations that adopt machine learning techniques bring new levels of air interface performance and efficiency. You got cross-node ML, which is machine learning for channel state feedback. That's your CSF. Building on the system simulations last year, this new data-driven air interface design in the over-the-air network targeting Release 18 reduces communication overhead and improves capacity and throughput. Cross-mode machine learning for beam management, the expanded 5G millimeter wave over-the-air prototype I hate these big words. Quantitative showcases the benefits of machine learning, beam management, including improved usable network capacity and extended device battery life. Yeah, so this is all really high tech stuff. And then let's see, you got 5G millimeter precise positioning. So yeah, so you'll be able to use millimeter wave to know exactly where you could be in an apartment building and it'll know exactly what floor, what apartment you're in. It's going to help with 911 calling. So when you call 911 and you're connected to millimeter wave, it's going to tell you exactly what floor you're on and what apartment you're calling from and stuff.
Oh my gosh, I love the narrowband positioning. So basically,
yes, narrowband positioning.
This is exactly amazing because what this is that, you know, your phone has to take some time for the UE to go back to the tower saying, oh, you know, I just received a, you know, a narrow, you know, a beam width, and sorry, a multi-beam signal, right? So with this, for the narrow band and our, this basically reduces the time, you know, to communications between your UE and the tower. And the cool part about this is you got the multi-cell downlink arc angle departure. So basically, you're going to have multiple cells communicating. And basically what this is doing is actually, instead of having your beam width, I'm sorry, not your beam width. God dang, what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I mean? The beam forming. Beam forming, thank you. Instead of having your beam forming just communicate with one cell, guess what? It's going to communicate with multi-cell, so multi-beam forming cells to your phone.
Right.
That's what. That's exactly what.
This is going to help with your upload because remember when I did the live stream about uplink booster. Basically, it's getting feedback from all the neighboring towers to say, "Hey, I'm using this frequency, and don't use this frequency because And what it does is it ignores reflective paths, and it beams in on one path and makes it more efficient.
Yeah, this is so important.
It takes care of cross beam width interference is what it's called.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So this actually takes care of that because basically instead of this kind of eliminates it in a way because you're using multi-cells for beam forming, and basically you're not.
And this is going to help dual connectivity work better too.
Yeah, you're not reliant on one cell of beam forming anymore. This is freaking amazing.
Wow. And your phone is going to give feedback. So basically your phone is going to it's going to beam packets back to the tower and say, hey, this beam you're sending me is shit. It's garbage. It's like T-Mobile. Don't send this to me no more. And then it shuts the beam off. And then another beam, it hits the phone and it says, oh, this is a good beam. I got a good connection here. Keep this one going. Follow me as I'm walking through the park. And as you walk through the park, it uses machine learning to know which direction, speed, and elevation you're going, and it keeps that beam on you as you go. And see, as with millimeter wave, as with Carlos, when he goes from outdoors to indoors, sometimes you know how his stream buffers when he's on like millimeter wave? If you're sitting in one spot, it's not bad. But when you're moving around, it's really hard for the beams to really know where you are and keep it on there. And when you're streaming video on a live stream, it's important. It has to have good handoffs. It has to say, all right, you're getting to the edge cell. All right. Well, I got another beam that's going to take over. Okay, here's beam number 2. It's hitting you right. Okay, switch over to that beam. And it does a better handoff, and you don't get the buffering on your video. Yeah. So this is going to help with that.
Yeah. So this multi-cell beam forming, which I just absolutely love. Basically, each cell is a different, for example, millimeter wave frequency. So basically, you get your own frequency your own beam in multiple beams.
Yep.
Right to your phone,
and it picked the best beam at all of them
in motion.
Which is
absolutely fucking amazing. So this is great stuff.
And then we got green energy efficient networks, and you know, AT&T is complaining because they got a $1.6 million electric bill, right? Well, this is going to help with that. And the Ericsson equipment they're deploying out there now already shuts down. Like on your phone, if you're not using any data, it switches back to LTE. It turns off your 5G, and then as soon as you do a data, then the 5G UW comes back on, and that's amazing how that happens. So. And they're already deploying it on the new stuff. So just because you see a 4G icon on your phone does not mean that there's no 5G on that tower. So if you do a speed test, you'll know if there's ultra wideband there, because it'll switch from 4G over to ultra wideband. Or if you're like streaming music or you're watching a YouTube video, if you're doing any data intensive anything, then yeah, it's going to kick in on that UW. That N77 is going to kick on, and then it's going to give you the extra download. And this is what's helping efficiency of this tower site too. So that way, you know, you got more, it reserves the high data users to the UW, and then the low users, it puts it on LTE. So basically optimizes the tower so that you get the best amount of data usage out, so you're not wasting data. Because why would you have an idle phone connected to a 5G holding it up and another phone can't use it? So that's what Ericsson is doing. Ericsson's making all this new stuff that's reducing the amount of energy too. And here's another thing that's going to be amazing. Super QAM is coming out. It's an alternative noise canceling, enables the use of a higher order modulation for increased speed and efficiency. The demonstration achieves an incredible 16K QAM in a sub-7 gigahertz spectrum in a lab setup, and 1K QAM in a millimeter wave in a real-time over-the-air demonstration.
Sub-7 gigahertz. That's the part I like, because you can really push out 16K in these higher frequencies of upper mid-band, right? So that's those frequencies are, you know, especially for the bandwidth given. That's the more bandwidth you have, the more QAM you can push, right? So this is absolutely, again, amazing. So this is so important, so that, you know, as you mentioned earlier, that the FCC does a couple of things. They auction off, you know, the 10, 12, 13 gigahertz at high power, and really get out the bandwidth for the carriers to use these sub-7 gigahertz. And they'll be able to push out that 16K QAM. And you know, it's just, that'll be absolutely incredible.
The enemy to 5G technology is CBRS, shared, low power, no massive MIMO. That is the enemy of 5G. So just like we talked about before.
Frequencies launched, you know, nobody's really care about CBRS. They'll be all hyped up about 12, 13, 10 gigahertz, you know. In my opinion, millimeter wave. Right?
But see, 3 gigahertz is the magic band, because it gives you the wide channels. It gives you it gets better range. So the only problem with going up higher frequency range is you're going to have to do all small cells to do it. But of course, GigaMimo is going to help that, and I'm going to show you that here coming up. All right, so ticket to the metaverse. Well, I don't even want to talk about the metaverse, because I think the metaverse is garbage. So I don't care about the metaverse. Industrial 5G networks. That's all right. We need to clap on that one. Industrial 5G networks. Qualcomm Technologies continue to drive innovations for high network efficiency and capacity while meeting the most stringent industrial system performance requirements, such as latency and reliability. These demonstrations show enhancements to our over-the-air testbed and launch of our 5G innovation platform with the latest technologies to enable new verticals. So 5G advanced for the smart factory. The latest smart factory setup in San Diego combines network elements from the Open RAN framework, AI for coordinated multi-point transmissions, and 5G side-link to connect even more devices in the factory of the future with 99.9999% reliability. I've heard that number before.
I know.
99. Where did I hear that number? 99.999%. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's T-Mobile's coverage in the United States on 5G. Yeah.
What's the skunk ape sound?
What do you mean?
Yes.
What do you mean? They don't have 99% coverage? Of course they don't. 5G, 6G innovation platform for new vehicles. Based in France, Qualcomm Technologies 5G private network testbed will allow for end-to-end research and collaboration with partners. So they're doing more stuff. Yeah, and there's more, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, looky here. Sub-7 gigahertz positioning with machine learning using the 3.5 gigahertz band. Now, as we know, 3.5 gigahertz in USA is the garbage band. It's N48. Yeah. So you can't use massive MIMO. You can only use low power, and you only got a 40 megahertz channel. That's all you're going to get. But in other countries, the rest of the world, they can use 3.5 gigahertz. They consider the 3.5 gigahertz band. They're using the whole band. They're using N77 and they're using N78. They're using the whole band for 5G. 100 megahertz channels. So the other countries did it right. Only the USA screwed up 3.5 gigahertz. So as we do these examples coming up, don't get the 3.5 gigahertz band confused with CBRS band 48, because these tests were used in other countries that has real 5G on 3.5. 100 megahertz channels. So just remember that when we were talking about 3.5 gigahertz. This is overseas because Qualcomm is testing it over there. So you got RF fingerprinting, improved 3D precision for challenging indoor industrial environments with obstructed line of sight and multi-path. 60 gigahertz unlicensed. That's another.
It's great for indoors.
That's it's the V band, I think. Yeah, I think 60 gigahertz is V band. That's unlicensed, so you don't have to have a license up there. And GigaMimo is going to be perfect for this. But the only problem is I don't know about the power output. So as long as you can still use 100 megahertz wide channels, even at low power, you can still use GigaMimo. But if they constrict the channels where it's a narrow channel, that's what's going to hurt it. But as long as they can have 100 megahertz channels and 60 gigahertz, they can use this GigaMimo, even at low power, even if they have to cut the power down a little bit, because the GigaMimo is going to actually make up for that. It's going to actually, even with low power, it's going to give you good range. Wide area IoT expansion. This is basically the same thing. 5G NR Lite. Red cap means reduced capability. So you're actually watering down the 5G, kind of like network slicing, because IoT devices doesn't need 1 gigabit down. They just need a low latency. So they can just give them assigned 10 megahertz bandwidth. So 10 megabits per second down, 10 megabits up, if that's what they need, and they can give them a ping of 1 or 2 milliseconds. If that's all they need, then that's what they get. So that way you can have more users, because why assign a gigahertz or 1 gig of spectrum to them when they don't even need it? If 10 is good enough for them, they just need the low ping, and that's why they did this. So it makes it more efficient for the system. You can service more pizzas, or more users. I'm thinking pizza. Basically, you take a pizza. Okay, what if you take a pizza and you got a 17-inch pizza, okay, and you make the slices where you got 8 big slices, okay, so, and you give a slice to each person. So you got 8 people in a room. You give a slice to 8 people. So they each get a slice. Now the pizza's gone. But what happens if there's 16 people in a room? Well, only 8 people is going to get pizza. The other 8 people are not going to get any pizza. And that's not fair, because they're there for the pizza party too. So what you do is you slice the pizza in 16 slices. So the slices are more narrow, but it's more slices. And then you hand out a slice to everybody in the room. So 16 people each gets a slice. And they're happy enough because they're going to have, cake and ice cream afterwards. So they don't need a big slice. They just need a little slice to hold them over till dessert. That's the same way. That's how efficient 5G is going to come up. And then you got the automotive industry. You got the 5G, sell your vehicle to everything and all that stuff. God. Yep. So the cars are going to be all connected. So imagine this. You're driving down the road in your car after this technology comes out. It's foggy out. There's a 20-car pileup up ahead. You can't see it. You can't see the 20-car pileup up ahead. Because, well, first of all, there's not going to be a 20-car pileup because of this technology. It's going to prevent it. Okay, let's say a truck slows down. Okay, so you go from clear conditions, You're out in California in the valley. It's clear as a bell, and you're going 65 miles an hour. All of a sudden, the visibility dropped down to a couple hundred feet. You can't see nothing. So what does the 18-wheeler do? The 18-wheeler slows down to 25 miles an hour. Okay? But the cars coming towards that truck cannot see the truck. But since we got vehicle to everything connected, all the cars are using position recording and using 60 gigahertz, and it's transmitting in all directions. It's a beacon. It transmits a beacon. Okay, here is my position, and here's my speed, and here's my direction, and it puts that out. And then your car picks up that signal, and then it says, oh shit, traffic just went from 65 to 25 up ahead. So then the car alerts the driver, and it said slow traffic ahead. So then you automatically slow down to 25 miles an hour, and then you don't hit the truck. And then the car behind you slows down, and the car behind you slows down. It can prevent multi-car pileups, and that's what this technology is made to do.
Yeah, that's
pretty amazing.
Thing that I agree with it. It's going to be more safety on the road, less accidents.
Safety on the road. Yep. All right, so that's basically the actual showcase. This was at the convention at I forget what the name of the place was. What do you call it? It was in Vegas at the Mobile World. MWC, that's what it's called, Mobile World Congress. This was in Barcelona in February, but they just had one didn't they just have one in Vegas just like last month or something? I think they had another show in Vegas, if I remember right.
Maybe.
But of course, this what we're talking about here come from February last year, so it was like a little less than a year ago. February in 2022 is when this come out. But this is 10 innovation areas for 5G Advanced. So basically that one slide it was taken off of this, but this is everything. So this was MWC 22. So it's Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. And this is all basically the new 5G stuff for 5G Advanced. So we had LTE and then we had LTE Advanced. Well, now we got 5G, which has been a shit show for the past 2 years, completely garbage and fake. Well, now 5G Advanced is coming out, and finally we're going to get real 5G. Just like when 4G LTE come out, it was garbage in the beginning. It was a joke as well. It was not very much better than 3G, just a little bit. But then when LTE Advanced come out, then we got 5 carrier aggregation. You got all these things that made it better. Well, now we're heading into 5G Advanced. So finally, and then after we get done with release 18, then it's going to be pretty nice. And then release 19 will come out, which, if you want to learn all about the two releases, 17 and 18, watch my past live stream. I did a whole episode on it. If you missed that replay, make sure you click on that replay and learn about release 17 and release 18. And it shows all the good stuff that's coming out. It's going to make 5G actually real and happen. If the FCC stops effing us over, that is, and the FAA stop effing us over as well. Because we all know what the FAA has been doing, which they're still fighting. They're still fighting. Oh, yeah. They're still trying to shut down N77. It's like, are you kidding me? And it's only the USA. The rest of the world, they're not even fighting it. N77 and N78 and N79 is deployed. N79 is C-band. Yeah, N79 is 4 gigahertz. It's real C-band. 77 and 78 is S-band. That's right. Here we go with this over again. Mm-hmm. You guys are going to be saying stuff in the comments about that stuff. Oh, here's Ricky going off again. Oh, shit. Yeah, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Chain Fry says, we need multi-MIMO uplink on the phone too. That is right. And guess who makes the modems in the phones? Qualcomm. So guess what? They're already working on this stuff in the phones to match what's in the towers. That's what we've been saying all along. Qualcomm is doing the best job, I think, out there for RF stuff.
Yep, absolutely.
So this is amazing. And James says future S22 will have it. Yes, they will. The X70 modem, I'm pretty sure is going to be in the S23 Ultra. I haven't heard it's confirmed yet, but I'm pretty sure. I just can't imagine. If they do put the X65 modem in the S23, they are going to have the worst ever sales.
It's already
Nobody's going to buy it. Nobody's going to buy a phone for a camera. There's a couple other enhancements too. Yeah, you got better chipset, and you got a better display. But
we're going to be X70 modem, bro, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's pretty much. It's not confirmed yet. We still haven't got the actual specs that's coming out. The phone was certified, as we see here. Remember, we talked about this last week. The FCC just approved it, so here it is. Here's all the frequency bands. That's everything there. And we got band 258 now. It's going to be available. So that's going to be amazing. So you got a new millimeter wave band that's approved. So we got 260, 261, and 258. 260 is 39 gigahertz, I think, right? 39 gigahertz, and 261 is 28 gigahertz, if I remember right. I'd have to look. I don't have everything memorized yet. Okay, so 261 is 28 gigahertz. 260 is 39 gigahertz. So there you go. And then 258 is 26 gigahertz. That's K-band. So we have a new millimeter wave K-band that the carriers can start deploying as well. So there you go. Now we got K-band, we got Ka-band. Well, there you go. And then look at here, N263 is coming out probably next year. It's going to be the 60 gigahertz V-band. That's the unlicensed spectrum. And look at these channel sizes, Caleb. What do you think about this? Do you see that channel size?
Yeah, I like it.
You like that?
I do.
I mean, look at this. The unlicensed 60 gigahertz V-band for 5G is going to be 100, 400, 800, 1600, 2000 megahertz of spectrum. Can you imagine taking GigaMimo technology, which we haven't even talked about yet? I mean, I said the word, but I haven't showed you guys yet. That's coming. But can you imagine GigaMimo with 2,000 megahertz of spectrum?
Yeah. So
how fast is the speed going to be?
So I can, so basically, 2,000, megahertz of channel bandwidth on N60. Like I mentioned earlier, 60 gigahertz is going to be great for indoor applications, right? So you're going to have multi-gig fiber-esque experience indoors, people. How many times have you guys gone into a mall or an elevator and you can't have shit, for service? This 60 gigahertz is going to solve all that in the V band.
Yep.
You're going to have, great channel bandwidth, multi-gig, speeds that's equivalent to fiber. And
you're going to have wireless fiber.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I'm looking for the effort D1. Is this the D1 right here?
It's going to make your Wi-Fi completely useless.
It says D1. Is this D1 right here?
I can't see that, bro.
Right here? Is this D1? I think it's D1. It's the reference for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't tell me much. That's just a reference. This is a 3GPP. 3GPP. But I don't know what that is. I was trying to. It has a note here for D1, but it says NR frequency bands. Side note. NRU 25. NRU 25. NRU 25. Trying to figure out where that's at. D1. But I don't see no D1. NRU 25. I don't know. But there's a note here to this for N263. So there you go. So N263 is going to be the new 60 gigahertz band. So that's not in the phones yet, but that'll be coming up soon.
I cannot wait for that. It's so cool.
Oh, yeah. These higher frequency millimeter wave, it's going to help with indoor. It's going to be amazing.
Absolutely. Yep.
Simply amazing. Okay, so let's get back here to where we was. Oh, remember I was talking about the terahertz? Well, guess what they're experimenting now with, too?
First,
they're using 5G over lasers now.
Oh,
they're doing it in a lab in Sydney.
And this is why I didn't want to do anything anymore.
Yeah, so they're actually experimenting with 5G backhaul link with 10 gig capacity using lasers. So 5G over lasers. And this is what one of the antennas look like right here. God, so you have two of these.
This is like Terminator type stuff. This sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yep. So they're actually experimenting with this down there and laying down under. So yeah, so
I don't
we
even
could do a
wanna think
whole
about it
episode
right
on
now.
that. So
No, I'm not
so
doing it.
yeah.
I'm not doing it. I'm not participating in that one. I'm skipping that one. Sorry.
All right, let me get back to where I was here. Where was we at here? No.
I like RF only. I don't like laser. It's just all a laser is like a heated up radio frequency with a light,
Yeah.
you know. So I just
Mm-hmm.
I can't even look at a laser. Like my eyes are too sensitive. I can't even.
Yeah, mine is too.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't. How do they expect me to like? Oh, the laser there has to be heated up and red, and 10 gigabytes a second. I'm like, fuck that. So no thanks.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, let's see. All right, so Robert says, neat stuff right here. Okay, glad you guys are enjoying the tech we're talking about here. Mike says, I will do the update tonight. Motorola has released upgrade to Android 12. What? 13 just come out. So you're just, well, that's true. You got a budget phone, so it's a little bit behind. So yeah, you're going to like, if you're in 11, you're going to 12, it's going to be a big difference for you, for sure. But 13 is amazing.
Yeah.
Please don't forget to show your appreciation for this information by hitting the like button. These guys are doing a great job and deserve a like. Thank you so much for that, MS. Ricky, I know where we have more frequencies for cellular. If the SEC would repurpose those bands, buy them from the TV companies and auction them off to carriers. Yep. It's not so much even buying it from them. It's just organizing it. Just like they cleared 3.7, they moved the satellite people up to C-band so that we can use 3.7 for 5G. The same thing, the DoD is taking up space in the 3.1, but the dumbass cable companies, they want us to extend the band 48 CBRS shit from 3.4 gigahertz or 3.5 gigahertz down to 3.1 and make it a shared band, which means you can't do no massive MIMO and you do low power. It's worthless. It's garbage. People are already complaining how hard it is to put up band 48 and 48. It's not easy. It's not when you buy the license, you bid in the auction and you get this frequency. You get 100 megahertz of spectrum. It's yours to do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about nobody else. You can do full macro power. You could do this massive MIMO or even GigaMimo if it's on the upper frequencies, upper midband. You could do all that stuff and you don't have to worry about it. But when you're sharing it with other people, there's so many restrictions and limitations. It waters down the frequencies to where they're not worth deploying. Because you got to put so much money into it. In the 80s and 90s, our antenna TV consists of analog, UHF, VHF. Now that we are using digital bands, you have all those analog UHF, VHF bands now being used. Well, that's where band 71 come from. Right. So what they did is they went from analog to digital, and they took everything in the 600 megahertz was the UHF portion of the TV band. So they took all the people off of 600 megahertz, they moved them to the lower end of the band because digital was able to make 4 channels out of one frequency. So you can have 4 TV channels out of one frequency. So you was able to compress everything and move everything down. It's like fragmenting your computer. You move everything down. So then they made the 600 megahertz band, they auctioned it off, and then now you got US Cellular, Dish, and T-Mobile has 600 megahertz. So that's exactly what they did, Mike. You're right. They made those new frequencies. But now they're all gone. There's no more frequencies in L-band that you can auction. There's no frequencies left in L-band. The only thing that's left is parts of the S-band, which is 3.1's left. They can make some room there. And that's it. And there is a little bit of 8 gigahertz. Oh, no. Yeah. 7 and 8 gigahertz are some frequencies available. They can actually make some wide channels up there. And that's what this GigaMimo is going to help with. But we're all afraid, like last week's live stream, of them making it a shared spectrum. So there's rumors that they want to make 10 gigahertz a shared spectrum, which means GigaMimo won't work. You can't use it. Won't work at all. Please explain further if you know a little bit more than me on this subject. Oh, okay, what you just said. There you go. I just did.
Yeah.
I think if we did that, Michael,
channels of like, up to 13, 1 to 13, that's your VHF, and then 14 to, I think it's 50. No, 14.
Yeah, the actual channel numbers and stuff. Yeah, but
VHF. I'm sorry, UHF, right? So 14 to like 30.
Yeah, UHF was like on 500 parts of the 500 megahertz band and the 600 megahertz band. Mm-hmm. But they took the 600, moved it to the 500, the upper part of the 500 megahertz band. VHF is still down in the low parts of the band.
Yep. Which
I forget what frequencies TV is. I think it's 170 or something like that.
You can
160, 170, something like that. Yeah. Well, I mean, we could do a whole live stream on that kind of stuff, I mean, there's a lot to talk about. We could talk about the new ATSC stuff that came out, the new digital TV. There's a second version of digital TV that's coming out that they're starting to launch. Yeah, we're going to do a live stream on that. I think that would be a great topic. So let us know in the comments. We'll do that for the next. Let's close this poll question out here. Well, we haven't talked about GigaMimo yet, so we got to leave this poll question up because we haven't even talked about it yet. So we're going to talk about that next, though. The GigaMimo. So let's see, GigaMimo. We're going to talk about that next. What happened here?
I'll be right back.
All right.
And I'm back.
Oh, and you're back.
Yes.
Come on, I hit
my Tuesdays.
What the hell is going on here?
My Tuesdays are very extremely busy.
I hit pause and it didn't pause. Crazy.
Are you serious?
Oh, here we go.
No, don't download that.
All right. I think if we did that, Michael, we would be too low a band. Even if we did another digital divide, it would be in the 500 megahertz, 600 megahertz band 71. The small 500 would even be smaller. Yeah, there's nothing else you can do with the TV band. So, and you can't really go down lower in frequency for cellular because 600 megahertz is actually too low for 5G. There's not enough channels, and the propagation is too far because the towers will hear each other. So 600 megahertz and 700 megahertz is not a good frequency band for cellular stuff. It's not good. So, I mean, it was good for LTE back in the day, but anymore it's not good. In a medical emergency, I will meet the paramedics in the parking lot to show them the way to my apartment. Or time is short when someone's life can be incurred. Yep, exactly. So the new technology on the 911 location is going to be really good when it comes out. Let's also get Rick's take on it. Ricky did study for CB radio bands. Ricky would be a lot about different radio bands. Yeah, the CB bands are way down there. There is a 400 megahertz band that's used in Brazil. Yeah, there is 400 megahertz that's used for cellular. It doesn't work very good. I mean, it's there. He said, I think it's band 31. Here, I'll show you what band it is. It's right here. Band 87 is 410 megahertz. Band 88 is 410 megahertz. Band 31 is 450 megahertz. Band 72 is 450 megahertz. Band 73 is 450 megahertz. And there's your 400 megahertz band right there. So, and look at the channel size. Channel bandwidths, maximum of 5 megahertz on a band. That's garbage. 5 megahertz is nothing. That doesn't even do well for LTE. So, and then you go to 600 megahertz, which is 71, band 71. Now you can do a 20 megahertz channel. See, all this stuff with these channel sizes, that's the thing with LTE. The 20 is the biggest channel size you can use. Now, when you go over to NR 5G, then it's different. Then you can start doing some, as you notice, there's no 5G on 400 megahertz because you can't do it. N71 has a maximum channel size of 20 megahertz. Of course, there is some exception, 25 for downlink, and B1 downlink. B1 is, so you can do a 25, 30, or 35 on downlink only. But in general, you can only do 20 megahertz. So look here, N12, 700, all these 700 megahertz. Look, N28, you can do a 30 megahertz channel. That's it. Let's see if there's any other bigger. Oh, here's N89, 850 megahertz. I don't know where that's at. That you could do a 50 megahertz channel on that, but that's kind of weird. I don't know what country that's in, but that's equal to our N5. But that's for another country. And it even says here it's SUL, which is supplemental uplink. So it's an uplink only band. And then let's see if we got anything else here. Oh, here's N50. This is L band, 15 mega or 1.5 gigahertz. You can do an 80 megahertz channel, but that's downlink only. So 60 on the maximum on that. So this 1.5, you can actually do massive MIMO on this at 60 megahertz channel. So other countries are doing it right. And if you go over here, you got this N75, which is 1.5. That's in Europe. You can do a 50 megahertz channel. And then look at this. N76, 5 megahertz channel. N24, 10 megahertz. See, all these narrow channels are not good for 5G. It's icon only. And then you go over here, N3, which is 1800 megahertz. It's right below band 2. They can do 50 megahertz channel, whatever country that's in. A cellular network, let's see. It doesn't say what country that's in. And then let's see if there's any other wide. Now, really, when you get to the 100 megahertz channels, 80, 100 megahertz channel, you start off at like N40, 2.3, which is equal to AT&T's N30. And N30 is restricted to 10 megahertz. So, see there? That's why N30 is not going to be a very good 5G band. There's not enough bandwidth. But N40 in another country, you can do a 100 megahertz channel. See there? Other countries is doing 5G better than the U.S. They're just so crazy. Look at these other frequencies. N53. Well, that's a global star terrestrial frequency. That's only 10 megahertz. And then let's see. N41, you could do a 100 megahertz channel. Of course, it doesn't perform very well. Well, sometimes. N90 is 100. N7 is 50. And as you go up higher in frequency, as you see, you got pretty much all 100 megahertz channels. And you got C-band up here. N96 C-band, you do 100. N102, 104 C-band, you can do 100. But it's all low power stuff too. It's like mainly for indoors. So that's what the 5G bands pretty much do. Let's get back on this. Okay. All right, let's see. Aaron says, yo, what? I can't believe I'm up late to this stream. Oh, yeah, we're in there 2 hours. We're about to do this giveaway as soon as we get done with this presentation here. So we're going to be giving away $50.
Speaking of that giveaway,
yep.
do you do
Hello,
Cash
Jarrett.
App?
No, I don't do. We've been talking about this all night. We just talked about Cash App. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I don't do
Cash App.
I don't.
Oh, you were still working? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still on the clock. I'm exporting.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later about it, but I get paid Friday. I'll get you your $50 one way or another. Somehow we'll do it. So even if I do it PayPal, because I can send it by PayPal too. Let's see. Manny's here. How you doing? Why isn't the U.S. using 400 megahertz like Brazil does? Yep, I just explained that. European Union and their airline can use airplane mode with no issues. Why can't we? Yep, exactly. Stick around for the live stream. Subscribers of RFK for 1 hour more eligible for the contest tonight. RFK plans on giving $50 as a winner. Yes, winner, chicken dinner. I mean, the airline passenger Europe Union can use airplane mode on planes. Why can't the U.S.? Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess they're lifting the restrictions on you that you don't have to use airplane mode now in the USA. I read an article where they're doing away with it, but yet they're complaining about stupid altimeters on C-band being interfered by S-band. But yet they say, oh, well, you can use your phone, but you can't do 5G around airports. Go figure. Stupid. I never use Wi-Fi on my primary phone since iPhones will randomly connect to open cable Wi-Fi hotspots and FUP. There's a setting in your phone, I think on the iPhone. I don't know. You have to let me know, Austin, if that's true or not. That you can actually. He says, I never use Wi-Fi on my primary phone since my iPhone will randomly connect to open cable Wi-Fi hotspots and FUP. There should be a setting in that phone where you can toggle that to where it won't try to connect to keep you safe.
An iPhone, with an iPhone, he had to have joined that same network MAC address to for that iPhone to be like, hey, I recognize this network, I'll join it. It doesn't freely join guest networks. Like say you had an iPhone, Ricky.
Well, there's a setting in my Samsung that it will connect automatically to any open network.
Yeah, you could.
I have it disabled.
You could also.
But I don't know how that works in the iPhone.
So you just go.
That's what he's talking about.
So you go. Yeah,
there's a setting in there.
Tap on tap on the little more options next to the network name, and then
there you go.
Auto join network. You could turn that off, but it should not be joining a guest network unless you had to have logged into that guest network too.
Yeah, he's not talking about a guest network. He's just saying his phone connects to all open networks in the.
No,
and that's what his problem
is.
The
iPhone does not. No, he must have connected that network somehow, some way prior, because I have to always if I go to like say Walmart or whatever, because most of their equipment is always the same in each Walmart most of the time, and it recognizes the SSID.
Yeah, he'll have to let us know if he connected to that. But according to what it looked like he said is that it's just any open network his phone sees it connects to.
No, the iPhones don't do that. But I know that.
But the Android will do that if you have that setting turned on. There's a setting in our menu that if you have that on, it will connect automatically. But I have mine turned off. But see, I don't know about the iPhone. But
the iPhone will only join networks that you forced it to join. So if you forced it, say Ricky's guest Wi-Fi in his Jeep, his hotspot's named that, and there's no password. Hypothetically, if I join my iPhone on your network and then I was down there in the summer in the Keys hanging out with you or whatever, I come back next year, and if I did not clear that out, if I did not tap on,
right? Well, that's that's a manual connection, but that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about an open network. His iPhone connects to it, tries to connect to
but
it.
What I'm
every open network.
What I'm saying, there's no way because the iPhone requires you to manually connect to that network before it will recognize it to connect to it in the future. Yeah.
Now on my phone, if I've connected to a network and then I don't want to connect to it no more, I can go in there and click forget, and then it will never try to connect. So
well, the always on to open networks like it is on Android is not a feature on iPhones. That is not.
Okay. Well, I don't know how his phone's doing it. Then he says this does it. So. All right. Well, Manny says 60 gigahertz already exists in Wi-Fi. There was some Wi-Fi routers that transmit, but 60 gigahertz is not on Wi-Fi. It's not any part of the Wi-Fi standard. So there's no 60 gigahertz. That's unlicensed V-band.
Yeah.
There's no Wi-Fi routers using that.
The only thing close to 60 gigahertz is air fiber.
Yeah. So for Wi-Fi, there's no 60 gigahertz for Wi-Fi. There's no routers that has 60 gigahertz. It has 6 gigahertz, which is the new band. That's Wi-Fi 6E, and Wi-Fi 7 will have 6 gigahertz, but not 60 gigahertz. 60 gigahertz is an unlicensed band. There was some rumors and talk that some router manufacturers were going to make that. Now, there is a private network for like warehouses, for commercial warehouses, that makes Wi-Fi type equipment for commercial deployments that has 60 gigahertz in it, but your normal home Wi-Fi router doesn't have it in it.
Guess what?
And Manny says, isn't lasers called Li-Fi? I don't know if it's called Li-Fi, but that sounds like a pretty cool name, though.
I fixed my T-Mobile 5G ultra capacity, so now I get actually decent speed.
How'd you fix it?
Well,
did you shoot the skunk ape?
I think I had to. My phone wasn't switching to the T-Mobile firmware, but now it is. Now I'm actually getting a nice. Signal. Got 158 down and about 10 megabytes on the up.
Well, Shazam!
It's not bad. Not bad for being not bad. I say not bad.
And Livvdi says, "What's the latest with the FAA drama?" Oh, they're still fighting. They're still fighting.
Wow.
It's too bad they can't really make more bands. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. I mean, everything is just getting. Everybody wants their piece of the pie. I mean, the fire and police wants radio frequencies, commercial networks. Land mobile radios. They need that and this. But all these upper frequencies, microwave stuff, that's the future. That's why we got to have GigaMimo. That's why we're going to talk about that next. But we need auctions. We need auctions because it ain't no good to get a frequency and spend all this money to develop it if you can't use the equipment for that specific frequency. So it's crazy. If the SEC would force the radio stations to go digital, we could repurpose analog AM and FM bands. Well, not AM. You can't do FM on AM. AM is AM. It has to be AM. Now, there is a digital version of AM. I don't know. I forget exactly, but it's pretty complicated. But there is a new digital AM, but it's still AM. It is still AM amplitude modulation, but there's some kind of digital enhancement to it. So I don't know. I forget exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's actually.
But the FM bands, they have HD radio on FM. So they did run out of FM radio stations. They ran out. There's all these stations out there, and they want more stations. So what they did is they came out with FM digital. So it's called HD radio, and some cars actually have that now. So on one frequency, you can have multiple stations. Cool. Yeah, it is. The clarity is really, really good on that stuff.
Yeah, it's like if you were listening to like Dolby Audio. It's actually really nice.
Yep.
Yeah, the AM HD is actually really nice. I've actually got a chance to listen to one in Florida when I was out there. It actually uses a full 5 kilohertz signal, unlike the FM HD, which actually has to use two sub carriers to actually get your HD. One for
true.
Half analog, and then the other half HD, right? But the AM is actually a full HD 5 kilohertz. I'm telling you, is the most clearest, amazingest I've ever heard in my life.
Well, I'm gonna apologize.
Oh, Mindy. Oh my God. If I win the $50, can I give it to the FJB Mental Health Fund? that's funny. That's crazy. That's the comment of the night right there.
I'm gonna apologize ahead of time if this Mac in my background starts sounding like a jet.
Oh, okay. Manny says yes, they can do 400 megahertz band, reopen band 900 megahertz, and use the unlicensed part of 9. But there's no bandwidth available. That's the trouble. You can't use 400 and 900 for 5G. There's not enough bandwidth. It's what it's already purposed for LTE. That's what you got. I mean, for 5G, you need 100 megahertz channel, at least a 40, 60, 80, 100 megahertz channel to use for 5G. If it can't do that, then there's no point even doing it. It's a waste of time. It's already set up for LTE. No Wi-Fi router can transmit set. Yep. And it could do 5G, 5 gig symmetrical over a 5-mile range. Oh, yeah, that's true for that. 20 in the live. Let's get Ricky 20 likes. Oh, yeah, let's get some likes for sure. Hello there, Richard Ash. How you doing there? Okay, we're caught up in the chat. All right, so now we're going to talk about GigaMimo. And show you some examples of other stuff. And then we're going to spin that wheel. We're going to give some money away here. So are you ready? Now, this is Qualcomm actually made a video presentation on this, but of course, for copyright reasons, I'm not playing the video, but I'm going to stop it at certain places, kind of like a slideshow, and just show you what it is. I mean, this is open stuff. This is them. There's no, there's no worries. But just in case, I'm just not going to play the video, but I'm just going to stop it because I could have did screenshots and stuff, but I didn't want to take the time, 30 minutes making screenshots of the video. So I'm just going to stop it. So we already talked about this. You got full duplex G node, microcell EIRPs utilizing dB spatial duplexer. So it's 256 by 256 elements, and that's what they're going to use for 3.5 gigahertz. So let's show you this example here. So here we go. This is uplink right here. So this is showing you, this is 40 megahertz and 40 megahertz carrier aggregated together. So you got 80 megahertz total of downlink, and you got 20 on the uplink. All right. Let's see. So this is showing you the speed. So there's your downlink. I don't know if you can see it very well on there, but it's 401 megabits down. Okay, with 80 megahertz, you got 400 down. On your uplink, you got 39.
That's awesome.
Okay, so that's what 256 by 256 full duplex MIMO can do. Okay, and this is on 3.5 gigahertz, which is S-band. 3.5 is CBRS garbage band here in the US, but this will be the example over this is you could deploy this on 3.7 and 3.4 and 3.1 if the FCC doesn't give in to the damn cable operators, Spectrum and Xfinity Mobile and all of them. They want to use 3.1 so they can use it for free, so they don't have to spend no money, and so that they can make people connect to that versus paying Verizon their money for their MVNO agreement. All right, so that's what that can do. Let's go forward here a little bit. Let's see here. So you got that. Oh yeah, that's talking about 676 meters, which is that's 1,800 feet. That's a quarter of a mile, right? No, that's about a quarter of a mile. So that's pretty good. Now here's downlink and uplink at the same time. 368 and 38. So that's pretty amazing. Subband full duplex communication. Advanced wide area technologies. Very amazing. And then this down here at the bottom is showing you the uplink. And then this is the signal to interference noise ratio. There's your SINR. And then your downlink. All right, so then we're going to go to the next. Advanced MIMO. And here's what's showing you the band here. Okay, so here's sub 7. That's mid band. Okay, so 7. So anyway, everything from 600 megahertz to 7 gigahertz is mid band. So remember, your 6 gigahertz is your NRU unlicensed 6G and N96, N102, N104. And then, of course, you got all the other stuff. You got band 2, you got all the old bands, and then you got 3.5 in there too, or 3.4 and 3.7. So you can use this for 3.4 or 3.7. And then here's the upper mid band that we were talking about earlier. It goes from 7 gigahertz to 24 gigahertz. If the FCC can get us some big, large chunks up here, move people around, and not make it a damn shared band, and auction them off, and do 500 megahertz, you can give each carrier can get their own 100 megahertz of this stuff. It's amazing. And then, of course, we already got the 24 to 100 gigahertz. We got your millimeter wave, 26, 28, 39. The 60 is the unlicensed part. So, but that's going to be a very short range. That's probably going to be for indoors. You're not really going to do 60 gigahertz outdoors, even with GigaMimo. And then everything above 100 gigahertz is your sub-terahertz. Sub-terahertz. And, of course, your real terahertz is like a couple hundred gigahertz. So you're way up there in frequency. Okay, so let's go up here to the first part here. Okay, here's GigaMimo. Well, no, this ain't GigaMimo. This is still the other one. This is 256 by 256. This is on 3.5 that they tested over in Europe. This is 100 megahertz of bandwidth on this, okay? Your transmit power is 53 decibels, or dBms. 53 dB is like 30 watts, right, Caleb? This is high power macro band.
Yeah, I have to take a look at the conversion.
Yeah, I can't remember what 53 is, but I'm pretty sure 53 is pretty close to 20, 25 watts. This is raw power. This is not ERP. This is raw power. And the antenna elements is 256. So you got 256 by 256. You got 64 digital ports. The slot structure is DDSU. It's in the urban area, so a lot of buildings and stuff. So here's where everything is. The G node B is your tower. No, those are your phones.
G node B is basically your 5G base station, your 5G node.
Oh, those are the sites. Okay, the EU. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, G node. So the E node B is your 4G, and then your G
okay, here we go. Yeah, we're zoomed in now. Okay, here G node B. That's your actually tower site using 3.5 gigahertz, 256 by 250. So you got 16 by 8 cross polarized antennas. So here's your downlink here. So right next to the tower, you got 2 gigs down here, 2.2 gigs down here. Here you got 107 megabits down. Of course, you're down, in the basement of a building probably. And you got 90 over here. You got 140 over here, 137 over here. You got 58 over here, 73, 83, 42, 75. That's not too bad for just 100 megahertz of spectrum. Let's go a little farther here. Oh, here's a close up here. Okay, so here it is. So that's 2.2. That's pretty amazing here for a downlink. Of course, that's almost line of sight. That's like next to the tower site there. So that's not bad at all. That's not bad for spectrum in that band using 256 by 256. All right, so now we're going to switch over to okay, that's the same. Okay, so here's GigaMimo. This is 13 gigahertz. Okay, this is the 13 gigahertz. Dish owns spectrum in the 13 gigahertz. So the Dish is the first company that's going to be able to actually use this tech because they already have the license. So Dish, if they were smart, they would get this GigaMimo technology and deploy it in a 13 gigahertz. And this is some of the speeds they can get in downlink. And now look at this. This is like batshit crazy here. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
There's 438, 669, 1458 here, 1.9 gigs here, 634. Look way out here. The furthest side away, 235 megabits per second. At the furthest away. Look over here, 452. These are indoor too. These are indoor. It's crazy. So this is what 500 megahertz of bandwidth would look like in 13 gigahertz band using 56 dB of power, which is about 20 watts, 25 watts, something like that, raw power. And this is urban micro. Okay, so basically this is GigaMimo, which is 64 by 32 cross-polarized antennas. So that gives you a total of 4,000 antenna modules. That's why they call it GigaMimo, because that's what 4K is. 4K is 4,032 pixels. So this is 4,000 antennas. So can you imagine having 4,000 antennas in one panel? Can you imagine the beamforming on this shit?
God.
So
what do you think about
my
this?
question is, how far does that 13? How far can that 13 gigahertz go?
Well, as you see here, it's about a quarter of a mile. You're getting 235 down.
That's not bad.
Maybe up to a mile. It depends on exactly how it's deployed. And of course, if you do this densely, if you put this every mile, like millimeter wave, can you imagine? It's crazy. So it's pretty impressive. Now let's see if we can go a little bit further in the slide here.
I'm gonna poke at Dish here. Dish, with your hotspot stuff. If you did that in my area, you would put a nail in Xfinity's coffin. You would finally take Xfinity and make them eat everything.
So this is showing you like how good it is. So it's really amazing. Okay.
Well, actually, no. They would trump all over T-Mobile.
So GigaMimo brings forward the best of wideband, millimeter wave, and wide area sub-7 gigahertz. It's expected to unlock the new upper mid-band for wide area coverage, expanded capacity, better positioning, and sensing performance. And then down at the bottom, you can see the difference down here between, the three techs there. I mean, it's crazy. 13 gigahertz is amazing. And if they auction more 13 gigahertz, which they're supposed to open up another section of it, if they do auction that off, that gives AT&T and Verizon a chance to buy some of it. And then Dish already has some of it. So Dish is probably going to already deploy this. So I don't know. We're going to have Carlos see if he can find out if he has any word on this, if they're going to use this GigaMimo tech for 13 gigahertz that they own. So we'll see what he can find out. Oh, here's a close-up of this. This is the throughput, 5% ILE. I forget what the ILE stands for. This is 50%, and this is 95%. Pretty crazy. That far away, you can still get 565 megahertz.
Yeah, I mean,
565 megabits now. That's crazy.
7 gigahertz is going to be, on up. It's going to be the true factor for GigaMimo, especially the upper mid band is what they're going to, primarily going to be using it for.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and here's the sub terahertz demonstration they did. This is what it's 4x4 MIMO on terahertz, sub terahertz. So it's basically going to be this is how far away it was, and they did 10 gigahertz. This speed test was like 10 gigahertz or 10 gigabits. I mean, so this 4x4 terahertz. This far away was able to do 10 gigahertz. Crazy. 10 gig. So can you imagine this being used for like backhaul and stuff and front haul? This is what I was talking about. You can even use this for front haul. You can put one of these antennas up at the sector and point it down to the equipment shelter, and you can do 10 gigabit fiber from down below straight up to the tower site. You don't have to use the cables and wires and all that stuff. You could do it wirelessly. It's crazy. And you can do this from tower to tower. If you got 2 towers that's like 3 miles away, you know, I don't know if they can get that range, but see, terahertz, the trouble is, if a bird flies in front of it, you're going to have a breaking connection for a second. If you get a hailstorm or a snowstorm, it's going to wipe out this frequency. So
no. Gosh.
Yeah. And that's about all with this. Okay, so here's how much power they put out on the terahertz, sub-terahertz frequency. It's called lensed MIMO. So it's almost like a radar antenna, you know, because that's what these are, basically radar. I mean, because radar is in like K band and Ka band, it shoots radar out. Well, terahertz is even higher than that. So that's basically what this is. It's like four radar antennas. It's all converged together. So look at the power output. 1/10 of a milliwatt, or 0.1 milliwatt. So that's really low power, man. And the modulation is 256 QAM. So
Quam.
QAM bam. Thank you, ma'am. So here's all the controller equipment here. Stream 1, Stream 2, Stream 3, Stream 4. And then just showing you the output there. See the output there? It's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty amazing stuff here. But there you go. That's what's coming pretty soon. Advanced 5G. 5G advanced. GigaMimo coming soon. So all your 64 by 64 stuff's coming down. It's going to get that 256 by 256 stuff. So there you go. All right. So there you go. So what do you think? Let's shuffle. All right, so it's time to do the giveaway. First off, we've got 20 people in the live. Let's go back and catch up on the chat here.
Oh, snap.
See what everybody's seeing, what they're saying. 18 likes. Yeah, I don't know if we made it to 20 likes. I can't see that from here, but I'm sure everybody liked it. You know, so you make it clear that you're only using their video to make your point, using their video as your researcher. Yeah. I'm just helping them get popular there. Yeah, so exactly. So hopefully this don't get taken down or anything like that. That'd be bad. Comcast owns more bands than I can count on my fingers. You figure every frequency they use for each channel they carry, every frequency they use for internet. Well, I mean, the internet going across the cable lines, those frequencies are different than RF frequencies that coming out of antennas. So that's kind of like a different thing. You want to explain that there, Caleb? Explain to them the difference between frequencies on cable versus cable or frequencies on cell phone.
I mean, they're kind of similar in a way. I mean, one's used over a cable medium, one's used over the air, right? So usually the cable frequencies are really low in frequency, usually around the 400 megahertz-ish, 600 megahertz range. But they are more limited in bandwidth because on the video side of it, you're using a lot of frequencies. So each, bands that, yes, they have a lot of bands, but still they're limited in bandwidth. So yes, they have a lot of frequencies, but they're limited on bandwidth. So that's why it takes a lot of, video on the, you're using your video, like watching FX or Fox News or CNN or what have you. Those are all frequencies video frequencies that you're using. Versus if they got rid of that and they just went to streaming, you would have a lot more bandwidth that you can use for internet, more capacity. They would have greater capacity in the uplink, stuff like that. So that's it. Hopefully that answers your question.
One thing I can't wait for is when cable actually starts having faster upload speeds.
Yeah, I mean, if Comcast, if the cable companies get rid of all their video, they do what AT&T did. AT&T just went streaming. Their AT&T
Android. There was a DirecTV stream.
Yeah.
That's all IP based. That uses no video, no video frequency. So all the RF is gone, right? So
Hello, Jason.
Cable companies do that.
21 likes. Thanks.
We'll see what happens, right? So.
Yeah, Comcast transmits all this frequency to a copper wire. With every upgrade, it's amazing. Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Hi, Jason. You missed a lot. Well, nice thing you got to replay. You'll be able to catch up. But we talked about some amazing technology coming out for 5G that's going to actually make standalone 5G real. If they really do standalone, which I heard they're not, they're probably going to do, everybody's going to probably do the same thing that T-Mobile does and do a converged network. They're going to use a LTE core and a 5G core and just mix them together. It's crazy.
I don't know if Verizon.
The 3GPP standard already confirmed that that technology is going to be in one of the releases coming up. I forget if I think it's release 18. There's actually a talk of having a LTE core that's injected into the 5G core so that they can still use 5G, even though it's standalone, which to me, it's not standalone anymore. If you're going to inject LTE garbage into it, it's still going to mess things up, I think. Instagram, Shorts and Lies. What's up? Hello there. I just dropped a like. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah to you as well. Doesn't Comcast use coax cable transmit? Yes, they do. They sure do. Hello, Instagram, Shorts and Lives. And I've been watching them on my smart TV. Oh, watch on your smart TV. Oh, nice. All right, awesome.
I should use AT&T to upload my video because I get upload speeds in the window at 40 Mbps. It'll be faster than Xfinity, but I don't want to get the phone too hot.
Yeah.
It'll be over the
Holy cow. Thank you so much, Jason, for the $30 super chat. I don't want to forget. Wow. But man, Merry Christmas. Thank you for the content. I always enjoy tuning in and watching the replay. Thank you so much, Jason. Also a channel member. Thank you for being a channel member. And thank you so much. So, yeah, this is the reason I'm able to give $50 giveaways is because of you guys' super chats and your donations and your memberships and stuff. And I just like giving back to everybody that watches. So yeah, Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for that. So we're going to go ahead and do this now. We got 20 people here in the live. Hopefully all 20 of you are subscribed because you're going to get a shot at actually trying to win here. So yeah, I've been shuffling the wheel here. I'm shuffling it. So make it nice and fair. So
I heard it.
We're going to pick a number between 1 and 30 here in a second. So let's see. I don't think there's anything else we're going to do. Is there anything else we need to do? Zero Cool. We did our presentation. We're 2 hours and 40 minutes in here, and it's like
I think your wheel was had a problem. I heard a T-Mobile while you were talking about spinning.
That was me, man. That was all me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Let's do a test spin.
Man, them skunk apes are trying to inject into the stream. They want to win some money.
Oh wait, I didn't even pick a number yet. Can I pick 21?
Oh no, this is just a test spin.
Oh, it isn't? Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure it works.
Yeah.
All right, so it's ready. Let's shuffle this thing up here a couple times. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. All right, so it's that time. Let's start picking numbers now. Now pick a number. If two people pick the same number, we're going to have a runoff. We're going to have a respin. Now, if nobody picks the number right, then we're on to respin. Now,
I'm on air.
If you win, and then you change your mind, it's like, oh, like Austin, if you actually put a number in and you win a second time, you win another $50. I mean, you can get the whole 100 if you want, or you can just say, no, I want to give it. So I just want to give it. So if you don't want to take it away from somebody else and you want to let somebody else have a chance, then just don't even pick a number. So it's up to you. I mean, if somebody wins twice, they win twice, and Zero Cool won the headset. How you liking your headset I sent up to you?
I love it.
Your Galaxy Buds.
Great. Yeah,
works good?
Yeah.
Okay. That's awesome.
I put my number in the private chat, just letting you know.
Why would you do that?
Well, it's there. The private chat there.
So it's not official number then yet. That's just your guess?
No, that is my official number.
Well.
I don't feel like opening up like 10,000, YouTube streams. That's my number.
Oh, okay. So
I'll comment my nighttime low.
But what if somebody else picks your number?
Well, then you gotta let me know so I can pick no, I got it first.
I'm gonna comment the nighttime low temperature.
I forgot to mute that. That's why there's echo. I know you guys are going to say, "Oh, there's echo." That's because I had the sound. I want you to be able to hear the spin there. So all right. So yeah. So here, let's do this while we're waiting for everybody to pick their number. Let's end this vote here. We got 31 votes so far.
I comment the nighttime low on Christmas morning in my area.
Hey, Austin's go pick a different number. I already called that.
Well, see, you didn't post it, so nobody knows.
Yeah, you have to post it in the chat. Come on now.
I don't feel like getting in the chat right now.
The question is,
picking a different
do
number.
you think this new GigaMimo tech will make millimeter wave go nationwide and give 5G real status? Yes or no? 64% of you guys said yes. Wow. So you guys have faith in Qualcomm and GigaMimo. That's amazing. 35% of you said nope, yeah, we're still going to have just millimeter wave in the urban areas. So, yeah, that's a pretty shocking thing there. So, let's see. All right.
Fun fact: I wasn't educated into it prior to the fact, so I didn't vote it in the poll.
Uh-oh. Pick that number.
Yeah, I did.
Ah,
I did
yes.
I did the morning low at my house on Christmas morning just for good luck pleasures.
Yeah.
I could have went with AccuWeather's low 0 cool, and that would have been 19. But I wanted to be a little bit warmer.
All right, I'm going to do another poll question here while we're waiting.
All right.
Whoop. If I get this thing to move just right here. There we go. Poll question. Start a poll. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we have 8 spots open on the live stream here because 2 of us are on here and there's 10 spots total, so there's 8. So the question is, here we go. Would you like to see a after party with the open invite to the live stream panel? So basically I can send the link to 8 more people that's in the live now. If you want to come on and just talk and just have a good old party and just talk about whatever with wireless tech and all that kind of stuff. So let's do the vote there
right now.
And if you're interested in that, I think I can. All you got to do is just make sure you add me on Twitter and send me a DM if you're interested, and then I can send you the link to the StreamYard, and you guys can come on here and participate after we do the drawing here. So we've been on here for 2 hours and 45 minutes. So we're going to pick the number, see who wins. And if we got enough interest, we can do kind of like a little after party and go on for another like 30, 40, 50 minutes or whatever like that. And just talk about anything wireless or just whatever. So what do you guys think about that? So
I really like this computer over here. I'm rendering a video. I'm rendering it all the way from 480p back to 4K because the quality was lost, and it's moving at 80 FPS, and it's a 30 FPS video. I'm like, this is nice, and it's over an hour long. It's almost an hour and 30 minutes.
So you picked 3 numbers, Zero Cool? You picked 53, and it's not even up there. You won't win that number.
Oh. just he's like, reverse it.
Oh, jeez. All right, let's see how many people put a number in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we got 14 people picked a number. All right, so let's see what happens there. So are we ready? Give me one last moment.
Isn't that William?
We're going to spin this wheel. I think that's everybody. Of course, you got to be subscribed. If you didn't subscribe, you're not going to be able to pick a number. Oh, he's saying he want He says I won already.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Hello there, Justin. Good to see you. Justin picked 2. We got 15, got 23, 26. All kinds of numbers here. So let's see who's going to win this.
Man, it's miserable outside right now.
All
It's
right.
raining.
Yeah, it was raining down. We had thunderstorms here. It was lightning and thundering here a little bit ago. There's a low pressure system going right across Florida right now. This is the low pressure that's going to go up and merge with the super low. So this energy from this in Florida is going to go up there, and it's going to mix in with that super low that's developing. So all of our rain is going to go up there and give you guys snow.
You stop it, Ricky.
It's already snowing if you look at the radar, it's already snowing in the up in the mountains, up in.
Oh yeah. All right, so here we go. I think everybody's picked. Let's see.
Yeah, it's
No more picks. There we go. All right, so let's spin this wheel and see who's going to win $50 on the RFK Tech USA Christmas Edition live stream right here. So thank you guys for tuning in and all the support, the shares, the likes, and all that stuff. It's been a good year since I've been back on the channel for the second time. So as you know, we did a Christmas live stream last year as well. I think we did a giveaway then too. I think I gave away a couple gift cards last year. So it's great to be able to give back to you guys all. I appreciate everything you guys do. It's really, really awesome. And got a lot more good content coming. Got some more drone videos eventually. I just got to get out there. Now that we only got like a couple hours of daylight now, it's really, it's making it tough. And we've been having a lot of clouds too. So we'll get some good cold front come through, get some sunny days where I can get out there and get some more drone video out there for you guys. So too. So
it's snowing.
So we'll get you some more drone video. Yeah. And then of course this spring I'm going to get me a new drone. I had somebody who was going to buy my drone, but they didn't buy it. They backed out of it and didn't buy it. So eventually I'm just going to go ahead and give me a Maverick 3.
Oh wow, look at the storms in the Gulf. Jesus.
Yep.
They're strong.
All right, so here we go. Oh, I said no more picks, and then we got three more people picking numbers.
No, well, you got the stragglers.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Let's see who wins. Oh, I forgot to take the sound off.
Oops.
I didn't take the sound off. I forgot. Oh. Yeah, we got a winner here. Look at that. Let's see if anybody else picked that number. He's the only one to pick 16. I don't see 16 anywhere. Nobody else picked that, right? So Instagram Shorts and Lives, you actually won tonight. So there you go. Congratulations on being a winner. So what you need to do now is take a screenshot of this and send me a direct message on Twitter. And of course, if you forgot what my Twitter is, I'll have to go back up here in the live stream or the chat here. Let me click back on the Twitter again. It's way up here. Where's it at here? My Twitter's RFK Tech USA. It's right there. There's the Twitter. RFK _Tech _USA. Yep. Send me a direct message saying I won $50. Screenshot it to me. Of course, you really don't have to screenshot it. I mean, I know you won, so there you go. Congratulations.
I remember the time I won that $50. I literally woke up from sleeping, and 25 minutes later, I won $50 by just waking up.
Wow, that was pretty damn good. All right, so would you like to see an after party with open invite to the live stream panel? 91% of you said yes.
I told you it was a blowout. I said a blowout.
Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it. So you guys got it. So I'm gonna open it up the panel here for some people. So, and when you come on here, you don't have to have if you don't want to do your camera, you don't have to. You can just do voice, just like these guys do. I just do it because I just do it because I can.
And I don't do it because of the fact that
And I'm not afraid to be on camera. I'm not shy. If I was shy, I wouldn't have went to that TV show and got tased live on TV. Well, it wasn't live TV. It's recorded TV. So I'm going to be on TV. So you guys are going to be able to see me get tased by a taser because I just became a taser instructor. So I can teach people how, the taser class and security taser class. So I went up there and, of course, thank you to Taser Axon for letting me get tased, I should say. But I want to thank them for letting me become an instructor and help keep people safe with tasers. And also, they gave me a free taser, too. They actually gave me a free $500 taser for getting tased. I wasn't even expecting that. So then I got my little coin. I got my little taser coin. Shows that I've been, I rode the lightning for 5 seconds. So, yeah. So as soon as that comes out, I'm going to share that with everybody on Twitter. So you'll be able to see me on TV getting tased. It'll be on Taser Axon's website as well, too. So that's pretty good. So if you haven't done so already, let's see. So make sure you send me the DM. Okay, Weasel said it's his birthday. He's out having dinner with friends. So happy birthday, Weasel. He couldn't join the live stream. That's why he didn't show up. He's having a birthday party. So, and Sneed says he has to work in the morning. So he got back from his family get together. He just got back and he is tired, went to sleep. So no problem. Okay. So I would like to after party invite. Okay. So let me get the link here. I got one person coming. Copy. All right, so I'm on Twitter now, so send me a message on Twitter if you want to come into the after party. We're going to do the first time ever. I've never did this before, so we're going to do an after party. So send me a message on Twitter. If you don't have Twitter and you want to come on here, you'll have to email me. And, of course, you can do that at RFK Tech USA, or here, let me just get you the link.
Well, I can say officially, I'm 90% ready for this cold snap.
Yeah?
You stop it, Austin.
What?
Stop talking about the weather. You're not allowed.
Oh, you're the one that's in Michigan now.
Oh, snap. All right, so there's one link out.
Zero cool, do you miss Florida?
Yeah, I do.
I'm sure he does.
If you don't mind me asking, where were you in Florida?
It's on the east side, near the beach.
All right, here we go.
Very popular areas are Melbourne and Daytona Beach.
Yeah.
Hello there. Welcome to the live stream after party.
Popular areas are Melbourne and
I
Daytona.
can barely hear you. You have to talk closer to your mic.
Okay. Hello.
Hello there.
Yeah.
Morganta.
I noticed something peculiar about T-Mobile.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It actually works for normal use, simply downloading updates to what's it called? iPhone apps and stuff. But for speed testing, it's crazy. At home, it would have data test failures most of the time, but just downloading apps, it's like nothing. So I don't know what's wrong with them as far as speed testing, but at least with regular use, it seems to be behaving almost normal.
Oh.
Depends on where you are, see?
In fact, one peculiar thing is I'd probably rather try a T-Mobile line than Comcast for doing mobile apps because Comcast seems to manage to screw up one of my favorite mobile gaming apps that I like to play. Just somehow snags it and gets stuck on when doing some stuff. So that's pretty bad when the crappiest connection here is better than Comcast.
Uh-huh.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
All right, if you don't have Twitter, you can't DM me, then you can email me too. I'll send you the link to there. So there's my Gmail address for the channel. 6 hour after party live. That's what TomTom says. 6 hour after party. Yeah. Twitter, yuck. Yeah, some of you don't like Twitter. I know. So if you want to come on here, send me an email. I'll send you the link on the email. Let's see. 24 likes with 24 like perfect balance. Yes, yes. I don't know if I'm following you. Okay. Okay, yeah, I posted to Twitter already. Yep, congratulations on winning the $50. It was a hit and run, but I'm working to get it covered since caught up to the driver because they were in someone else right after me. Oh, crap. We got in a crash. Yeah, that's why you always got to have dash cams. Got to have dash cams.
Hey, Ricky, did you try the Boost Infinite yet, man?
No, I ain't doing that.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm good.
You got to do it. It's good. It's going to save you in the long run when you get old.
All right, let's go back to, let's see.
And Zero Cool, I can't try Boost Infinite, so yay.
You sure you can?
No, I
okay,
can't.
here's two more messages here. Okay, let's see
Nope,
here.
I entered my address on their website,
So
and it says my address does
right.
not exist.
Huh. Well, that's pretty crappy.
Yeah, just try a different address.
I would rather go with Project Genesis than
try your parents' address. Like that's I had to use a different address, so just try your parents' address or whatever, then get it shipped to them, and then you're good to go. That's all you gotta do.
Okay, so there's an invite out, or there you go. There's one person there. Let's see another one here. Yeah, I gotta accept these before I can send it.
I know someone down in Fort Lauderdale, so I might try there.
Yeah, there you go.
Fort Lauderdale, yeah, that's where I used to live. Okay, there's a couple more invites out, so we're gonna make a party here. After stream live party. And talk about some more tech stuff here. So we got a couple more people coming. We can take up to 10 people. I think it's 10. Is that how many I can have? It's 10 links?
Yes.
I only start liking Twitter after Elon exposed the tremendous corruption in the government. Yes. Elon is no longer CEO of Twitter. The Twitter followers voted to oust him out of seat. Oh, shit. I didn't hear that one.
No, he apparently it was to see what bots were going to vote on it. That's what that was.
It was a trick.
Oh, yeah, he said, I saw a tweet saying
to
here's some of the bots.
Yep. He was looking at the analytics on the on their server side and seeing where the botnet was coming from.
Oh, that's pretty.
Which when you're in web hosting, you can see that, especially if there's a bunch of things coming from one singular IP address.
All right, I'm checking my email right now to see if anybody sent me a message.
Crooked FBI or CIA agents, for all we know.
I like the way Apple's going with their iCloud end-to-end encryption now in 16.2.
All right, it says I got some spam here. Let's see. Here's some here. All right, we got another person just joined in. Hello there, JOTSV. Howdy. And then we see we got. All right, so I didn't get no emails yet for anybody who wants to join. So you can send an email to my Gmail if you want the link as well. Okay, let me go back to Twitter, see if anybody else direct messaged me. Let's see here. I have to refresh it because it doesn't automatically tell me somebody. And then, of course, when you come into StreamYard, too, sometimes you have to set up your mic the right way. Sometimes it can be tricky if you're coming in on a phone. Sometimes it's tricky. So if you're having trouble, we can walk you through it. Because StreamYard can be a little bit T-Mobile-ish, should I say. T-Mobile-ish. Is that even a word?
And I'm on macOS, so it's more complicated with my setup. Because 90% of my stuff's wireless. Lavendi, I'll be sending you some more stuff through Twitter about the upcoming weather stuff.
I said, but I need some help with my AT&T Galaxy S22 Plus.
I found a bad spot for Verizon on the free trial line.
Uh-oh.
it's the first area I've ever found that had any trouble with Verizon. So
Oh, wow.
it's Woodman's in Rockford.
Oh.
So if you happen to be in Rockford, Illinois, you might want to switch to U.S. Cellular because that one is.
Oh. What about AT&T? How well is it up there for you?
It varies, but at my home I've seen it go to 2G speeds at times. So
What?
it,
2G speeds?
yeah,
That's
but
bonkers.
But Verizon kicks its ass, so that's good.
Oh, yeah.
So at home, Verizon seems to be good enough that I'd be tempted to put in a qualifying address and have something shipped to me that would be a Verizon home internet or a straight talk to run because I'm getting around the same speeds that they throttle to anyway, so it wouldn't matter.
Uh-huh.
Dude, I'll do you one favor. I'll give you one word of advice. Go with the Verizon home internet box over straight talks.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay. I'll have to come up with a Chicago address because that's one that would probably have millimeter wave areas.
It works on the if you got C-band, it'll work.
I have
You have
mid-band.
what?
I have mid-band,
Oh.
but it performs as good as
You know we don't say C-band on this channel.
Hey, it's only 5 days till Christmas. Cut me some slack, sir. I've been working all day.
Okay.
I only have low band here, but it performs as good as what
Okay, Tom, get well, buddy.
41 would in a bad area. So
I've seen
Yeah, you lucked out.
I've seen N5 do 250 down on Verizon.
I've seen it.
No.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no.
I've
It can't do
seen-
that. Not by itself. Carrier aggregation, yes, but not by itself.
Then
I've
who's
seen-
it? What's it carrier aggregating with? N2 and what else? Because it was 5G on the iPhone, which means it doesn't use the LTE.
I've got the LTE over at my local Walmart. With
Well,
Verizon
if it's
and-
non-standalone, it can use LTE and
Yeah,
5G.
I got 200 over near my Walmart, and almost 200 inside the Walmart.
Yeah,
Yeah,
band
it's
5
full.
by itself is not going to do 200 megahertz or megabits per second. No way. It has to be aggregated with something else.
Yeah.
If that was the case, we would have gigabit speeds with 5 carrier aggregation on LTE. We would have gigabit speeds. Because if you're getting 200 per carrier aggregate, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's a gig right there. So if you got 5 channels carrier aggregated together, and each channel can do 200 megabits, then your phones would be doing with 5 carrier aggregation, would be doing 1 gig speeds, and clearly they don't do that. I mean, it's with 65 megahertz of spectrum on my AT&T at work, I can get 300 down and 100 up with 65. That's with 6 carrier aggregation, 5 LTEs and 1 LTE.
My aunt will probably
GG.
be getting the T-Mobile 55 plan, Magenta Max, 2 of them,
Okay.
and possibly the home internet. Their place is lit up with N71 and N41, so they'd be getting good speeds there.
Yeah, I'll give out my email. It's just for my channel here, so it's no big deal. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the only thing I use it for.
As long as you're in view of the sector, yeah, you're gonna get really good speeds. If you're on, in my case, where the sector that points to you is on the other side of the house, well, T-Mobile does 10 down and by 1 up on.
It says I get
4
spammed.
down.
Well, look here. I can tell you how many spam messages are already in here when I didn't even
God.
give it out. I mean, right now I have, it says 5,000 spam messages in the spam folder right now. So, I mean, I get spammed all the time.
You know, my
It's
email's
no big deal.
public, and I get a lot of crap to it.
Yeah.
Well, one of my emails is already on the dark web, so I just put it for all the shady websites that offer free giveaways. That way, it won't matter. It's all in the dark web anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's pretty much.
All right, I'm checking direct messages. I didn't get no more messages, so I guess nobody else wants to come on.
Well, and also, where I
If
was getting
anybody
with
else wants to
speed-
come on, send me a message or email me.
And then, of course, when I'm on edge of cell site with N77, I'm getting like one up to 200 down and 5 up.
All right, so MS says, what about visible over straight talk? All right, what about it? What about visible over straight talk?
I'll go.
Are
I'll
you
go
saying which
I'll
one's
go
better?
visible.
Visible Plus would be better. Because if you use over
Yeah.
60, if you use over 60 gigs 2 months in a row, you could get screwed with straight talk. But if you go with visible, they're not going to punish you for going over 60.
Well, the last time I was with Straight Talk, they did me dirty. So
Well, U.S. Cellular did me dirty back in 2012.
Oh no!
I was in Clarksburg, West Virginia. I signed up for U.S. Cellular, got the phone. They give me a Note 2. I had a Samsung Note 2. Had an unlimited plan of LTE. But I worked like the next county over, and they had no U.S. Cellular towers, and they roamed on Verizon. Yet their commercials said that there's unlimited nationwide. So they had false advertising. So I signed up. So when I went to work, I was using it. Well, U.S. Cellular sent me a letter in the mail, said that I used 5 gigabits of data in a month, and I'm only allowed to use 500 megabits. A half a gig is all I'm allowed to roam on in a month. So they said, we're terminating your service next month. This is the last billing cycle. And they did. They canceled my service. So
Now they
and I lost my phone number. So they canceled my service. I couldn't port the number out or nothing. So that's when I went and switched to AT&T. And then, so then I didn't have to worry about that. But U.S. Cellular back in 2012 was a joke. The speeds were horrible.
yeah.
They lied about their coverage. Crazy.
But all
I guess,
carriers do
I
that.
guess I'm lucky that I have U.S. Cellular now because they don't pull that junk. They have unlimited, but they have roaming where it's set up for snowbirds, where you could use it for several months continuously, from what I was told.
Oh, okay.
And then you'd have to go back to a native place for maybe even just one day or something. That way it resets, and then you can probably just go back and forth. So if you were doing like going back and forth in and out of coverage, you could do that indefinitely because it's continuous months.
Well, that's where Google Fi would come in handy too. If you in an area like that, it has U.S. Cellular, and it also has T-Mobile. Because if you have, oh, you dropped out, you came back. Okay, yeah. So so if you got Google Fi, you could be on T-Mobile or U.S. Cellular, whichever one. So it automatically switches between back and forth.
And Google Fi does roam on AT&T. Google Fi does use AT&T. I almost said roam, but no, it's not roaming.
What? Google Fi uses AT&T? Surely not.
It would be part
Are
of
you
the
sure?
roaming agreement, I would think. So if there was no T-Mobile coverage or U.S. Cellular, it would have to roam in AT&T as part of T-Mobile's agreement.
Yep. Because like up in Georgia, in some places up in Georgia, it uses AT&T.
And if you happen to go to Gays Mills,
I didn't think they had an agreement.
T-Mobile.
Well, then I hate to say it, but if that ain't the case, then well, don't end up in Fort White, Florida, because you'll thank me later with if you have Google Fi. You ain't gonna get nowhere. There's a stretch of road near me that when my mom was using T-Mobile's calling, it dropped 3 times.
Yeah, I just looked it up, and it does say that if T-Mobile does have agreement with Verizon and AT&T, if you lose the T-Mobile coverage, then you can. I just can't imagine it would be very good.
Nope, it doesn't roam in Florida.
AT&T and Verizon throttle you very hard when you're roaming on T-Mobile.
Oh,
I mean, it's probably good for text messaging and for phone calls, but as far as data, it's a half a gig, so you're not going to use much data.
Roaming here is on for our plans. It's on for my SIM on the iPhone. But whenever I go into a place where T-Mobile has no service, it does not roam.
Oh, wow. That's
It
crazy.
does not.
Yeah, I just looked it up and it said you must have roaming turned on your phone
Mine is.
in order for it to do that.
And
Okay.
I was in a place where Verizon had full service and a store, and T-Mobile had no service, and yep, it didn't roam. And then when I went out of their coverage boundary, it did not roam. Now, according to some people, I have to be in an area where roaming agreements are in place. So, like down south in Southwest Florida, where there's actually a roaming agreement, then it will roam.
That sucks. You might as well have 4 carriers or something like that with all that.
I do. Well, considering what I do and the work that I do out in the field up here in the state of Florida, I do.
I got 4 carriers. I got 4 carriers all day long, man.
You got 4 carriers?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, snap.
All on one phone.
Well, I got 3 carriers on my S22 Ultra.
Oh, you got the T-Mobile?
Yeah, I put on the Skunky. Yeah, didn't you see my live stream? I tried to live stream from the Italian restaurant
Dude,
a quarter mile
I've been-
from the tower
I've-
with 190
I've-
megahertz of spectrum. And the
love
I've
buffer,
been
it. Don't
I've been
believe
so
it.
busy. I didn't even see it.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I got-
I did chat in it. I did see it.
I
Never
got
mind.
I got Skunkle-Doodle Doo. I tested it and it's horrible.
That's
It
one
was
where
hell
you
trying to find N41.
Yeah, that's one where you had audio difficulty because
Yes, the audio was cutting out. The stream kept cutting out. Yep, it was buffering. That's 190 megahertz of spectrum. 150 on N41,
the video.
No,
and that was a quarter mile from the tower. Complete garbage.
The video
that
itself.
makes me think, RFK. Is there an MVNO that uses all 3 carriers?
No.
All 3 carriers
Yes.
at the same time. Well, if you have Google Fi, well, it switches between carriers, but you can't use 3 carriers at the same time. No, that doesn't work that way.
Well,
You use one at a time.
until the S23.
If you have 4 phones, you probably could.
When the S23 comes
In
out,
other words, like with Google Fi, it will switch to whichever carrier is available,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right. Well, when you got to, it's called dual SIM dual standby is what's in the phones right now. The iPhone has dual SIM dual active DSDA. So when you got Google Fi and you're driving through an area that has US Cellular and there's T-Mobile, it'll actually switch back and forth between T-Mobile and US Cellular. It'll switch back and forth automatically. But if you have the S22, it won't. You have to manually switch it back. So you have to manually switch it between, like right now. If I'm on Verizon, I have to go in and change my SIM to either AT&T or Verizon or Skunky. I can select one of them. One of out of the 3 will work.
On my
Now the
primary
S23
phone.
Ultra, when it comes out, it'll have DSDA just like the iPhone with the X70 modem. That means it'll be just like the iPhone. You can actually use Google Fi and it'll switch automatically between the 2. Now you can also do the same thing. You have AT&T and Verizon set up in your phone, and you can set to DSDA mode. And then if Verizon craps out and goes bye-bye because there's no coverage, but there's AT&T, then it'll automatically switch over to that SIM. And then it'll switch whichever one has the better service too.
Well,
Right,
and-
but
and
at the
with
same time, it's only going to allow you to connect to the main carriers that your MVNO has an agreement with.
Well, that's if you're using it that way. I mean, with dual SIM, you can switch. You can have 2 MVNOs in your phone or 2 carriers in your phone, and it'll switch back and forth. So there's 2 different things. So if you have an MVNO, then yeah, you'll connect to what that MVNO has. So let's say if you got Mint Mobile on one eSIM, and then you got AT&T on the other SIM, you can have it set to DSDA mode, and it'll switch back and forth between Mint Mobile on the eSIM to AT&T on the physical SIM. It'll switch back and forth.
Right.
And there's something called data switching too. That's in the iPhone. So if the data
that's the DSDA. Yeah.
Yeah, like earlier when I was getting my hair cut Friday, I went into my barber shop and my T-Mobile lost service, but Verizon had full service, and it was telling me T-Mobile using cellular data. That's the fun in it. And then of course I have a Mint Mobile line on another iPhone.
Yeah, Mint Mobile uses
T-Mobile.
Comcast is expanding the network for Xfinity Mobile by installing
I heard that.
routers on their existing cable lines on the power poles.
Yeah, they already have the strand mounts already down here in the Keys and up in Miami and Fort Lauderdale and all that. They actually have those strand mounts up there, so you can connect to Wi-Fi when you're on Xfinity Mobile.
And then you have Spectrum. They're looking into using not N48, Band 48 CBRS.
MS says, I'm sorry, I was talking about home internet versus, visible versus straight talk. I would say neither one. If you really want good home internet, you got to go with Verizon.
No,
if it's available.
the visible home internet it's an actual Verizon. It's through Verizon. It's Verizon's home internet.
Well, it is, but like I don't know what. But I don't know what the terms is. If it's throttled down lower, usually when Verizon has an MVNO or the prepaid other part like that, usually they water it down. They make it slower or put data caps on it. So I don't know if they got.
The Visible Plus version isn't watered down. You get a promo code from what I can get.
Visible Plus home internet?
Yeah.
Visible Plus home
No.
You buy the phone.
Okay,
service.
that's what we're talking about here.
You buy the phone.
He's saying visible versus straight talk home internet. That's what he said.
No, he's miscommunicating.
Yeah.
It's you get Visible Plus, $45 a month. You get a promo code emailed to you on top of that Visible Plus for Christmas, and you can get your home internet for only $45 through Verizon's main.
Oh, okay.
Service.
So it's two services. Okay, I got you.
Yes, bundled into one.
You can save $10 if you have the Visible Plus. So you get Verizon home internet.
You're crazy, Livvdij.
Oh snap! Oh snap!
That's crazy.
Leave it to Livvdij.
Somebody needs to buy U.S. Cellular. Yeah, T-Mobile needs to buy them, so they can ruin them too.
Yeah, just like the whole Sprint agreement. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Verizon buy them because they seem to be the most.
Yeah, that would be better. But there ain't no way the SEC is going to let them buy it because they would say, "Oh, that's going to make the competition too strong. No, we can't do that. It's going to make Verizon too big."
Verizon's already too big, so it doesn't matter.
I think U.S. Cellular already sold some bands to Verizon.
That was awesome.
Chat message input portrait.
Whoa.
They sold off some frequencies? Why would they do that? They need everything. They hardly have any frequencies. They don't have hardly any bandwidth.
If you look at the cell tower that serves Rachel, Nevada, Area 51, find out who Verizon bought that from.
Oh, Verizon took over that area?
Yeah, that tower that serves Rachel, Nevada, Area 51, is Verizon.
Area 51?
Who did they buy that tower from?
I'm guessing U.S. Cellular.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like that.
Who did they buy it from?
Area 51 only has Area 51 has millimeter wave.
Well, I'm sure they do. I mean, it's a government contract.
Yeah.
I mean,
only Verizon,
the government has a contract with Verizon to provide data. So anywhere you got government sites they're going to have their own stuff deployed there because with the contract they have to have a certain amount of service.
Well, guess what? Guess who's not there?
Who's not?
AT&T or T-Mobile.
Exactly.
And AT&T's got the
Well.
FirstNet contract, so what does that tell you?
Yeah, well, I think the frontline service is probably better than LastNet or ThirdNet, is like Carlos calls it, ThirdNet or LastNet. I'm not too impressed with FirstNet. I mean, my friend Chase up there in Ohio, he's a volunteer firefighter. He tried FirstNet up there, and it will only let you. It won't let you carrier aggregate. It'll connect you to band 14, and that's it. And so he has poor speeds and everything. It won't let him. Yeah, it's crazy. Why won't FirstNet carrier aggregate to the other bands? I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense.
Just like when what I would say, my guess is because of the fact that it's because of the encryption side, but also that's that only band.
Well, all their stuff's encrypted. All cellular communication is encrypted, so there's that doesn't have anything to do with it. Hello there, Justin. He says, do any carriers have actual unlimited domestic roaming other than T-Mobile Business Unlimited Ultimate? Now, Google Fi, I think, has unlimited roaming. So if you're going to do roaming in other countries, Google Fi is the one to do.
I was trying to get T-Mobile international, but T-Mobile.
But for here in USA to have domestic roaming, I don't know of anybody that has unlimited domestic roaming. I don't know. I mean, it depends on your plan. I mean, if you have Verizon in the USA, pretty much you're going to have coverage everywhere. So you really won't need to roam. And the Verizon does have roaming agreement where you can roam on an AT&T. So if you lose the Verizon tower, you can use the AT&T. Now, whether it's full speed or it's throttled or you're limited, I'm not sure about that. It just depends on the plan. But me, the way I run it is I run two SIM cards, or two SIMs. I have Verizon on my SIM, and then I got AT&T on eSIM. So no matter where I go, if my signal is one bar, if I'm inside of a building, I go on there and I just switch to the other. And most of the time, one of the two is always a full signal, because not all carriers share, not all AT&T and Verizon is on the same towers. There's some towers that AT&T is on, Verizon's not, and like that. And Verizon's network's a little bit more denser too, so their towers are closer together. So Verizon has a better indoor coverage for me down here. So when I go in the grocery store, AT&T may have one bar, but Verizon has 3 bars. That's just because the towers are close together. It's more denser. That's just in my area. TomTom says prepaid carriers need to offer unlimited talk, text,
really
and data up to 50 for $20 a month. Yeah. See, the thing is, there's a lot of limitations on, prepaid MVNOs. There's a lot of limitations because there's a reason why the service is cheaper, is because you don't get as much. You're limited.
If you want more than 50 gigabytes without being throttled to hell, you're better off getting a one of those.
Okay, this is where I know a little bit of something.
Let's see. Metro by T-Mobile wouldn't be.
Xfinity Mobile will give you unlimited talk, text, and data, $45 a line, or $30 a line if you have more than one line.
And it's truly unlimited, no cap.
No cap.
Are you sure?
It's just once you go over 20 gigs, if the network is congested, then they'll slow you down.
That's it, yeah.
And here's the other thing I know about
So that's not really unlimited then.
Here's the other thing I know about it. You want to keep up with the MVNOs and what the MVNOs are doing? Dennis and Stetson on best cell phone plans?
Right.
Them. That's how you keep up with what the MVNOs are doing.
I've had my fair share with Visible before it went to its new network core. I will stay with a Los Red and a Los Blue line any day of the
Gene
week.
says-
T-Mobile one.
Gene says Dish is using Google Fi. No, surely not.
No.
No, Dish is using,
Dish is using AT&T.
right.
If you don't have a Dish tower, then it connects to AT&T. That's where they have the agreement with.
Also known as Ricky.
Google Fi is an MVNO.
Yeah.
Boost Infinite will eventually add T-Mobile to the mix along with their dish towers,
Oh
and
God!
pretty much do a
Well,
Google Fi-esque automatic.
They
switch.
already have a roaming agreement, but see, Dish got pissed off at T-Mobile because of what they were doing, and said, "F you," and they got out of there and they made a deal with AT&T. It depends on what SIM you have. If you have the old SIM, yeah, you use T-Mobile, but if you got the new SIM, then you use AT&T.
I heard
Lavendi's
they're
coming in with the
T-Mobile-
good comments.
I heard they're
Again.
bringing T-Mobile back.
Google Fi roams on AT&T. Well, yeah. If there's no service for T-Mobile, they'll probably do that. But the main two providers for Google Fi is T-Mobile and U.S. Cellular. So if T-Mobile is available, Google Fi will connect to T-Mobile. If T-Mobile is not available, it tries to connect to U.S. Cellular. If you're in an area where there's no U.S. Cellular, then of course, yeah, it has no choice, but it's going to have to roam on AT&T or Verizon, because that's what T-Mobile has agreement with. But like I said, your quality of service is not going to be good. It's probably going to be throttled.
Too bad that Google Fi doesn't support Verizon as a native network to switch to. That would be
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, they're too expensive, so Google Fi would not make any profit if they use them. The only reason Xfinity Mobile can use Verizon is because they're offloading a lot of their traffic on Wi-Fi. So that's keeping the data usage down so they don't go broke, so they make some money.
I'm not going
And that's why Xfinity Mobile is pushing for band 48. And that's why they're pushing for 3.1 gigahertz to become shared free spectrum too, because they want the free spectrum, because they don't want to spend the money on their own auction license, although Comcast did buy some PAL license for band 48. They did buy some. So there's a lot of urban areas in the United States that they're going to deploy band 48 on. Maybe even N48 if they actually invest in the N48 equipment.
Maybe Comcast should consider buying millimeter wave spectrum instead.
Well, they do own some millimeter wave spectrum as well.
Yeah.
And they're planning on, but see, the main thing is most of the band 48 and millimeter wave that they have now is being deployed in commercial areas where Comcast has commercial accounts, like a warehouse that they provide service to. They add that in there as extra capacity.
They should just put it everywhere and not screw with FCC.
Yeah, but they don't have the money to put it. That's the thing. Comcast doesn't have the money to become a nationwide cell phone company. They don't have the money to put. They only have the money to put it in their markets that they have the Spectrum Mobile at.
Well, then they just should put it in the cities where they have the markets.
Yeah.
Everyone else will know.
Yep. Gene says he's using Verizon prepaid and it works great. Yep, I actually used Verizon prepaid before I got Los Mobile, and it worked great until you got your cap of 50 gigs, and then they slowed you down. But I work at night, so I don't have to worry about it because it's not congested at night, so I never got slowed down. But if you got Verizon prepaid and you're in the daytime and your tower site gets congested, ain't been upgraded yet, yeah, you're going to get slowed down.
Comcast has the money to do it by adding all those Wi-Fi routers on their existing footprint. Then they know
they've already done that. Yeah, Comcast already has.
Right. They know then they'll get return on their investment.
Yeah, because they already have the cable running through the area, so all they got to do is just add a Wi-Fi hotspot on there, because they don't have to pay for the Wi-Fi because they're already putting it out. But to convert it to band 48 millimeter wave would cost them billions and billions of dollars. That would eat up all their profit, even though they do make a lot of profit because they charge a lot of money for their crappy ass cable service. It's expensive as hell.
It is expensive as hell unless
Yeah.
you get on a government program you qualify
Well,
for.
that's true. Yeah. If you got that,
Mine's got.
but if you
600
make money like I do, I don't qualify because I can't use that, so I have to pay the full price.
There's
So
a
for
place-
me, it doesn't work.
There's a place called Circled In where you can get more plans cheap by just buying in with a bunch of others.
Mm-hmm.
My Comcast here does 600 down, and I pay $124 a month.
Okay, but you gotta remember how a Comcast operates. Let's
Like a
say,
mafia.
no, that's not what I mean. Let's say you pay,
All
Yeah.
ISPs do it.
but not Comcast. Let's say you pay to get 50 megabytes per second. Well, they're gonna provision your modem so you get, say, 150 megabytes per second. That way, even when the network is slow, you're still getting what you paid for.
I'm getting over 200 right now because they upped it because they feel the noose tightening around their neck with the approaching
Oh snap!
31.
Noose around the neck.
Everyone's strangled him.
That's funny.
Well, I mean, Xfinity will raise things based on the market area building. If you don't know how the cable industry works, then I'm not going to sit here because we'll be here till 6 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Money
Oh, that's bedtime.
Money-wise, they can rip you off. But as far as provisioning your modem so you get the speed you pay for, they give you more than you pay for. So when
Yeah.
it slows down, you're still getting what you paid for.
Look at Sneed. AT&T Fiber pulled an Xfinity, raised his bill 50%,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Doesn't
from
shock
$50 to $100. Yeah.
All right, Tom has a question. Isn't it illegal for carrier or MVNO to cancel service without giving you a chance to port out a number that belongs to you?
No.
Yeah, you could complain
It
to the
is
FCC
illegal.
about the portability.
With the portability thing, the thing is your account has to be in good standing to port the number out. So if you do something that causes your account not to be in good standing, like you don't pay your bill and they turn off your service, you can't port the number off. So your bill has to be in good standing. And here's the thing: if you got a cell phone through your carrier and you got a payment plan set up, so you're paying for an iPhone and you're paying so much per month and you owe them $500 and you don't pay them the $500, they can deny to port the number out. So your bill has to be paid. So in order to port the number out, your bill has to be paid in full, then you can port it out.
That's why I brought her water cash into Walmart and bought an iPhone. And signed
Yeah,
up
so-
for cellular. So.
Now, the only way that it's smart to actually get a payment plan on your phone through your carrier or MVNO is if you plan on staying with them. If not, then you're always better off to pay cash for your phone. Just pay it up.
I literally have been with T-Mobile for the last 4 years, and every time I get a new iPhone, I buy in full. I do not go through and do monthly installments on.
I do not like AT&T.
To be fair, I don't like any. I don't like any.
Well,
any
right now,
one
I'm
in
not
this
liking
country.
AT&T because of dual connectivity. They're really
Because-
screwing up in 77.
They'll give me my home internet on a government program so I can afford it. But my cell phone, no, they want full price and I can't afford it. So fuck AT&T.
They're prepaid. You can get a phone calling one for $25 with just phone calling.
Yeah, I think with AT&T you're limited on what you can get. I think
I pay
there's certain plans and stuff that you have to get that program. I think there's limitations.
Me and Ricky pay a good deal for AT&T.
I pay 40
Yep.
for
Yeah, Los Mobile is a good deal. All right, Tom says, I can't find anyone to find a working short code MMI to set my ring timer before voicemail picks it up. Do you know anything about MMI codes for Didn't somebody help you with that on one of my other live streams? Didn't you say that question and somebody told you what the answer was? If I remember right, that's... Or maybe they told you, but that didn't work.
Actually,
I'm pretty sure in one of my past live streams, they told you how to do it. There's a certain sequence of numbers and stuff that you put in there, and then it fixes that. It changes your ring before it picks up the voicemail.
I think MIMO is T-Mobile technology because they bought it from Sprint. Am I correct, Ricky?
Is it what now?
Is it MIMO Sprint technology? So that makes it T-Mobile technology now? Since they bought Sprint?
Well, no. Massive, multiple in, multiple out. That's MIMO. That's multiple data streams. That's no carrier owns that technology. That is a 3GPP open thing. So any cell phone hardware manufacturer can use that. So Verizon uses MIMO. All the carriers use MIMO. It's a technology for LTE. And then for the new 5G, the multiple user massive MIMO, that's also anybody can use that too. Now the GigaMimo that I showed you guys from Qualcomm, I don't know if Qualcomm is patenting that technology and they're going to launch their own radios and antennas, or if Qualcomm is going to sell that hardware to like Ericsson, Samsung, and all that. I don't know that yet. I have to find that out. But MIMO it's nobody owns MIMO.
It's open
MIMO
source.
is it's a 3GPP standard.
It's an open source tech, just like Android is.
Yeah. All right, Justin says, isn't the S22 Ultra Exynos version DSDA? I don't think it is. I think it's DSDS. I think, especially if the Qualcomm modem don't have it, then the Exynos modem is definitely not going to have it. Well, I don't know if the Exynos version has the Qualcomm modem. I don't know.
Over in Europe, I know now they're going to be
Exynos version of S22 Ultra in the UK has data switching like iPhone. Really? I didn't think it did. I can't speak for other countries. I don't know what's going on over there. I just know for the USA version. There is no visible home internet. It's just a promo code for Verizon home internet. Okay.
Yeah, it's
There you
Verizon
go.
home internet, but you get $10 off, or as little as $5 off if you go with the cheapest.
Mikey the Big Mac lover. Oh my gosh. Hello there, Mikey the Big Mac. I think he looks like you ate too many Big Macs. Invisible versus Crooked Talk. Oh, Crooked Talk. That's pretty good. I like that. Crooked Talk. That's like Skunky Talk. Maybe we'll start calling T-Mobile Skunky Talk. Aaron says that might explain why I only see 5, maybe 10 megahertz of bandwidth. Band 12 and band 5. I think I saw 5 megahertz of 66 in one spot. See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, these very narrow parts of bandwidth is just horrible. It's just narrow band LTE is just complete garbage. They bought it from a little green guy with a flying saucer. You guys are funny tonight. U.S. Cellular just needs to sell out. They do. U.S. Cellular definitely needs to merge. But see, their frequencies that they own is most compatible with T-Mobile. I would say Dish. I think Dish and U.S. Cellular, if they merge together, I think that would be an awesome company.
Especially
Because they both have the same frequency bands for the old LTE network.
Yeah.
That's what's hurting U.S. Cellular so much is they have the same garbage LTE frequency bands as like everybody else does. So
Yeah, that's
But
why
they are doing good with their home internet. Though. Gotta give
yes,
credit there.
U.S. Cellular. That's funny. I
Well-
got 0.2K up and 0.5K down on my skunky line at McDonald's when I got my Big Mac today. Looks like that Big Mac went straight to your face.
U.S. Cellular, what their problem is they're really,
That's right,
really
Gene.
small regional company.
Right. U.S. Cellular isn't a national carrier. It's a regional carrier. Yeah,
So
it's just
for
like what
them to
Sprint used
have
to be a regional.
national reach, they need to make
They
some
have to have
kind of agreement with the national carrier.
Yeah. Well, U.S. Cellular back when I had agreement with Verizon for nationwide coverage. Now I don't know if that's changed. I think AT&T now is with U.S. Cellular. I think if you don't have U.S. because Carlos was in Vegas using U.S. Cellular and it was on AT&T because he was doing speed tests that one day. So I think U.S. Cellular is using AT&T now. I think they got rid of Verizon because it was too expensive for the data, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Who is the best carrier for coverage in Nebraska?
Yeah.
Oh, for Nebraska?
That's
let's
out
see.
of my territory. I wouldn't know.
Well, I mean, if you look here on the map on Verizon covers Nebraska. If you look on the map, AT&T covers Nebraska. Come on, AT&T, load up. Wow, it's slow. Their servers are slow today. Here, let me refresh it again. There we go. Okay, let's go to Nebraska. Okay, here we go.
Maybe their servers
Nebraska.
need smacks upside the head to wake them up.
Yeah, that's what they need. Yeah, there's coverage in Nebraska on AT&T. Look at there. I know their maps are lying, but it says there's coverage there.
Check Days Mills, Wisconsin.
Let's see about
It's in
Skunky.
Crawford.
Skunky. Yeah, let's see if Skunky's in Nebraska. Let's see. Do we have Skunky in Nebraska? Well, looky here.
Are we gonna puke?
Yeah, we're gonna puke. Yeah, looky there. There's your coverage in Nebraska.
What?
There's your coverage.
What's that shit?
Yeah, what coverage? Well, if you're in Omaha, you got coverage. If you're in Lincoln, you got coverage.
But if you're outside of that area, you're pretty much
Yeah, if you're out in the cornfields, you ain't gonna have coverage. If you're driving down that interstate there over to Denver, you ain't gonna have no coverage.
Remember what we discussed about that, Ricky?
Mm-hmm.
How many people live in the United States and how much of that land is populated?
Yep, 47%. Now look, you go to AT&T. Here's the real coverage map for AT&T. That's really what, but it's still pretty good. I mean, still they got coverage, but there's a lot of areas that they still don't have. Now, if you switch this over to Verizon, let's see what their real coverage. See, there's holes. That doesn't match up with their website. See, Verizon lies, AT&T lies, T-Mobile lies. T-Mobile really lies. Look here. Look at T-Mobile.
They all lie. We came. to
That's
the
real
adjusted
coverage for
finally.
T-Mobile. Look at that.
yeah.
Now, I think there's a regional carrier that's in Nebraska, too. Isn't there a regional carrier in Nebraska? I think there is.
Yeah.
I don't know who it
surprised
is.
They haven't been charged with crimes against humanity with all these lies. It's a wonder nobody has died from having their.
Uh-huh. Yep. All right, Manny says Verizon LTE is better than some 5G carriers. Yeah. Well, LTE is like really good because you got to remember Verizon has LTE on every single site they own in the country. Now, just think about this. If they had N77 200 megahertz of bandwidth on the massive MIMO on every one of the towers that has LTE, can you imagine how strong the network would be? You'd have gigabit speeds anywhere in USA. That's coming. It's going to happen in the next 2 years. It's coming. Verizon, if they get N77 on every single one of their towers, yeah, it's going to be pretty good too.
I'll believe it when I see it. To be
But they have to have carrier aggregation because they already got this N5 shit already, the fake 5G out there. You have to have carrier aggregation with N5 and N77 for it to work. Right now, with the dual connectivity, it's messing everything up.
I'll have to believe it to see it when the
AT&T prepaid, it's unlimited data, talk, text, unlimited high-speed roaming in Mexico and Canada. Who has the most towers overall in the USA? T-Mobile, Verizon, or AT&T? Well, it's the both have the most. AT&T and Verizon both have the most tower sites in America. Now, I don't know which one exactly has. Either AT&T or Verizon. One of them two probably has like maybe one or 2,000 more towers than the other. But AT&T and Verizon cover 70% of the population, which is only 47% of populated area. T-Mobile covers 62% of the population. Not the 99.99% that they say, because they're going by the POPs term. So basically, you go around America, every PEA, every population area, PEA is Populated Economic Area, I think is what it stands for, if I remember right. If you put one tower in each PEA in the United States, then yeah, you can say that you got 99.9% of the PEAs covered, but you only got 62% of the people covered. That's a big difference. And that's how they use deception and lies to trick everybody. It's crazy.
That was bad.
But I'm going to do a deep dive. I'm going to try to find out exactly how many. Now, the ballpark, I think, is something around 85,000 towers. Now, we're including macro sites here. 85,000 macro sites. So you got towers, water towers, rooftops, and stuff like that. Those are macro sites. I think it's probably around 85,000 is what they have across the whole country. And then you can add in about another 85,000 small cells, including millimeter wave for Verizon. And AT&T small cells probably around 45,000 small cells. Just a guess, but I need to research that and get the exact numbers.
Is 29.6 down good for Verizon on LTE or bad?
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
The bad thing is the upload. Verizon's upload is bad on LTE, just the way it's configured. You're lucky to get 5 to 10 megabits up. That's the part. But if you're just watching YouTube on 480, that's plenty.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing T-Mobile at my grandma's farmhouse. She gets N71, so that way if they decide to switch over to the T-Mobile plan, they'd at least get good upload and reasonably speedy download.
Uh-huh.
Even on N71, it gives good speeds, so that's good.
Gene says he's also using Boost Infinite on AT&T, and it's great. Well, I guess it'd be okay as long as you don't use too much data. If you're just texting and making phone calls, yeah, it's going to work great. That's the only bad thing with a lot of these MVNOs and prepaid people is the service is usually either throttled or data capped or any of that kind of stuff. So if you're a light user, it's going to be fine.
After you
Tom says
bytes on US Cellular, they reserve the right to throttle you. But I heard from Carlos the other day that they're lenient and you could just call them and then they'd restore the speed. So.
Oh, okay.
Comcast has their plan set up for heavy internet use.
Postpaid carriers need to offer 100 gigabyte of data for $50 a month. Well, that's not going to happen. That's a lot of data for $50 a month. Nobody's going to do that. They're going to lose a lot of money.
If you go on US Cellular and qualify for ACP, you can get one line of unlimited basic for $54 something. But once the ACP pops on, it's going to drop to $24.61 based on my experience. Each month, $24.61 after ACP pops on there. Because they stack Lifeline and ACP as two separate transactions. And then you end up getting more than $50 discount.
Yeah, it says the Xfinity Mobile does have data caps. So it's not truly unlimited. So if you reach that point, yeah, you get slowed down. So if you're a high data user for Xfinity during the day and you're not near a Wi-Fi hotspot, yeah, you're going to suffer a little bit. But
if you're going to use 600 gigabytes of data, you're probably better off going with.
Well, there's no carriers going to let you use 600 gigabytes. There's no way. Nobody's going to let you use that much data.
Gitmore might be the closest thing. If you go with a Gitmore, they might not mind. or maybe Magenta Max.
Actually,
TomTom says you can get unlimited for $25 on some MVNOs. Yeah, but the word
Comcast-
unlimited it can be misinterpreted. Unlimited doesn't mean unlimited. When you say you get unlimited data, you got to figure out what data you're getting unlimited. So if you get 2G data unlimited, yeah, okay. So you get unlimited 2G data, but can you use 2G data? No, you can't. If you got a hard cap where if you use 22 gigabytes and then you get throttled to 2G speeds, pretty much you don't have no more data because 2G doesn't work. 2G speeds, you can't do nothing. You can't do nothing with it.
Comcast will actually give you a lot of data if you divided it up between the Verizon and the Comcast Wi-Fi.
Well, that's true. That's why that's why you can get away with a lot of data, because if you use Wi-Fi a lot, then you don't use as much of the actual gigabit or gigs of Verizon. So that is true. So that's the reason why you don't go over your limit as much, because of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is what saves Xfinity and Spectrum Mobile.
And it also probably saves Verizon a ton in data usage too.
Well, yeah, that helps you not, make the site congested too. Yeah. And that's why Verizon has the high rates for the MVNOs, because they don't want the MVNOs to tank their network. Now, as capacity increases on N77 and stuff, then it's not going to make much of a difference.
That's why Visible is better, because it's designed almost for the data abusers, so that way, after you use 50 gigs on a Visible Plus, you could probably be slowed down to maybe as low as 2G speeds, depending on how badly congested the area is.
The Big Mac lover says he's thinking about porting my Skunk Mobile to Q-Link Wireless.
I heard that Q-Link Wireless was a little scammy, from what I've heard.
TomTom says 10 years from now, we'll probably be down to 3 6G carriers. T-Mobile won't port out your number if your bill isn't paid. Yep, that's true. And you got ACP. Okay, good. Do you pay $10? No, well, it depends. Basically, the ACP gives you, I think, $50 off a month. So if your bill is $60 a month, yeah, you'll have to pay 10 when you minus the 50 or the 30. I forget what ACP is. Is it 30 a month, or maybe it's 30 a month? I can't remember. So it depends. Basically, what they do is they just deduct that off, and whatever the remaining amount is, that's what you got to pay.
I heard that the U.S. Cellular home internet has a 300 gigabyte cap. So after that, they'll slow you down to 3G speeds.
Well, that's great. That's nuts. Why would anybody do that? If it's home internet, it should be unlimited, or have a very generous cap, like Xfinity has a 1.2 terabyte cap on your. The only way you don't is if you pay $30 extra a month to get their Wi-Fi router and get their.
You have to pay for
unlimited stuff, but working. I heard they're going to give that away for free. Now that they're getting more capacity, I heard they're going to give that away. They're going to give you a free modem that you don't have to pay for every month, and they're going to give you unlimited Wi-Fi. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not, but
unfortunately, they require professional installation. Though it is way
you can't install it. You can't install it yourself anymore.
Well, with U.S. Cellular, they have to have it professionally installed. I guess because
U.S. Cellular.
Yeah, I guess it's because they're.
But what are they installing?
They need. I think it's an antenna package that they shove on the roof or something. So
that doesn't make any sense.
Think of it like
so it's not like Verizon Home Internet where you get a box, or like T-Mobile Home Internet where you get a box.
No,
it's actually a fixed wireless access point that has an outside antenna connected to a box inside.
Think of it like a cell booster on crack and steroids. That's pretty much what it probably would be doing.
Well, I mean, it's at that point it's not a cell phone booster. It's actually a receiver and transmitter, but what it is, it uses an outside antenna. And Verizon's getting ready to launch that. We talked about that before in a past live stream. The new Verizon home internet box is going to be mounted. You can mount it outside on a pole, and you run the wire into your house and plug it into your Wi-Fi router. And it has all the bands in it, millimeter wave, mid-band, everything. And it's an outside antenna.
The problem with one of those outside boxes is if you're in a bad side of town, someone might steal the damn thing.
Well, if that's the case, they can steal your car because it's sitting outside in your driveway.
That's true, but it'd be easier to get away with a.
And even if they stole it, they can't use it because it's activated in your name, in your account. So if they go and they try to activate it, it's on somebody else's account already. No, that's the problem with modems that you use for Comcast. If that modem is activated on somebody else's account and you try to activate it, they're going to say, "Oh no, you can't activate it because it's on somebody else's account."
No, what they do is they probably sell it on eBay to unsuspecting fools, and then.
Well, but who's going to buy something that they can't confirm that it works? Yeah. That's like buying a phone and not checking to see if it's blacklisted. It's the same thing. Why would you do that? If you buy a cell phone and you don't check the IMEI and make sure it's not blacklisted, then you're taking a chance of getting scammed.
Yeah.
So you got to protect yourself. So that kind of.
They might sell it.
Deters theft. Yeah, that kind of deters theft, big time.
Or maybe they'll steal it and use it so that they can look at illicit stuff, and it would be tied to you because the box is in your name.
Mm-hmm. TomTom says I ported my number out before T-Mobile bill was due since T-Mobile bills in arrears. Okay. You have Spectrum for home internet. Can you port your number out as long as you're still on a monthly auto pay? As long as the bill's paid. As long as your bill's in good standing, you port any number out. But if you got a contract, you can't port the number out. Because if you port the number out, it cancels your service, and then you got to pay a fee. So even if it does let you port it out, then they're going to send you a bill in the mail. It's, okay, you owe us $750. And if you don't pay it, they're going to report you to credit bureaus and screw your credit up.
If it's a prepaid account, it should be relatively easy to port out.
Well, yeah, if it's prepaid, you're paying month to month, and you don't have no commitment with equipment. Yeah, if you port it out, you're good.
Just make sure it's paid up for the month, or you'll be screwed.
Right, exactly. So if you don't pay your bill, they shut you off. Then you try to port it out, you can't. They lock your account.
Then you'd end up having to pay up for another month and end up paying for a full.
Well, they won't even let you. Once it's closed, that's it. They take that number, reassign it to somebody else.
Oh boy.
They own that number. They're not obligated to let you have it. That's part of the Wireless Portability Act.
Yeah.
And then let's say qualify for ACP on Metro at the time, we get a great deal. Therefore, I only pay $10 a month for Metro and get 35 gigs you get 35 gigs of high-speed data, and then you get unlimited data, which is unlimited data is garbage, basically. Well, it depends. If it's it depends if it's a hard cap on speed or a slow cap, or a network busy cap.
If it's Assurance Wireless would probably be heavily deprioed because it's owned by T-Mobile. But something like Mint Mobile, you would probably end up getting stuck on 2G.
Mm-hmm. If I want to get unlimited talk, text, data, I have to pay $20 for the $60 plan for AT&T. Okay.
So
that's
guys,
with the ACP. Aaron says.
What's the difference between Boost and the new Boost Infinity?
The name change.
That's all.
And eventually they will transition to having Dish access with their Dish native towers, and
that's true.
And T-Mobile too, from what I heard, where it would be like a 3-carrier switch, so that way they can take advantage of all their roaming agreements.
Yeah. That's true. Aaron says, is IS Cellular should merge with, I think you meant US Cellular should merge with Dish, becoming expand help. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we said earlier. Yeah, their networks are compatible. Dish and US Cellular would be perfect match. Perfect match.
Yeah,
because they got the similar frequencies.
Especially if I could roam on Dish. That would be awesome.
Well, I mean, they would be. I mean, if Dish and US Cellular merged together, they would be Dish. That's if Dish bought US Cellular, then it would be Dish. It wouldn't be no roaming. It would be one network.
Yeah.
They would just switch all the time. It'd be just like switching Sprint over to T-Mobile. And they got the spectrum to do it. See, the nice thing about it is if you got N71, you know, you got 30 megahertz of N71, and then you get 30 megahertz of N71 from US Cellular, then you could do 3-carrier aggregation. You could do 60 megahertz of N71, 3-carrier aggregation, 20, 40, 60. You get a little bit more bandwidth that way. The trouble is with low band is you can't use big channels. So you're wasting your carrier aggregation. And with the X70 modem, you can do 4-carrier aggregation. So you do 4-carrier aggregation. So if you do a 2-carrier or 3 carriers of N71, you got 1, 2, 3. Now you only got 2 left. So if you do N70, that's 4. And then if you do N66, that's 5. So now you've just used up, well, you can't even use, there's parts of the spectrum you can't even use. So if you got 4-carrier aggregation, you can only use 4 NR bands. See, that's what the limitation is right now. The phone hardware is not in sync with the tower. The towers are able to do 8-carrier aggregation, but the phone can only do 4 with the X70. And the X65, you can do 3. And the X60, you can do 2-carrier. So that's what the whole problem is. The phones are, that's what we were saying 2 years ago when you're buying a phone with the X55 modem. The X55 modem is outdated. You should not, if you got an X55 or X60, it's pretty much outdated already. So
it's not as bad.
So that's what's going to be hard for these carriers to switch to standalone. You can't go to standalone yet because the phones can't do all the frequencies. You got to pick 2 NR frequencies with the most capacity to put out, and that's not going to perform any better than NT. You're going to be a whole lot better to do 5-carrier aggregation LTE and do 2-carrier aggregation with NR. That's 7-carrier aggregation. 5 with LTE, 2 with NR. That's 7-carrier aggregation. Then you're going to have decent speeds. But if you go to standalone, now you just lost it. Now you can't do. You can only do, you got 2 frequencies you can use, or 3, depends on the phone.
That would ruin it for people that have only the 2-carrier aggregation.
Right, yeah. So that's what we've been saying all along. It's really important now to have the latest 5G modem if speed is important to you. But if speed is not important to you, then you don't need it. I mean, for most people, you can, like if you're on AT&T, an LTE phone will work just fine.
Oh yeah, that's
because
where my
you got 5-carrier aggregation just about everywhere in the United States, and you can get anywhere between 20 to 100 megabits down in the whole United States. And that's pretty good. And if you get a 5G phone that has an X60 or X65 modem in it, and you get 15 megahertz of N5, you're still going to do pretty good. You can do 300 megabits down and 100 up to, if you're in an area that's not oversaturated. All 3 lie when it comes to rural coverage. That's right. The agent told me there was only 4G in my area on my street. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Skunk-a-doodle-doo. The like ratio is high, but you haven't clicked the thumbs up. Please do so. Yes, yes, yes. RFK, send me a link. I will go live with you. No, thanks. I'm good. Big Mac Lover says, why is life not fair? I get 2G now because I use a flip phone. Yeah. Wow. These carriers say unlimited data, but the fine print says 30 gigabytes to either 2 gigs or throttling it at 2 gigs, which is horrible. Yep. That's what you got to watch out for. That unlimited data term, you got to read the fine print because it depends on what your needs are. If you're a light user, you use your phone and Wi-Fi. Most people, when they're at work, they can't use their phone. You can't sit there and watch TikTok and YouTube while you're working because most jobs make you work. They don't let you screw off. Now there's some jobs that they don't care. Or like me, when I'm at work, I can sit there and watch YouTube all night. But I still got to do my job, you know. You got to pay attention to your job.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're distracted by your phone and not doing your job, then you can get fired from your job. So, you got to be careful.
If you're at risk of falling asleep if you don't watch YouTube, then that's
well, yeah, that's true. But yeah, if you're watching the screen, how are you going to watch your job or whatever you're watching? Like if you're doing security, and that's what I tell people all the time. You got to be able to do your job and be able to, you know, keep yourself busy, and so you can stay awake. Some people, when they watch YouTube on their phone, it puts them to sleep when they're tired. I mean, most people, when you watch TV, when you're tired, it puts you right to sleep, you know. When I get off work, sometimes I have to work in 12-hour shift. I'll come home and I'll eat me some food before I go to bed. I'll turn Netflix on and I'll watch some TV. Next thing I know, I'm zonked out on the damn chair. I'm like, I wake up 5 minutes later.
Made me think of something.
Uh-oh.
Of course, you got someone who goes on Twitter and won't do their work.
Uh-oh.
He'd rather sit on Twitter and piss everyone off while Tesla loses value.
Oh. Are you talking about Elon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Elon.
Yeah, Elon's just going to be an Elon, and there's nothing we can do about it. You know, he just, you know.
Elon needs to sell his own brand of Musk and call it Elon Musk.
Yeah, Elon Muck. Yeah, that's right. Comcast wants to become their own cellular provider and stop dependence on Verizon. Well, they can't become their own cellular provider because they don't have the money and they don't have the frequencies to do really nationwide. I mean, sure, they got free license they can use, but it's going to be very expensive to deploy that. And the thing is, it's first come, first serve. So if AT&T or Verizon uses the free frequencies first, then that means Comcast can't use them.
If they're going to do that, it should be regional by city basis, so that way they cover city areas. So.
Yeah, that's where they need it, where their high capacity is, their market share is. So.
Yeah, it's pointless to have it out in the middle of nowhere where no one's going to be using it.
Yeah, you got to put where their customer is. Xfinity having a data cap is bogus. Shouldn't be a thing. If you can circumvent by connected to Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot. Let's see. Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot is true limited data throttle at 25.5. Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot?
Oh, that makes
Xfinity. What do you mean by Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot? Xfinity has Wi-Fi. If you have Xfinity modem in your house, then you have Wi-Fi coming out of it.
They might be talking
and it's not really throttled. Xfinity has plans. You pay for what plan you want. If you're paying for the 25.5 plan, that's not being throttled. That's what plan you're paying for. If you're paying for a 600 down and 35 up, then that's what you pay for.
They might be talking about a hotspot feature on the phone.
Oh, is that what he's talking about?
Possibly.
If you use Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspot as a guest or a 1 hour pass, they're going to cap your usage. But if you're already a customer of theirs for like TV, phone, and internet, or at least one of the two, they won't cap you.
So as a guest, what do you mean by a guest?
Meaning they let you on as a guest, or you pay for a 1 hour pass because you're not.
Oh, okay. So you're saying like if you're not if you're not a customer and you want to get on their net. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Wi-Fi hotspots areas. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have Wi-Fi hotspots on the cable lines. Like every so many feet, they'll put up a little box up there, and they'll have the hotspot.
That's why I disabled the Wi-Fi on my phone, because it wants to randomly connect to Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots, and I don't.
Well, if you're on Verizon service as an MVNO on your Xfinity mobile phone, and you turn the hotspot on, you're using the data from Verizon. So if that hotspot, I don't know how that works with Xfinity Mobile. If it even has a hotspot feature like that, I don't know if it does, or what the caps is, or I don't know. I don't know what that is, but unlimited is 35 gigs or higher. When Comcast advertises unlimited data, they only like 20. Okay. Nobody's going to steal outside 5G, LTE, CPE, or else they would steal Fios, Frontier, enable AT&T fiber boxes outside. Yeah, that's true. I looked at AT&T BYOD, which is bring your own device, to check my iPad that was paid off. It says the EID is located or stolen, but the physical IMEI isn't. Oh, that's weird. Jeff Stacker? Wow, that's a hideous picture. I love 5G. These towers give me hair the volume it needs. Wouldn't you agree? That's funny. X55 modem is hot garbage. You can instantly tell the difference between that and the X60 modem. Going from the iPhone 12 Pro to i13 Pro Max was day and night difference. Exactly. You're 100% right, Justin. There are Xfinity, Wi-Fi, SSID, Wi-Fi hotspots broadcasting everywhere on rented modems. If you are a customer to Comcast Internet on a plan that's 300 or higher, you can connect that to the SID and use. That's true. When I had Comcast, I can connect to the Strand Mount hotspot where I worked at. I can connect it. I just use my login from Xfinity. I could connect to that Wi-Fi hotspot, and I got like something like 150 down and like 25 up or something like that. So that's true. Uncapped data, but it's throttled to 25. Well, here in the Keys, it wasn't throttled to 25.5. You got pretty good speeds. It depends how close you are. If you're like 100 feet away, it slows down a little bit. But if you're pretty close to it,
it's possible.
Those strand mounts don't transmit very far because they're limited on how much power you can transmit on those. So,
if someone's on an internet-only plan, some cheap piece of garbage plan, they would probably be throttled on those. But if they have something with TV and
right, that's that's how you can get away with your data cap without paying for unlimited on Xfinity. Yeah, you can do the Wi-Fi hotspot. Yeah, anytime you're using Wi-Fi, then you're not using your data. All right, so let's go around the country and look at N77 on Verizon. We're going to look at Verizon and AT&T and see if they got any new N77 spots. And then we've been on here for like 4 hours and 14 minutes, and I'm getting kind of hungry. So we're going to close this live stream out and then call it a night. So let's look around the country and look and see what kind of 5G action we got going on here. Well, I call it fake 5G because it's not really true 5G yet. But look at Milwaukee. There's some sites over there. Chicago's getting pretty filled out. Grand Rapids got some new stuff. Detroit. Cleveland's getting a little bit bigger. Cincinnati. And Dayton is starting to expand pretty good. Even Columbus is getting really good. Pittsburgh is getting good. Upper New York, I see some new towers all over the place. N77 is expanding fast for Verizon. Look at this. Look at these areas. Look at all these sites here.
How's Rockford, Illinois looking?
Oh, yeah, we're going to get there. We're going up and down the coast here. Oh, look at Richmond. There's a few more towers there. Virginia Beach has got some more action. North Carolina's got some more action. Fayetteville does. There's one nearby Greenville. South Carolina. Oh, look at South Carolina. We got a couple. Augusta, South Carolina. Starting to get some more there. Knoxville's getting a few more towers. Nashville. Atlanta's getting filled out pretty good. Birmingham's doing good. And let's go on down to Florida. Yeah, Florida's got a lot of new sites lately. Ooh. They're doing pretty good. A lot of new sites. Yep.
Check the San Joaquin Valley.
We're getting there. We're going across the whole country. All right, so we got New Orleans. Not too many more new towers there. Got a few more up here on the upper side. And Houston. Wow, Houston's doing pretty good. Austin and San Antonio's doing pretty good. Let's see down here. Oh, look, down here by the border. Yeah, they got a few more coming around there. Let's see, we go up to Texas. Here's Fort Worth and Dallas. Wow, that's looking pretty good. And what we got here? Oklahoma City's doing good. What we got over here? Arkansas. Wow, look at Arkansas. Arkansas is expanding out pretty good. Yeah, I got a couple. Memphis, Nashville. All right, let's go over here. Arizona. How's Arizona? New Mexico don't have anything still yet, do they? Nope, no New Mexico. Oh, Albuquerque's got a couple sites. They're just not getting on. But then Arizona. Oh, look here. Tucson's got a couple more new ones. Outside of Phoenix got a couple more new ones.
Where Tito
And let's see. There's nothing new over here in Kingman area and Lake Havasu. Las Vegas is all still the same. Nothing new there. Oh, this is new. Here's a new site over here by St. George. This is a new site over here. All right, so they expanded over there a little bit. And let's look at Southern Cal. Yeah, look at Southern Cal. It's pretty good. I see a few new places in here. Not a lot, but there's a couple places that are new. Fresno's really filling out pretty good.
Yeah,
San Jose.
It's in between Fresno and Bakersfield.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. There's Sacramento's getting better. Yeah, up here, Chico, that's new. Over here, this is new. Let's see, what else we got? Northern California, nothing yet. Let's see, Oregon. Nothing in Oregon yet. Well, other than right here, Salem and there. And then Portland. Oh, we got a few more places in Portland. And let's see, Seattle. Well, there's a few new sites there. Spokane, they're just starting to upgrade in Spokane. Man, I bet you it's cold up here right now. Yeah, we lost Caleb. He went to bed. He's got to work tomorrow. He says, I'm out of here. Yeah, it's all right. What time? Oh, it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Boise, Idaho, got some coverage.
9:54 California time.
Oh, yeah, California time. Cali time. All right. There's Salt Lake. There, I see a couple new sites over there. Let's see what else we got here. Denver. Oh, that's the same. Ain't too much new in Denver. North Dakota, South Dakota, nothing. Minnesota's filling out pretty good. Here's a few more sites in Des Moines and Omaha. And what is this? Oh, Kansas. Yeah, they got a couple more. Wichita and Overland Park. And St. Louis has got a few more sites. So, yeah, Verizon's expanding pretty good there across the country. So let's look at AT&T. Let's see how their N77 is doing.
Oh, did you hit Rockford for the Verizon?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was right here. Yep. I don't know exactly where we're. I have to see. I don't know where Rockfield exactly is. I know it's in the Chicago area, but
it's actually 80 miles west of Chicago, the heart of Chicago, along the lake.
Oh.
Straight left from
yeah.
there.
I don't see it, but I'm sure it's around here somewhere.
It's actually a bit north where that 5G low band areas are.
Is Verizon improving on the, I think it's the Arizona-Nevada border?
Oh, Rockford's way out here. Okay, yeah, they haven't started in 77 there yet, no.
I did see a 5G UW flash on for 3 seconds the other day.
Right, yeah, they're probably upgrading the area and testing things out. So, yeah, if they're doing some early testing, you'll probably see it. Yep.
Good. It was a delight when I was switching from T-Mobile because T-Mobile is not always so good.
Okay. And I hate T-Mobile or AT&T's map because you got to zoom in so far to see the N77.
The one good.
I hate that.
The one good thing about T-Mobile is I've noticed call quality being better than AT&T in areas that where AT&T has trouble getting good clear.
Oh, okay.
That
so it looks like
are pretty good.
So it looks like Flint's got some stuff going on. You got Detroit, Ann Arbor. Yeah, this is going to take forever because you have to stay zoomed in to go around. Okay, so there's Cleveland. Canton, Columbus has got some action going on. Still nothing in really date. Oh, there's a few more sites. Oh, they're working their way north. These are all new. All these up here in South Dayton is all new. So by the time I go to Xenia for the ham radio convention up there, I might have N77 for AT&T there. Of course, it's probably going to suck because of dual connectivity. But the thing is, when you see this blue area, every single site in this area is not upgraded, because what they're doing is they're doing like T-Mobile did. When they did N71, they upgraded 1 out of 6 towers. Oh, AT&T is doing the same thing. They're doing like 1 out of 3, 1 out of every 3 towers, and then they're beaming that shit so that you get the signal 2 towers over, and that's what they're doing. And it's crazy they're doing that, and they're using dual connectivity. So you got the 5G plus icon, even though the tower's like 7 miles away. So right now, the way AT&T is deploying N77 is horrible. Verizon is doing the same thing. They're using dual connectivity, so it's hurting them too, but not as bad because their sites are denser and closer together, and plus they're not as high up, at least down in our areas. So a lot of towers are only like 100, 150 foot up. They're not like 300 foot like AT&T is beaming it. So that's the sad thing. And then over here, got Pittsburgh. Man, this is going to take forever to find. Here, I'm going to just zoom out and find the 5G pluses, and then I'm just going to zoom in, because if you see a plus sign, that means it's got N77.
Yeah, 5G plus and 5G minus.
Oh, actually, that's crazy. There's no see, they need to have 2 different 5G pluses, because there's millimeter wave, which is here. Oh, it's down here. See, there's this, but there's no N77 there. That's just a stadium that has 5G plus in it. See, that's crazy.
Isn't that what
I don't like the way their map is, but they just did this. So just because there's a plus there, don't mean there's N77 there. So if you go to Boston, there might be some N77. Let's see if there is.
Isn't that what Ricky calls fake 5G?
Yep, fake 5G. There's Boston. There you go. Look at that. Look at all that area over there. Look at that. Wow. There's quite a bit over there. Look at that. But see how scattered it is? See, it really shows up on here. Look at there. There's a lot of gaps in here. Hey, but that's what they're doing. They're just putting it in different spots. They're not even doing like a whole city area.
You could try US Cellular 5G map for laughs.
Oh, I don't have their map up. They're a regional carrier anyway, so I don't even think really anybody has US Cellular.
Oh, I do.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
It works better than AT&T in my home. I usually get around 40 up during peak times.
Oh, okay.
On 5G. Sometimes even higher.
Let's see if there's a new area anywhere else here. See, I think DC's got some new towers. Nope, they don't have any towers yet. No N77 yet. Oh, that's great.
If you have the misfortune of living in Gays Mills, Wisconsin, you'd probably need US Cellular, because everyone else has horrible coverage.
Okay.
AT&T has no native coverage in that region. So.
Oh, okay.
So you'd be
okay. There's Virginia Beach area. All right, let's go scrolling on down here. Let's see. No N77 anyway. There's many areas that AT&T has. See, AT&T is behind compared with Verizon. I mean, they're deploying this stuff pretty fast, but it's taking them a little while to catch up. Oh, here we go. Here's got some Jacksonville. Look at Jacksonville. Holy crap. But even though this says continuous coverage for N77, I guarantee you there's not. I got to guarantee you there's many places here that'll be N5 only. Look, Gainesville got some Ocala, Orlando, Tampa. Yeah, they've been hitting Florida pretty good down here. Nothing in Fort Myers yet. And see the Keys? It shows that from Key West all the way up to Miami has solid, continuous N77 coverage. That's a big fat lie. Deception and lies. There's many areas through here that has no N77. Or if you do have N77 5G plus icon, it's 7 miles away from where you are, and it's doing nothing but ruining your performance. Like I was telling you. N77 knocks out N5, and then your speeds and your ping goes to shit. So this is a complete lie. Deception and lies. Their map is very overstating with AT&T. Worse than T-Mobile.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, you guys never thought I'd ever say somebody's worse than T-Mobile, did you?
Of course they'd be if they're giving you something from 7 miles away that ain't worth bird crap.
Yeah, it's EdCell. It doesn't work. All it does is take out N5. As soon as you lose N5 a quarter mile away, then it makes your signal crap.
It sounds
and your
like
ping crap.
It's worse than EdCell. It's worse than EdCell.
Yeah. Basically, when you got N77 7 miles away mixing in with LTE that's a quarter of a mile away, it almost makes it like 3G speeds. Well, not quite. It's actually LTE. Not LTE advanced, but I mean, we're talking 100 down and 10 up. It makes it perform like Verizon LTE, kind of. So here's New Orleans. I hate that. I can't zoom out very far. Come on, AT&T, fix your map. We should be able to zoom out farther and still see everything. Okay, Baton Rouge is covered pretty good. I mean, a little bit. But you could tell this tower here in Walker. Look at this. You can even see the lobes. You could tell the towers like right here by the interstate. And look, you can see the lobe right here. Right. See, I hate this. It doesn't, my mouse is not coordinated with my map on here. So I got to look on here. So right here, see the lobe right here? See, one panel is pointed this way. The other panel is pointed down this way. And the other panel is pointed this way. And this is what you call a null zone right here. So this is in between the two panels, the two sectors. So one sector is pointed this way, one's this way. Well, if you're right here, you don't get no N77 because you're between the two sectors. And that's a high site there. See, that site's at 350 feet up. And that's why it's doing that.
Let's determine the affection.
So here we go. There's Lafayette. It's got some service. Let's go Texas. Look at Houston. Houston shows continuous big, huge area. But I can guarantee you there's many areas in here that has just N5. No N77. Look at that. San Antonio. It's crazy. Look down south. Let's see here. Oh, look at there. Look at Brownsville, McAllen. There's some areas that AT&T is really hitting it really hard with N77. But even though it's still got a lot of gaps in it. Let's see, Stockton. Let's go to California.
According to the T-Mobile map, it says that I have N41 now, but I don't sleep in the parking lot of my house, so I probably can't.
That's funny. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. You got to.
I'd have to be homeless to be able to get use out of that.
Yeah, that's it. We could say N41, the homeless carrier.
Yeah. If I ended up becoming a millionaire game streamer and T-Mobile kept giving me free lines, I'd pass the SIM cards out to homeless people so that they'd actually be able to make use out of it.
Yeah.
Just give the free lines out to the poor.
Hey, guys. There's a place in California where some people live that want to live rent-free and off the grid. It used to be a U.S. military base. It's called Slab City. It's in Imperial County, California. That would be Southeast California. Either the first or second county, Southeast California, barely above the Mexican border.
Okay.
I guess it's warm. I guess it's warm there.
Yeah, it's hot.
It would have to
you
be,
seen
yeah.
that county?
You got to zoom out to find the plus signs and then zoom in to see if there's really any N77 there.
Yeah.
Have
Crazy.
you seen that county,
Oh, there we
guys?
go. Salt
I
Lake
couldn't
City.
live there. I have to have modern infrastructure. I could not
Oh,
live
me
there.
too. Me too.
Yeah. People that need air conditioning so they don't die can't live in that area because they'd drop dead.
There's Denver. All right, what else we got here? Oklahoma has some. If it's really 5G plus, let's see if it really is.
If you want to live rent free, you could probably be a living caregiver for someone.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it looks like there's just a couple towers there. And if you go up here, Oklahoma City got some coverage. Well, there you go. There's what's going around the country there. So awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, let's see what you guys are saying in here. Let's see. Yeah, we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes. Time to eat. I'm hungry.
Hey, you
Hungry.
turn this into a foodie live stream.
Oh, foodie live stream. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are chatting like crazy in here. Look at all this chatting in here. Let's see. This is where I left off at, I think, here. Let's see.
Too bad you don't have a narrator thing that you could use to just read off all the comments.
I saw N77 in Knoxville, Tennessee, but it's not accurate, or they're just not on because I picked it up on. Yeah, probably still testing it out. Or they're beaming this shit for miles. So you might pick it up for a few seconds and it just goes away. Let's see. Let's see. You want to check my T-Mobile towers, my ear, to see if they have true ultra capacity? I don't know. Well, we already know it's all skunked up, so we already know that, but I don't even think I have the T-Mobile map up here on here. I don't even think I have it on here.
If you happen to go to a Red Lobster in Rockford, Illinois, you should know that T-Mobile seems to run better than U.S. Cellular. Zero.
Oh, okay. Well, here's N41's pink. N41's pink and band 71 is green, so that kind of gives you an idea of what. But see, this isn't true. This is all a lie. Yeah. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Hey, the green looks like something that might be kind of a pukey color.
I mean, here's the LTE map. This is LTE, but I can promise you that N41 is not everywhere. There's no way.
It looks like Pepto-Bismol.
It is. It's called the magenta vomit. That's right. What about Delaware? Our towers are probably horrible. Yep, they probably are.
What
Delaware?
about
Boston. Oh my God, Boston's smoking fast. We have all three T-Mobile, UC, AT&T, 5G Plus, and Verizon. Wow, you got all three of them. Nice. Here we got just Verizon and UW a few weeks ago. Yeah. AT&T has more coverage in Massachusetts than Verizon. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's certain parts of USA it's like that. AT&T actually beats Verizon.
5G UC upload speeds can sometimes be similar to Comcast.
Yeah.
Ricky,
71's a bit better.
Yeah.
has Verizon improved the coverage in that one spot that SMT showed us?
What spot is that?
It's a spot where people go vacation. It's like if you go to the east side of the United States where New York is, and then you go north into the ocean, but east of Canada, it's some kind of island. And
an island? You're talking about Maine?
it's north of us, but east of Canada in the ocean.
The one with no service right here?
Supposedly,
There's no service there.
SMT said you could make text messages and phone calls, and the data was very slow.
Yeah, that's considered Canada. This isn't even in USA, so you'd be roaming there anyways.
Wait, are you sure that's the island?
Oh, I don't know, but that's by Canada. Here's the Canada line right here. I mean, there's no other islands. I mean, other than just the islands in Maine, which doesn't border Canada. So from what you're saying, you said border Canada. Well, there's the Canada border by the USA in the ocean.
It was north of us and east of Canada.
Well, this is Canada. This is US. And this is east.
Okay.
And if you go way east, this is Nova Scotia. This is Canada.
Okay. Yeah, that might be the
so,
island. If you're lucky,
this is all Canada.
If you're lucky,
this island here is Canada.
Yeah.
That's Canada.
It's
but there's no real island off the coast of Maine other than over here. I mean,
yeah.
You got these little. Is this what they're talking about?
Yeah,
the islands off of Maine.
It could be.
Yeah, there was only LTE in this whole area. That's it. I mean, you can go here. Let's see. We can go on here and look at this island right here and see these islands.
He said the coverage was...
There's your T-Mobile towers right there. Here's your T-Mobile towers through here. So that some of these islands only have just a little bit of coverage on each one of the islands for T-Mobile. But then you switched over to Verizon. It's even spotty there too. So Verizon don't even have a good coverage on some of these islands off the coast of Maine. And if you do AT&T, yeah, AT&T is even worse.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole area of Maine is just very, very rough because it's very mountainous and not very populated. So, but yeah, there's I'm sure there's some vacation towns over here in like this area over here, Mount Desert Island and stuff like that.
There might be islands in Lake Michigan that are. It looks like there's one north of Michigan, but south of Canada.
Michigan and Canada?
Yeah, let's see. It's
I don't know.
Michigan and Canada.
You got to say where it's at. Are you talking about right here? There's some areas up here.
Yeah, somewhere
like Drummond Island is in the USA. It's an island.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
Canada's
the
all the way
one.
around.
I think that's the one they were talking about once.
And there's your T-Mobile coverage, barely. And then if you go to AT&T, it covers a little bit more. And you go to Verizon.
Oh, I remember.
It barely covers the island. Yeah.
I remember that Dennis had mentioned something about he somehow once roamed on Rogers when he was vacationing there once.
Well, yeah, it's possible because there's a Rogers Tower like right here in St. Joseph Island. There's probably a Rogers Tower there. So if you're, it's possible for the signal to go across the water. Yeah, that's way possible. Yeah, for sure. Is this the after party? It's 1 a.m. Yeah, this is the after party. We've been going on here for 4.5 hours. Yeah, this is the after party Christmas party. That's right. I figured I'd do something different this year. I figured I would invite guests on and talk about stuff here. So show you guys some more stuff. Try Denver. Yeah, we did Denver there, Tom. I just showed you Denver. And Harlingen. Okay. AT&T. TT, you're using Boost. The black SIM card. Yeah, the black SIM card is AT&T for Dishy. Or Boosty. Yeah, same thing. So I assume it's regular Boost on AT&T. Yeah.
I will wait and see if I get offered Project Genesis because I pre-registered with their website.
Yeah, I signed up to be a beta tester too. So when they launch this market down here, they should be contacting me to be a beta tester, and I'll get a phone and I'll be able to do some testing for you guys and show you how it works down here.
You might have to pay for the phone. I'm not sure though.
I think if you're a beta tester, they give you the phone,
Oh,
but you got to sign an agreement that if you don't give it back, then they're going to charge your credit card. Because I think you got to give them your credit card to try it out.
okay. So if I don't get it back, I can just keep using it.
Yeah, you can just keep it, and then they'll just charge you. Probably charge you too much. Project Genesis ain't there yet. All of the dishwasher brands are here. Yeah, there's only, I forget how many markets. 25 markets I think they started out with. But coming up in June, they're going to cover the same amount of area that Verizon does. So I don't know if Dish is going to make it or not, but to go from 30% of the United States to 70 is a huge. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
It's a good thing.
If they do it, it's going to be a miracle, because I don't know if you guys realize it, but to go from 30% of USA land to 70%, which is equal to Verizon, how many years did it take AT&T Verizon to get 70% coverage?
They'd have
Many
to use,
years.
They'd have to use some high-level witchcraft. No,
Yeah. Well, they probably have to hire every single tower crew in the country to go out there and upgrade or add their stuff on these towers and stuff. So
yeah, they'll want to add the private towers because the other towers are pretty much sketch.
I think Dish already has the infrastructure without building more towers. But
well, they don't have to build any infrastructure, because what Dish is doing is they're putting their antennas up on existing Sprint, T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T tower sites.
They should prioritize putting them on Verizon towers, because typically Verizon is known for the best. So
right, but this is my idea, Ricky. Dish owns satellites for their satellite television. Now imagine if they use some of those bands for their cell phone service, they figured out a way for the cell phones to connect to those satellites.
Yeah, they can't do that, because the satellite TV is a certain type of broadcast signal that's made to go from the satellite. It's a one-way transmitter, so it only transmits from the satellite to your TV. Your TV does not transmit back up to space to the thing, so it's only a one-way transmission. So you can't even use it for phones, because phones need a two-way connection. So you need to transmit up and down, and it's a 22,000 miles up there. And besides, the phones would not be able to hear it. You need a actual satellite dish like you use for TV in order to pick up that weak signal so far away.
People cannot
run
around with dishes on their backs just to get a phone call. That's not good.
Yeah, that's what you can do. You can put a dish on top of your car and just drive around. See, that wouldn't even work, because the dish has to be pinpointed in a certain direction at all times. So as soon as the dish moves just a couple of degrees, you lose the satellite. So the only way it would work is if you have a dish that actually turns as you're driving to always point at one point in the sky. That's the only way it'd work. But that technology would be so expensive, and your data speeds wouldn't work. But it just wouldn't work. And look how much trouble Elon's having with his damn Starlink trying to get good speeds down here, and it's a low Earth orbit satellite. It's only like 200 or 300 miles up. Look how much trouble they are having, and the whole delay with the Starlink is the Starship did not get launched because the FAA blocked the Starship from launching in the desert down there in Arizona or New Mexico, wherever it is, because the FAA said, "Oh, you can't take off down there because you're going to hurt everything. You're going to hurt everything down there. So you can't use this as a launch site." So that delay by the FAA screwed Starlink, because Starlink had a map where at this certain point of growth that they're going to put the version 2 satellites up, the great big giant satellites up with the new technology and the laser beams and all that. They're going to put them up, and they're going to launch 450 at a time versus 60 at a time like they're doing now with the version 1 satellites. So the FAA screwed Starlink. So since they can't use the Starship, now they got more people on the network than they deliver. It's like T-Mobile. They oversold the market now, and then it became congested until they got the new frequencies. Once T-Mobile finally got the new frequencies after the merger, then that helped reduce congestion.
I hope
But
the
of course, T-Mobile didn't deploy it right.
has fun tormenting the FAA.
Yeah, so the FAA screwed N77 up, and the FAA screwed up Starlink. So the FAA did a double whammy on the U.S. consumers.
It would be funny to see some FAA executives end up in prison for interfering with cellular service.
I think there should be a lawsuit. I think Elon should sue the FAA.
I think they should. I think the all the people in the FAA should be arrested and in prison for interfering with.
Well, not all the FAA. Some of them, it's not their fault. It's the decision-making people of the FAA needs to be penalized. I mean, it wouldn't be fair. Just like if you worked in an Amazon factory and Amazon broke a law or something like that. I mean, you're not going to. It wouldn't be fair to put you in jail as a worker unless you were directly involved with whatever the crime is doing. So
yeah, arrest the decision makers. That way,
right? Exactly.
That way they can send a message.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah. With Bubba.
Yeah. Starlink will go out of business. Well, no, I don't believe that, Gene. They're not going to go out of business. They're actually going to do very good, actually. But they're delayed because of the FAA. So once this new launch site is approved, which I think they're getting ready to get approved. I don't even know where Starship is right now. But I heard that Elon moved the whole operations to another spot. And they're waiting on to get approved. So if the FAA finally does approve the spot that they want to launch from, then we're good. So then will there be no problems? I mean, heck, if the FAA lets NASA and SpaceX launch from Cape Canaveral, which is in a swamp in Florida with birds flying around, I mean, think about this. I mean, if a bird is flying near the rocket, SpaceX rocket, when the rocket goes off, what do birds do?
Burn.
They fly away, right? So how's it going to hurt the birds? I mean, yeah, their hearing is probably going to be, but I don't know.
It might flip the birds in midair.
Yeah, flip the birds. Yeah. So the FAA stopped it from doing it in a desert where there's less wildlife over there. I mean, well, you got your rattlesnakes and you got a few birds over there and stuff, but in the desert, you really don't have much stuff over there. So, I mean, and if you got a lot of concrete over there, I mean, you're not really harming anything because you got concrete launch pads. I mean, so I don't know. I just think the FAA just is stupid for interfering with stuff that they've approved other things to do. So, and I know Starship is a lot bigger and more flames coming out of it than is the Falcon 9. But hell, they let the Artemis take off. The Artemis took off. The FAA proved that at Cape Canaveral. It didn't hurt or harm anything. So if they're letting that big rocket take off, why can't they let Starship take off? I just think the FAA has some beef with Elon or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the exact deal is or what the reason is, but anyways. That's right. FAA needs to be put in their place already. That's right.
Maybe they should bring up the Starship.
Doesn't the federal DOT also regulate his cellular 5G mess with the airlines, airplanes, and airports? Well, the DOT's got the Department of Transportation has got to do with land. It's got to do with interstates and roads. That's the Department of Transportation. Now, when you go to flying, that's the FAA. So when you're in the air, that's governed by the FAA. If you're on the ground, it's the DOT.
The
when you're on the
might have some jurisdiction too.
Well, that is just a branch of the FAA that investigates aircraft accidents.
Yeah.
Well, also, there is a division that does other stuff too, like accidents because it's National NTSB, it's National Traffic and Safety. I forget what it's actually called. Shoot, I'd have to look it up. NTSB. I think I got a skeeter keeps landing on my leg for some reason. National Transportation Safety Board. Okay, so what they do is they investigate reports of aviation accidents and incidents, certain types of highway crashes, ship and marine accidents, pipeline incidents, bridge failures, and railroad accidents. So that's what the NTSB
It's
covers.
an independent agency, so it could probably kick FAA's
Independent.
Oh, that
It's not
reminds me.
that's a government. NTSB is government.
Yeah.
Did you guys
NTSB.
Did you guys hear what I heard in the news?
That's a government investigation agency. So that's not a private. That's government.
Yeah, it's independent of the FAA, so they might.
Well, yeah, it's its own branch. Yeah.
Yeah. So it might investigate why the FAA is allowing unsafe airplanes to continue to operate. If we're really lucky.
Well, yeah. I mean, if there's an accident that happens with the airplane, they investigate it. Yeah, that's true.
And if they ended up tying it to the supposedly defective altimeters, then they could give a FAA a new one for not forcing them to upgrade their defective garbage.
Well, yeah, but there's never been an incident with the altimeters in the whole world.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
That's a miracle.
So,
because
I mean, if there's never been any incidents, then how can they say that it causes interference?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. So that whole thing is a big mess. Yeah, we beat that horse in the ground. So the FAA is just going to be dum-dums like they are. So for sure.
There's been highway landings that
weren't
affected.
The Department of Transportation Director is Pete Buttigieg. That nutcase? Yeah, he's a nutcase. The DOT was involved with this 5G mess. No, the DOT was not. The DOT had nothing to do with the 5G mess. They didn't have nothing to do with that. Nope, not at all. All right, so we're approaching 5 hours here. So we're going to cut this live stream off. The Christmas edition is officially over. Congratulations on the winner for the giveaway. And hopefully you guys enjoyed the presentation tonight on the new technology that's going to make 5G great. I ain't going to say 5G great again because it's not great now. It's going to be amazing. So
it will be grated like Parmesan cheese.
Yeah. FAA wants to blame everyone except themselves. There's no issues in Europe. Yep, that's right. Yeah, and you got N79 over there. You got C-band N79 over in Europe, and they have zero issues. So that's crazy.
I wonder why they
N79 is C-band. N78, N77 is S-band.
I wonder why they don't put millimeter wave all over those airports.
They do. Most airports do have millimeter wave. It's all over the place.
For the surrounding areas around the airports too, so that way.
They do.
Oh, okay.
Verizon has millimeter wave everywhere.
Okay, because with the way the FUW map is, it looks like there's blank spots, and they could probably.
Well, that's because of N77. That's because the FAA dumb shits. That's why. Hopefully, I mean, look here. You can clearly see where the airport is. Yeah. Look, here's the airport.
Hopefully that
so basically what Verizon did is they did a border around the airport. Look at that.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that N77 is going to like stop on that little line all the way around this airport? You think N77 is going to stop all the way around there?
I don't know.
I bet you if you go on this runway, N77's there.
Oh, by the way, they could probably plaster that with some millimeter wave all over that bordered area.
Well, they do have some millimeter wave. Like, see here? There's millimeter wave over here. I mean, this airport's not a very good example, but if you go, let's go to Atlanta. You can really tell in Atlanta. See, you can almost see where's the airport at. I don't see the airport.
I know.
Oh, it's on the north. Is it on the north side? I forget where the airport is. Yes, see.
I know a big airport to do a comparison.
Okay.
Go to Los Angeles, California.
Look at here. Atlanta has N77 at the airport. Look at this.
Oh, good.
What?
N77 is at Atlanta Airport. Either they forgot to cut out this on the coverage map, and see all this is millimeter wave. See there? Look at all that millimeter wave.
Yeah.
That looks like blood from a horror movie from Material.
Oh boy.
Okay, in Los Angeles, California, there's LAX International Airport.
Okay.
It's one of the biggest airports in this state.
yeah, definitely. Atlanta's a big one too. Yep, for sure.
Did you ever see the movie Scanners?
No.
It's a horror
So you can see where the airport is. You can see right here. Look, they cut it out right here. Look, they cut a whole area out for N77. Look at that. Look at how many runways they got. They got 2 runways up here. They got 2 runways down here. They got 4 runways.
Is that LAX?
Yeah, there's 4 runways. See them? Here's your runways. Up here, there's 2 runways side by side, and over here is two runways side by side.
And
then here's your millimeter wave. See the millimeter wave everywhere?
They might need some more millimeter wave around those areas that are on LTE.
Yeah.
Like completely.
I'm surprised. Actually, there's not more millimeter wave there.
Yeah, they should just plaster that whole neighborhood with millimeter wave.
Yeah.
And then.
Well, can you imagine? Can you imagine Verizon going to GigaMimo technology?
Oh yeah.
How this is going to be? They're going to be able to triple their coverage area with that.
Yeah. And for the extra expenditures of millimeter wave, in the meantime, they can just send the FAA a bill and tell them to choke on it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, choke on it. That's it. Verizon, AT&T, and SEC should show proof that there's no interference by showing proof from planes going in and out. Yep, that's what they should do. The FCC needs to just grow a sack of balls and just shut them down and say, no, FAA, go F yourself.
The FAA...
They bought the license with the auction.
Yeah.
They're deploying the license. You have no proof of interference. Carry on. Verizon, AT&T, deploy your shit and have a nice day. That's what they need to do. But FAA or FCC don't have a big enough ball sack to do that. So
the FCC should point out to all the emergency landings and say, "See, there's no interference, idiots," and then tell them to go to town.
Make the FAA look like the fools they are. Yep. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, there you go, guys. Enjoy your 5 hours. 30 seconds away, and we got a 5-hour live stream for Christmas. So Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for the super chats tonight.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, we
and
had
a happy new beer.
A happy new beer. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Yep. So that was pretty good. So thanks everybody for tuning in. And let's see what's our plans for next week. See what's next week. Okay, so Christmas is Saturday or Sunday.
Yes.
So next week, we'll probably do a live stream next Tuesday night or Wednesday night. One of the 2 nights we'll do another live stream because I should be off Tuesday and Wednesday, the 27th and 28th. So one of them 2 nights, maybe Tuesday night. Tuesday night seems to be a better turnout. Wednesday night, nobody shows up. I guess there's football games or basketball games or something's going on Wednesday night that people don't show up. I get about 5 or 10 people and that's it. Tonight we had as many as like 23, 24 people. So it was good.
And tech would be a good option. Cooking and tech. That way you can actually cook your food while discussing.
Oh.
And that way you'd be able to eat faster.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm getting ready to make me some red beans and rice with Cajun sausage in it. That's what I'm getting ready to make for lunch.
Hey, that sounds... Know who does cooking and tech?
Who?
Go on Facebook and look up John Laguerre.
Oh, I don't have Facebook. I got banned too many times. They banned me.
John Laguerre, isn't that the one that used to run T-Mobile before the merger?
Yes.
Yeah, he might be a good option for Twitter.
He would.
Oh.
He knows how to save a failing business.
Oh, okay. All right. So, everybody, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next week on the next live stream. If you have any special topics you want us to talk about, just put them in the comments. And I know there's a topic coming up. I don't know if it'll be next week or when. Maybe I'll do next week. We'll do the cell phone booster. We had a request by somebody that they wanted me to do another cell phone booster episode. I already did one. It's in my past live streams from either a year or two away. I forget when I did it, but I know I did a cell phone booster live stream. But we'll do a new one and talk about all the new stuff coming out, and just do another episode. So maybe we'll do that next week. If you have something else you want to do, let me know. So everybody stay safe, stay warm with the big Arctic blast coming down. And if you have to travel out there, be careful on the roads. Don't get run over by the crazy drivers. Watch out for the snow and ice. Hopefully you got your snow tires on, and make sure you got extra food and extra backup plan if you lose power from this stuff, because it's going to get windy and blustery and cold. So everybody have a great Christmas and a happy New Year. Well, we'll see you before the next New Year. So I guess the next live stream next week will be the New Year's edition. So we'll have the 2023 New Year's edition, because don't forget, January 3rd, there won't be a regular live stream, because January 3rd and 4th, I'll be in Vegas. So on the 3rd and 4th, I fly into Vegas. And then, of course, CES starts on the 5th, 6th, and 7th. So that week, of course, we'll probably do a live stream, we'll probably do a live stream from Hell's Kitchen when we're eating at Hell's Kitchen, if they allow us. I don't know if they'll let you live stream from there or not, or maybe a casino. Maybe I'll be with Carlos and we'll be doing some casino live streams. So I'll be in Vegas from the 3rd to the 11th. So I'm going to bring you guys several live streams that week from the mobile there. So we'll be doing that. And let me know in the comments what you want to see at CES. Anything specific you want to see, TVs or computers or whatever. I mean, CES has lots and lots of stuff, not only just wireless tech, but there's TVs and other stuff. So if there's something you want us to see, we'll go live there and live stream live and let you see the goodies. I'll be able to go there and see an S23 in person. And you never know, maybe I'll find a Qualcomm booth. So if Qualcomm is actually there, but that's not really a consumer electronics. They do tech for the people. So mainly it's consumer electronics. So it's anything that you as a consumer would buy. So
okay, so
remember to mute the live stream if you happen to need to go to the restroom, so that way you don't pull an El Roker and accidentally live stream the sound of you streaming to the toilet.
Yeah, well, that's what I did when I said I asked Caleb to talk about whatever. That's why I turned the camera off, turned the sound off. I had to get rid of some of this coffee. I drank 3 cups of coffee already, so that's the end of the coffee. So there you go. Yep, you gotta let the coffee out.
You're gonna be in Vegas. Meet up with Carlos S. Tech.
Yep.
And
yeah, there's several of us that's going there too. There's a couple of people that's on the channel here that'll be there too.
And have a cell phone from the Verizon network.
I do, right here. See here? I have Verizon Los Mobile on here, which has got priority network. And this has got millimeter wave in it. So in the convention center, this is going to work good, because 2 years ago, I had Skunk Mobile and I couldn't even live stream. So this year I'll be able to live stream. Plus, Carlos is going to have his AT&T business hotspot there. So even if we can't stream it good, we can still connect to his Wi-Fi hotspot, which worked really good 2 years ago.
As long as he doesn't walk away.
AT&T and T-Mobile sucks out here. You want Verizon.
Yep. For sure. All right. So everybody have a Merry Christmas, and we'll see you next week on the next live stream. Enjoy the drone videos like always. Everybody have a safe week. Don't eat too much ham or whatever you eat for Thanksgiving. I think everybody eats. I think ham is the tradition, but some people have all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, leave in your comments. Yeah, don't forget your hashtags. So, do your hashtags and let me know what you're going to have for Christmas dinner. Let me know what kind of food you got. So, put that in the comments. Yet. Oh, okay. So you don't know yet. Oh, well, when you figure it out, leave it in the comments. All right, so see you guys later. Thanks for coming on the live stream there. Thank you for all the super chats and the support. Until next time, RFK Tech USA out, over and out.